EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Welcome to the immortal portion of the group stages for the Omega League. Now, if you want to continue watching the infinite tiebreakers that are happening in the Divine League right now, you can continue to do so on WePlay esports_EN2. So make sure to check that out. But of course, I know you're all here for one series. It's Na'Vi versus Alliance, El Clasico remastered. And of course, we could talk long and broad about everything that happened yesterday and everything that happened in the group so far. But let's be real, you guys want to hear about these two teams facing up against each other. And that's why I have two people right here. I have Lizard and Lacoste. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Chiefs.
Good morning. Can I call this El Clasico remastered?
Yes, you can.
Yes, I can.
Do it.
I just did. I called it El Clasico remastered.
Yeah, they go way back
They do.
to 2013. But in 2020, every single time Na'Vi won a match, they played 4 series, and every single time Na'Vi was victorious.
Every series. They won the
series,
whole
yeah.
series.
There's something about these two teams. Like whenever you see them match
magic.
each other, it doesn't. For me, at least, it doesn't grow old. I know there are some people. El Clasico. Who cares? Tier 3 teams, whatever. For me, no. Like it carries a lot of weight, a lot of history.
I think, especially in the case of Na'Vi, there was such a gigantic fan base for the Dendy squad Na'Vi. There's a lot of people that grew to love esports and follow esports because of this Na'Vi squad, or the previous Na'Vi squad, I guess.
I'm one of
but
those.
I'm still a fan of Na'Vi. Doesn't matter who's in the squad. It's 5 different players,
Yeah,
but the magic
it's
is
just
still
a
there.
gigantic brand, you know.
Yeah.
And Na'Vi is playing, and I was wrong. Sorry about that. The Alliance actually won all 4.
All 4. I was.
Yeah.
it did the song
I
a
was
little
like,
bit.
Na'Vi? No, I think I've prepared myself, but I've written it down wrongly. So apologies for that. It was actually Alliance, being victorious every single time.
Yes. And Alliance have been doing good or better since they changed their roster a little bit, but they haven't really done well yesterday. And to be honest, this matchup is a matchup of the two teams on the bottom of the group. At the moment, Alliance is 1-3. This will be their last series. If they lose this, they have a very big chance of not even getting to play relegation matches and just going to the Divine League straight away. Na'Vi is 1-2. They still have to face Nigma, I believe, tomorrow.
Yeah, if you look at their previous matches, both of them played versus EG, right? And Na'Vi have won versus them. Meanwhile, Alliance lost yesterday versus that Arc Warden twice in a row. I don't know if you can judge by that, because Na'Vi is a team that's completely fresh. Like we said, no members, Dandy left as well, and even this lineup that they had for a year or so kind of fell apart maybe a month ago. They've been on the lookout, they found some new players. Immersion is there, Young G is there, and this is a completely different stack right now.
Well, I'm a big fan of Young G. I think we saw him on the Ember Spirit when he was playing against EG. Love that. I hope to get some more Ember Spirit, but you know what? To get an Ember Spirit, you have to draft it, and to draft, you have to be in the drafting pantheon, and that's where we're heading right now. So let's get ready for the first series of the day, Na'Vi versus Alliance.
Welcome to the pantheon of heroes.
Here we have summoned the greatest warriors for, of course, the Classico, as they call it. I am the Emperor of the Pantheon, and with my wonderful analysts, I will tell you things. Come here, boy. Tell me about the Dota, boy.
The Dota is good.
What do you think they will draft?
You touch me.
Disinfect your hands!
Okay. I don't have any spray here.
Anyway, Alliance versus Na'Vi. What will happen and what heroes will summon T-Governor and Fog?
Hopefully not Arc Warden for Alliance's sake.
Yeah. 4 losses in a row to Arc Warden.
4 losses to Arc Warden? Will he be summoned? Let us find out in the Hall of Heroes!
How did he start as Emperor and somehow became? I don't know.
I don't know what I am anymore. I've lost the character.
He has swapped character very quickly.
Character's gone. Welcome to the draft, Warlock and Oracle. 2 very thematic heroes to this character.
Yes.
Yeah, on a more serious note.
You actually look like Warlock a little.
Thank you.
Just a little, yeah. Nice little.
Go, serious points.
Thank
serious
you.
points.
Yeah, it's the fact that Na'Vi actually doesn't really play this Arc Warden. So memes aside,
Yes.
they have lost their last 2 series due to the Arc Warden primarily. Na'Vi doesn't really play it. Crystallize, I think he has 7 games total on his main account on Arc Warden. Last played 2017. So if they do pick it, it'll just be a big surprise without much practice at all. But again,
What about Young G? Does he play it? I don't think so, right?
Young
I didn't
G's
see
hero
anything
pool is very much like the mid laner, right? He's the Ember, the Quap, the Invoker. He likes to be a space maker, crystallize the hard farmer.
Makes sense. They looked really good with Warlock. I think for... I feel like even for quite a long time. Oh my god, right off the bat. Okay.
That's
They
nice.
did this They did this the other day.
Yeah,
Looks good.
Got to give it to Na'Vi. So when they first started this group stage around 2 weeks ago, their drafting was very much like Spectre was like their big thing, right? And then clearly they were like, wait, hold up a second. Let's try and drift away from that. They're reinventing themselves a little bit. And then they were able to 2-0 EG. And Alchemist was one of those games that they were so strong in. It's got to give props to them for.
Is the hero not easily counterable?
I feel like it's less so, especially if like Doom's out of the pool and stuff like that. I
the
feel like there's a
Dark
lot
Side
of
as well,
different
right?
ways that he can actually deal with it. Like,
Yeah.
he can actually deal with like these farms. Like people aren't building Spirit Vessel as much anymore. I feel like people aren't itemizing to deal with this like HP regen and all that. So, hey, can definitely work.
The main thing is because Alliance likes to pick S4's hero early, they've already shown the Darkseer, and you have this Warlock 5 for Na'Vi. Naturally enables any carry. Alchemist as a hero, he's countered if he's pressured in lane and then the enemy has an access to your jungle as well. But because you have this Darkseer, at best, you're going to have an Earth Spirit or a Clockwork or 1 melee hero that can try and pressure. And then if you counter that with your own 4 rotation, Alk's pretty much free farm. So I see right now this Alk pick is free due to the Darkseer and due to the covered Warlock early on.
Yeah, I wonder if they maybe like switch something up and do some type of like aggro-ish lane with the Oracle to dispel and something like that, and put Darkseer in a different matchup or something.
That's
right?
true, yeah, that
like
could-
some
yeah.
triple ranged with an Oracle, and then you don't have to worry about the Warlock thing.
Yeah.
Some approaches I've seen definitely versus the Alchemist, but I think they still could go for something like the Spirit Breaker Darkseer or something. But like you said, it's not gonna apply the pressure. Like the Warlock's just gonna heal.
They just lack lane damage pretty much against this Alk.
And I also that's one thing actually I've been noticing in a couple games is damage, like lacking damage in some games. We were casting one game yesterday. I'm just like, yeah, sure, like first 15 minutes they're gonna have damage, but then they just have 0 damage out of their toolkit. So Alchemist, I think this hero might actually start to come back versus those type of lineups. So you can
I think a good
tell
example
exactly
is
damage.
Viking, for example. Like their lineups are super aggressive, but you always question it, where's their damage coming out?
Yeah.
And it's the same again right now, where this Alk pick, for example, against those type of lineups, if it survives, it just makes such a big wall to get over, and you just can't break it most of the time.
Do you remember when they ran Ancient Apparition mid
Oh, good
to
times.
counter the Alchemist? Could we potentially see a return?
Alliance have shown that they are willing to pick.
Jakiro mid. Mm-hmm. So
If they want to lose the series quicker, then sure, go for it.
I think AA can break stuff though. I think that hero does break certain things, but it's a tough hero to make work, and it's it's
Yeah,
not great.
not a fan of that.
Not a fan.
Like right now, I'm seeing like Sven still being a very strong hero for
Yeah.
Alliance. He naturally is one of the best heroes against Alk, just because once you connect onto him, you just eat through him. Alk doesn't really have a lot of armor. He needs to get to like AC or Shivas or one of these items later on.
Yeah, they're gonna ban
There's
it.
Sven
Yeah,
right,
especially when they have Darkseer as well too,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Like it's
too
just a
easy.
combo. I think the other one I'm looking at is actually a limp specialty, Death Prophet. You're never gonna
Yeah.
have to worry about damage in the game,
That's true.
right? You're always gonna have a way to actually bring them down. The silence is actually good. You have ways to stop upheaval. You have ways to counteract the backlines too.
For Alliance right now, their bans are super important because they've got Ember banned out because that was one of the instrumental reasons why Na'Vi was able to beat EG. And I'm thinking like maybe like an Invoker as well. That Quaz Wex naturally does really good against any aggression. You've already shown Darkseid, therefore like it's going to be like a double melee run at you. Invoker will hard counter that. It's just what's Alliance's game plan? If they have the DP, then sure, they just be able to plow down towers and pressure this out. But it's about rounding out their draft to have that timing.
Yeah. I mean, the Death Prophet looks phenomenal. They have Oracle too. They have like everything. Surge with the Death Prophet as well versus like Warlock, who doesn't really stun, right? You have this, you have people that won't matter. I mean, it looks really good for him. Yeah, I think they could even force it early. Because like the matchup, I don't feel like Death Prophet has that many bad matchups anymore, especially with the buffs. Like the Crypt Swarm is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, it fares pretty well. Even like, for example, you think, oh, maybe a Batrider, but the Siphon, you don't really care
you can
too
actually
much.
counteract it.
Exactly.
No one destroyed the matchup actually yesterday versus Weehaw. So I really do like that pick if they're able to get it set up here. Here they're taking out like those super beefcakes.
there's the
And you have to ban the
listening.
Death Prophet. They're listening to us.
Lord.
Turn the stream off, lads.
Yeah. Oh man, they need other ways to be able to provide damage. So that's the two biggest hard hitters right now that they've actually removed to counter out the Alchemist. So Alliance is gonna have to have something else. Because even the Slark's gone too. So
Again, this is just a very nice Rubik pick because it sets up Pasha for his like the Centaurs, the Omni Knights, any of these just melee threes that just allows Rubik to have a pretty chill game. Alliance on the other hand, what do we think? I'm thinking Earth Spirit most likely, just because you can potentially go for a Vessel if you need to against the Alk. You can still have that early pressure, and you just need to have some type of team fight because against they go for Clockwork instead.
I think I like
Exact
Clock a
same
little.
philosophy.
It's the same thing, but he can at least he gives vision, and he'll give easier vision to the back always. Like he'll always be able to
Instant
scout.
Storm.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was.
Is this exactly what they?
That's confidence.
It's almost. Oh no, that's not exactly. They were drafting against actually a Storm Spirit the other day, but okay. I mean, you don't see a lot of disables already right off the bat, right? Oracle, he just has his little root. Clockwork can be a bit annoying if he plays around it, like the hook shot and the cog backwards, but it's gonna be some limited disables. And there's a Rubik that they picked the Clockwork into.
It's still the same like fear from Alliance where they might have this early pressure, but they're still going to get to a window of like that mid game where they're going to how are we actually killing things.
They need some crazy damage.
They have Void, which is nice.
Okay.
It's the classic Nico baby can get on my back, lads. I'm going to carry you through into the late game, but it's still where's the damage right now? Like you're running around, you might kill this Alk a couple times, but I don't see anything that stops his farm. There's no clean combo that's like, all right, we're controlling your jungle or we're doing stuff because they're tied into cooldowns and a lack of early damage, which is perfect for the lack of Alk and Storm.
I feel like Navi's very happy with this setup right now.
The counter argument would be the fact you have Alk and Storm, it puts a lot of pressure on Storm making good early rotations, and that is pretty hard against Darkseer and Void because they're a little bit more elusive.
Do you feel like he has to feel forced to do that so much though?
Potentially just because Alk and Storm both want to maybe retreat to the jungle, so there might be just an awkward amount of just farming needing to happen and no movement. When you make no movement, it amplifies the Darkseer type combos, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So I think
I'm less concerned just because he doesn't have that many. Like, there's just not that many disables he has to worry about. And there's the Rubik can bail him out of some situations too. So I feel like they can just play lanes with 4 heroes while Alchemist just chills. We don't know what the 4th hero is still, but Alliance needs some. They need some output inside of Chronosphere. Like their damage is just not. It's just not there at all. Like I'm not sure what the Limp hero would be for that actually. Like most are banned.
like a casual Quap maybe.
Yeah, I mean that could
Perhaps.
work.
I like the ban though from the Omni, but that's nice.
What about Skywrath Mage?
No.
No.
Your face is... Oh, no.
You can't see
damage.
him, but
The thing is that they need to hit a couple different fronts because right now they have like no physical damage either, right? It's like all magic damage in their draft too. So this timing of Alchemist, if he gets Radiance BKB, I don't know how they bring him down at all. Like they have to have something that's provided from Limp.
it could be just like a casual Lena type situation where you just do really well against the Storm. You can pressure the tower when Storm wants to go to farm the jungle camp. Tower pressure. You can always move in with the clock. You're covered from the Void and all these 3 melees, but it's still. I hate saying Lena because again, Storm in the game, it's like it never feels good. But if they play well, it could be really good.
Yeah, I feel like your Quaps. I mean, I'm seeing the Furion ban and it's screaming Queen of Pain, right?
Yeah,
but
for
like,
sure, for sure.
And there are some limited disables on Navi too, right? They have Vortex and they have the Lift, which can be annoying for Quap. But
Could be like a Leshrac as well. You have the Oracle pairing as well. Darkseer. It's another very strong.
And then Eve's Edict. Edict is actually there, like some physical and some way to take towers. Because that's what I'm worried about, right? There's no objective taking, and they have this pretty much 0 physical damage at all in their draft. So
I think Leshrac or Quap are pretty big. Or whatever they say on 3rd, and then we can just claim that we're thinking that.
I'm just thinking through limp heroes, because he usually doesn't stray too far outside of his box.
It's true.
And they're pretty low on time, too.
Is
do
TA
they?
too greedy?
Choose
That's
your
what I was thinking,
hero.
but that's like... I feel like that's really greedy if they do the TA. It's going to be the quote. Okay, yeah. I think that's the last one.
Yeah.
Good damage in Chrono, decent lane, some sort of limited disables in a way. Alchemist, I mean, they're going to start building up those disables, but can be active, make space.
So now I'm thinking like lane, not lane dominated, but like a strong laning presence for Na'Vi. So it's like a Centaur maybe, or just any, like a Brewmaster as well is pretty good. You pretty much have a 4 protect 1 type combo. Casual Brew, Tornado the Void, off you go. Rest of the heroes are going to fall pretty easily.
Could work. It's Pasha as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I think they're my two I'm leaning towards. The Brew or the Centaur.
I mean, Centaur is just the cleanest one, but it is versus Void.
They maybe they could go even. Is Void Spirit still available? He's played that a couple times. Ninth.
Oh, that's really good. Oh my god,
Yeah.
versus double mobility cores. That is
Yeah.
a real nice pick.
That's
I actually
solid.
love that.
But again, it is still a hero that they now have 3 cores that they need a little bit of time to come online, and they have like later timings where if this clock pops off, makes strong rotations. If clock has a good time, Na'Vi could be punished, but Na'Vi eventually are just very, very scary.
I actually really like this pick. Gives you such good vision, great ways into the back. Silence versus
Enough,
Void
enough
Quap.
now, enough now. The oracles have predicted the odds 274-139. Do you agree, my counsel?
After draft, no.
Oh yeah, I think it's a little bit Alliance favored, or maybe it's the whole Arc Warden factor, right? Like,
Interesting. Come here, T Governor. Come close. I have something of utmost importance to whisper to you. Closer, T Governor. Even closer.
Watch out, he'll grab you very
Even
aggressively.
closer than that. The game is about to begin, my brothers. We must travel to the Grand Casting Arena, T Governor, and we must watch a game unlike the Classico. And now I bite him.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, Na'Vi versus Alliance. Somebody Pixel here with Kyle for this one. Kyle, we've just, I don't know what we've just seen, but other than that, there was the draft going on.
Certainly was.
What do you reckon? We're seeing sort of the Void coming out. We've got that finisher with the Quap for Alliance. The panel, though, seems to like what Na'Vi was doing in response to this, though.
Yeah, I did too. I feel like it was very odd to me that Alliance was willing to pick Void into Alchemist. I feel like ever since OG, when they still had Miracle in the squad, they did it a couple majors. Like, if you Void us, we will Alchemist you. And Alliance take the Void into the Alch. It's just a little questionable to me. I think that Na'Vi certainly have an advantage. I think their mid-game team fight's going to be nuts.
Okay.
But Alliance have Clockwork Oracle. I don't know. I honestly don't see their win condition. But I've been wrong many times before.
Sure. And what is sort of your biggest concern with Alliance? Is it just
Damage.
It's the damage.
It's just
like Quap isn't enough with Void. You don't think that sort of finisher from Limp, having him on this high level of burst early on? That's just
You've got Alchemist and you've got a Night Stalker. You're going to be very durable into the mid game. Storm's going to be tough to take out, and then you have Darkseer with no real like vac stun combo, and Quap is more of this burst damage carry when I think that they're missing sustained damage in the Chronosphere.
okay. And if that, if that's the case, if you're Alliance and you've gone for this draft, is there something else that their draft does so well that the lack of damage doesn't matter? Like, is there another thing that they've sort of drafted towards? At the end of the day, it's not who does the most damage; it's who defeats the enemy ancient.
Sure. It's just going to be a matter, I think, of scaling the Alchemist. I think people traditionally have a misread where they try and deny the Radiance and play super aggressive. Alliance don't necessarily have a draft that can do that.
So you think they're going to go for maybe the super late hyper carry Void?
I think you go one of the two options.
Yeah.
It's funny because when I start saying things, I realize that actually what I should say is the opposite of what I'm saying. In this case, Alliance do have a draft that can take the lead in the early game because they can play aggressively with the Darkseer. In theory, we've seen this Void build change a bit after the Halberd nerf. We saw yesterday a couple Mask of Madness straight into BKB. I think that could be something effective here. And you just play really aggressive with this Darkseer clock combo. the trouble with Alliance's lineup is just their ability to take objectives. It's going to be tough for them to collect kills and take towers if they don't have many heroes rotating down. And the Oracle doesn't have this really tanky core to play around or anything. It's quite nice against the Warlock because you can dispel the Fatal Bonds and the heal.
Yeah, which is going to be very important, yeah, in the fights. And as you say, you know, one of the builds being Mask of Madness, BKB, if you want to play fast on the Void. When you have something like an Oracle and you still want to play fast, can you, like, do you still want to be getting the BKB earlier, or can you afford to go for a sort of a damage item instead of the BKB if you want to play early?
There's a lot of different. I'm honestly not sure. I've seen so many different builds on the Void over time. I think the Alchemist build is going to be more relevant, simply because I've seen people just go like Radiance to BKB. We still see the Blink sometimes. I think after the Heart nerf, we don't see that as often.
No, not
it's a pretty decent Manta game in theory. But you got to be cautious about stacking too many auras on the Alchemist, because if he gets vac walled at any point, then suddenly he's just effectively giving his hero over to Alliance to utilize, which could be his own squad's downfall.
The battle begins.
We'll see what sort of lanes the sides start off with. Pasha, of course, taking it to the top as the Night Stalker. He's going to have... Oh, we'll see Ilias probably head down to help the Alchemist. They're not going to want to leave that Alchemist alone, as Alliance will be looking to bully him in the lane. Setting up the two of them, and then this mid lane matchup, Young G on the Storm against the Queen of Pain. A lane where I imagine Limp at the start, you're going to be able to harass the Storm, right? It's going to get to the point where Young G's pushed back, but he'll still be able to farm camps.
It's situational. Young G did a really nice job. You've got to win the block in this matchup. If Quap takes it, it's near impossible to play the lane for Storm, at least for the first couple of waves, but he did pretty well, so now it's just a last hit war. Yeah.
And interesting as well that we see Limp, he still takes the screen first. Even though you're against a hero that you will have opportunities to dagger, it's just because you have to secure your CS.
Yeah, because it's more about the pushing of the lane. Because Storm gets control, if you skill Q and Storm gets just starts pushing the lane into you, you're then forced to hit under tower, and you can't effectively last hit and while also trading with the Storm. So instead, Limp now, he's got control on his hill instead of having it pushed into his own tower.
Nice, yeah. And you can certainly see that. And now that he's hit the 2, he's going to be able to have that extra harassment, and we'll see how Young G's able to play against it.
I hope we don't see something like we did in the D2 match the other day when the Quap went 1-0-2, skipped Blink, ended up getting ganked and dying. That was entertaining. No one can really rotate on the side of Na'Vi this early on, however. It's mostly actually going to be Pasha making moves, I'd imagine, once the nighttime hits.
I'd imagine on these side lanes, is this Alliance getting what they wanted, right? Nico Baby down here, not having to farm underneath the pressure of Pasha's offlane Night Stalker?
Honestly, not really sure. Night Stalker isn't the greatest in lane until he hits nighttime. The base damage, as you can see, 70 level 2 is pretty impressive. I think it's more about putting the clock in this lane. You prefer to have clock safe lane, and you're also now in a scenario where you can run down both enemy heroes. But I always do feel a little worrisome when I see a Darkseer safe lane, just because you're not applying pressure in the same way. And oftentimes it allows the enemy side to just leave one hero in their own off lane and free farm anyway.
Because with this setup, you feel like Crystallize, he's not going to be too fussed against this lane. He's still going to be able to farm pretty freely down here.
I imagine Void will win the lane, but I don't think it's going to be too bad.
Because especially having the Warlock backup, right?
Yeah.
Like Warlock and Alchemist, he's just going to be hitting creeps. Not a lot that Alliance can do to slow him down with that lane setup.
Already a brace up from Pasha. He's going to be just fine up top. Young G doing quite well mid lane as well. Off to a good start. It's very important to win the first few waves as Storm get the bottle up ASAP.
Actually down bottom, Crystallize getting very low. Ilias will be able to get him with the Shadow Word. Those bashes nearly doing it there. And Crystallize will be saved. And stick around, and Nico Baby taking a fair bit of damage there from the Fatal Bonds will be removed from it. Mid lane 15 for 5 against the 10 for 4. Young G keeping slightly ahead. But is, by the looks of it, going to have to... Oh no, but he gets himself regen ferried out. He's going to be fine. Top lane S4 and Hanske trying to get in onto Immersion. They're back underneath the tower. Alliance won't be able to pressure any further.
Yeah. A static laning phase should favor Na'Vi, in theory. Alliance are the ones with the pressure to make plays around the map. But they're doing pretty solid in all 3 lanes. I think the key is that Crystallize isn't off to the greatest start. Already been forced to blow a little extra gold on regen as well. Soul Ring, yeah, that makes sense. After the changes, I think Alk's one of those heroes that just sees so much more value now if he picks it up.
We'll see the 4-minute rune not going to be able to be looked towards from Na'Vi with Young G, as he did have to spend this time walking back to base. Ilias can't stop this, so Limp's just going to be able to grab it. Of course, he himself, not having his own bottle yet, did have to spend quite a bit more on regen, getting out of the lane. Those mangoes, making sure that he could keep this consistent spam up against Young G, which, you know, has certainly paid off. It's pushed Young G back to the jungle.
Yeah, he did a really good job pushing him out of lane. He got that really early bottle, but Limp forced him so hard that he had to back off. And then Alliance, just heads up, you got to control the runes against the Storm that gets early bottle. If he were to take that DD, he just goes right back to mid. He can contest Limp. Instead, again, Limp, oh, hang on.
He's going to jump in aggressively onto Young G. There's going to be TPs coming across. Young G starting to play back into Limp. Immersion heading over. Can they get... They can! What was that blink, Kyle?
I don't know.
He just gave up first blood. After winning the lane, Kyle. He was winning the lane.
It was so like I feel bad for Limp there because you can see him immediately regret his blink.
Sure, he was like,
goes in, Qs, streams. You're like, wait, this isn't good. Immersion actually has time to TP in. Just heads up by Young G, you know, making that aggressive play. You can't ask a young kid from the CIS if he wants to go toe to toe. He'll always take the fight. At nighttime now, so Pasha is going to be out to a speedy recovery. I can't believe that happened.
Yeah, I mean, Limp, you know, that just sort of shakes it up a bit, and Young G is
I was about
very,
to praise
very
him.
happy.
I was about to praise him. He went to the S4 School of Mid, you know, just control the hill. I was about to say he's doing great because you don't need to go kill the Storm. You just keep the lane on your hill. G was about to go walk over to another camp. He can't even enter the lane, and then you blink it.
Yeah, no, Limp's going to be... He's going to be kicking himself for that one. He's going to... You know, as you said, you could feel the regret right as soon as that blink had ended.
Crystallize now much tankier. He's got 5 HP regen and effectively permanent Q if he's able to use a Soul Ring charge.
So Immersion. And he's going to be able to stop Limp from grabbing that regen. And in this lane, Young G... He's now got past the rough bit of the game where he's going to be hitting the 6 off this wave. Bottom lane, pressure from Alliance onto Crystallize, bringing him down low with the Purifying Flame nukes, and FNG and the Nico, baby, they have it.
Yeah, really nice job. Nico, that Orb of Venom is instrumental in finding the kill, and FNG doing a good job to just basically spam damage. Caught Ilias sleeping. He was over by the pull, and his Alchemist was all by his lonesome. Yeah, top lane, pretty much a trade, but this again is the downside of safe lane Darkseer, because you're just handing free farm to the enemy offlaner, oftentimes who is a more effective use of it. Because the Darkseer, like, you're always going to get creeps. Right here he is just taking a hard camp stack, no problem. But Pasha just gets to freely last it under tower, which means he'll have a very quick upgraded boots and maybe a drums or medallion, whatever he chooses to go for. G. Ooh.
So they can get S4, he's able to get in with the Vortex, dragging him back. The Surge comes to an end, lifted up by the Telekinesis. And they'll try and get that kill the way of the Storm. It's not going to be the case though, Pasha.
Wait, what?
Actually getting the last hit on it, bottom.
Oh, Hans can put him on the cliff.
He's up there. And is this going to give them the space to kill off Ilias with the cogs out? It will. Alliance.
What?
We'll be able to find the Warlock and Crystallize. He's stuck. Ward down.
What in the...
And his TP's on cooldown. His TP's on cooldown for 40 seconds.
They just leave him there.
I mean, I was going to say it would be more...
kill him.
Just leave him. And Limp's going to want the kill. They've lost the vision. He's going to have Scream up again in a second. There we have it. They'll take him out. Young G's going to come in with the counterplay though. Looks over towards FNG. I'll take the kill on Oracle in return.
We're only 7.5 minutes in. This is one of the strangest games of Dota I have seen all tournament.
Yeah, first game of the day.
It's El Clasico. This is what we've come to expect. You know, these squads have been going at it all the way back to, what, TI2, TI3?
Oh, this is another freebie for Young G. He's in with the burst. They've got the Fatal Bonds out as well. Hansken's down. I mean, Young G, after feeling the heat in the laning stage where Limp was applying good pressure early on, he's come right back into this game now. He's top of the net worth, 3-0-1 on this Storm. At 8 minutes in, he's finding so much action For the most part, Alliance is bringing over to his half of the map.
Yeah, I'd say so far so good for Alliance. They have thoroughly dumpstered Crystallize. He is barely ahead of his Rubik in net worth, and he's forced off to just jungle hard camp stacks that he's made for himself. This is very much not the game that Na'Vi expected. But to your point, yeah, Youngji ahead, Pasha ahead. You could argue these heroes are more important.
Because, I mean, these heroes, the pressure they're going to be able to apply, should it be enough to get space for this Alchemist in this sort of game? And there we have it. Hansken with the style.
On purpose.
See down bottom. Na'Vi making a move onto FNG. And one more Void will do it. Pasha just trying to find it. Doesn't want to even waste the mana. Doesn't need to. Chases him down under the night time.
Oh, nice. The ring for the Storm. The best, I believe, second highest win rate of all neutral items in Dota 2.
Yeah, anytime you get it on these ink cores, it just feels amazing.
It's so bro. It's a half a mana ring, 10 in, 3 armor.
Is it? I thought it was 8 in. Is it 10 in?
It was before.
It's 8 in. Is it 8 or 10?
Can we hover over the arcane ring real quick?
Is it plus 8 in or 10 in?
I think it's 10. Hang on.
Oh, let's see them go onto Limp. Oh, he's gone.
Jeez.
He couldn't get the blink off. He couldn't get the blink off there. Pasha just cancelling the little animation with the Void. And the blink took too long to get off. Over here, Pasha, he's going to be able to fly his way out. Youngji, he's just going to zip straight in. He's strong enough. He's got the mana. Pulls back Hansken. Youngji, is he going to go down here as S4's trying to chase him out? But Ilias, he's offering up the Shadow Word heal. Youngji's going to be fine. He's starting to bottle up as well, so he's got that extra bit of mana. He's able to zip down, chasing onto S4, taking down another Pasha, lift up as well onto FNG. Na'Vi, they're getting so many kills here again. It's like the Alliance fast food service. They're just delivering all this food to Na'Vi's half of the map, and they're cleaning it up. It's 9-3 now, 2K lead. I feel like Alliance has just got to sort of slow down a bit. I mean, you said they wanted to play fast, and they kind of need to, but it seems like they're just forcing it a little too much at the moment. Alliance.
It's just making plays that, you know, it's a Darkseer plus a clock. If you're going to make this maneuver, Limp has to be alive. Limp has to be ready to rotate, and once he goes down, you can't get caught behind enemy lines. Like, they have Quap Bolt ready. They want to make this move. In fact, I think they can just try it again. It's just got to be executed a little better. I mean, S4 went for a Vanguard, which shocks me because I would have expected, you know, a really fast Helm of the Dominator, you know, something to get active early on, or at least something that has the ability to help his team offensively. But even later on, a Crimson Guard isn't going to be super effective.
What do you think? What's he seen in this game in the draft from Na'Vi that's made him say that this is the preferable item to go first on Darkseer this game?
I see somebody's got a front line, and in a sense, like, it has to be S4 here. I just thought he would do it in a different way. Like, a mech is so solid for this team at a point as well. And that's what he's got queued up next. It's just a very expensive item to rush like this. It's 11.5 minutes in. You know, that's not going to allow him to apply too much offensive pressure. And ultimately, he's dying to magic damage, not right clicks right now. And Youngji's off to a
he's 4-0-3 at 11 minutes. This is one of those, you know, just incredible storm starts to a game.
Yeah. And, Iron Talon Crystallized. You know, the one bright spot, though, Alliance, if you look at the Alchemist, he's not really having the greatest game. Sure, top in the network.
I mean, he's catching up there. He was down in the bottom half. As time is passing.
Have seen him own games, though, he's running away with it. And this is still very much, you know, in control. If Alliance can contest this upcoming stack clear, could be huge for them, but they got to make it happen fast.
And we have a Youngji. He's going to look for Hansken. Hansken has got the 6, so can look to jump away. In fact, he's just going to jump straight back in. Nico Baby comes in with the chrono, and that will be enough lockdown to punish Youngji. See the chase here. He's trying to look for more. Immersion was able to steal the chronosphere, so potential plays for Na'Vi to come out with. That is if he survives. The bash is coming out. Lift up. They're going to throw down the golem. The Sonic Wave comes crashing over. Will take out the Rubik. Jump over from Nico Baby back to safety. FNG also able to offer up the Dispel. As Pasha, he's going to turn, focus down the Oracle, stay on top of FNG, take him out. See what Pasha wants to look for next. Limp blinking away. Can Pasha still get in on this? He's a little low on the HP, so won't be able to chase them any further. But this time around, you know, Chrono's up. They're able to get the clean pick onto the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, they needed that. And you can see there's the benefit of the Vanguard, right? Because S4 just ran in, and there is not a damn thing Na'Vi can do to target him if they don't have him isolated or a bunch of spells up, especially if Storm's dead.
Just a good amount of straight-up HP and regen.
Yeah. They got the Golem usage, too. So an Alliance now in a decent position, maybe looking to push a tower here. But, again, they have a pretty significant lack of structure damage. So this is easier said than done. FNG rapidly approaching 6.
Hansken's found a catch. And it's a big one. Crystallize. He's here in the jungle. They've found him. They're chasing him. And they've got him. Another important kill on the Alchemist to continue to keep his game held to a certain position.
Yeah, his game is, like, I can't believe how bad Crystallized game is right now, Owen. Like, this does not feel like it's an Alchemist. This is just a typical carry performance in terms of net worth generated. And he's not really applied any offensive pressure. Like, he's just been farming his own safe side of the jungle for 5-6 minutes now.
And Alliance getting this tower. This will not be held onto by Na'Vi. Nico Baby getting the last touch.
Yeah.
More money for the Faceless Void as Nico Baby now considerably holding that lead.
He's going for the build, Mask BKB.
You like it safe and fast?
Yep, I like this decision. I think you go this MOM BKB MKB build and you just hit this really significant power spike every time you pick up your next big item. And it also makes it a lot easier to do Roche because you have the ability to tank it for your side, which is something Alliance will probably want to do in maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Hanskin has Hook up again, and they're Chrono in 20.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see if they can catch anyone here. FNG starting to hunt in the trees. He's going to see Pasha. Limp's going to jump forward. Silence is out. Nega's going to leap in with the Faceless Void as Nico Baby has the bashes.
Yep. Yeah, the downside of Navi's lineup is that none of their heroes actually want to play Dota yet. You know, Young G has been incredibly active, but it's time of the game where he just wants to finish his Orchid, farm some camps. Alchemist has no intention of participating, and your Night Star, I mean, it's daytime. Soon will be night, but Pasha can't really make plays all by his lonesome.
How's Young G doing on the Orchid? He's got the first Oblivion done. That's still a decent bit of timing that he's going to need. Nico Baby and FNG, they're waiting on the high ground as Nico Baby's going to go for this one. He's dropping the Chrono. It's another opportunity to just slow down that Orchid. 2 times now they managed to find that move onto the Storm, also getting the catch on Ilias. Alliance, they're really taking this game back under their wing now. 2K lead. These are the moves that you need to see when they go for this sort of draft. Nico Baby, Chrono, pretty much off cooldown. He's straight away looking for opportunities to use it. Catch out the Storm or the Alchemist. If they kill one of these heroes, Alliance are going to be able to keep hold of the game.
Yeah, just Crystallize just isn't a hero yet. Like this is the first time I've seen him in a lane in like 4 minutes. His net worth is just not there. Like the fact that he is even with S4 is kind of crazy to me. It's 16 minutes in, he still hasn't even finished his relic. We usually see like Radiant's BKB at this point. Credit to Alliance, you know, they focused on the hero that mattered. Yeah, we were talking about how Storm and Nightstalker are off to a good start, but ultimately they're not game winners.
No, it's especially in a game where there's the Chronosphere, right? You know, Storm is going to always be at that huge vulnerability of getting Chrono. You catch this hero in the Chrono, it isn't a tanky hero. You're not going to suffer and struggle with damage required to kill him.
It reminds me, you know, one of my the best quotes by one of my favorite analysts, Cinderin, when there's an Alch in the game, it's an Alchemist game. And so far, Alliance understand that. Not sure Na'Vi got the same read because they've yet to really get him involved. Like, the Relic is now finished, but even when he gets the Radiance online, I'm curious how relevant it'll be in terms of actually being able to take team fights. You know, with the Warlock, especially going max Fatal Bonds, it's a significant damage amp. And you just gotta be cautious. Alliance, you know, you're ahead, but you know how it goes. You throw one engagement against a teamfight lineup like Navi's got, and you could be in big trouble. Limp specifically has got to be cautious, as does Nico really, because that AoE silence from Ilias or Pasha during nighttime could just straight up be enough to kill them.
There we go. This tier 1 tower should go down there. Nice effort from Pasha keeping the siege creep alive. So Na'Vi will be able to take themselves something off the map. But meanwhile, you see Alliance just all inside Na'Vi's jungle, keeping this mid lane and bottom lane pushed right up to the tier 2 towers.
Brown Boots Orchid finished on Limp, so he's ready to take out the enemy Storm if he was able to find him. It's a really nice combo. When you have a clock, you want to have some method of fully locking down whoever he goes for. So this means if he's able to find the Storm or the Night Stalker, he'll be able to catch them before they can fly away. Who got that Essence Ring? Was that Navi's?
Oh yeah, it's no, Alliance have got it. Limp's got it.
Got it.
Limp's going to be getting it out from South by the looks of it on the Quap.
Nice. It's a favorite tier 2 item for either mid. And yeah, I mean, Alliance doing a great job so far. They're just taking towers.
They're going to be able to go for the 20-minute outpost as well with this early tier 2 taken down at 18 minutes. Really speeding up the pace here, Alliance. Taking some excellent map control. Just really limiting the space that Crystallize continues to get, where he can be as this Alchemist. Moment trying to find what he can from of course, Alliance's half, and that Radiant's nearly done.
It almost feels like his other two cores and his Rubik have taken too much space. You see like Arteezy play this Alchemist. It's like the whole squad plays around his need to get as many creeps as possible. Whereas Na'Vi, they're just kind of playing this standard game of Dota, but you've got to help out your Alch more. He's just now getting the Radiance up. Like, it's just so late. They need this fight to go off well. Ilias has the Golem plus Fatal Bond prepared. They need to get a kill core.
They're catching them just coming into the high ground triangle here. There, Na'Vi with that ward, so they do know that Alliance is waiting up there. So they've got to be very careful, Na'Vi. They're going to go for this smoke, but very difficult to make a move into Alliance. Well, whilst all the ults are available, BKB, as we see on Nico Baby.
Alliance have more counter-initiate answers. Like, they have the only true save support. They have a BKB on the Void. He's not a target anymore, even with the Orchid up on Young G. They've got Chrono. They got the Vac Wall. And you have a Clock Hook that can come in at any time. Whereas Na'Vi, you effectively just have to follow your Alchemist in. God forbid he gets gone on. You can't save him. How do you save him?
Yeah, all they can do is sort of just throw ults and throw the Golem down, but that alone is unlikely to stop Alliance long enough to keep your Alch alive at this stage. As Alliance, they're coming over. Who are they going to be able to find? Nico Baby's looking for a target. Pasha comes in. They will get the concoction over onto Nico Baby, but Nico Baby's just going to jump back over. Time dilation onto Crystallize. Crystallize is trying to fight this, but the wall is down. They'll lift up the Void, drop down the Golem as well. But Nico Baby, he's more than fine. He's just going to continue to punch into Crystallize, pushing him away. On the backlines, though, Pasha was able to get in onto FNG, and with the Golem, they kill off Hanskin as well. So Na'Vi this time able to do a good job of sort of ignoring the front line of Nico Baby and just go straight for the back lines. And Nico Baby, he's still feeling confident and trying to fight, but that whole engagement not able to find an opportunity to use the Chronosphere. So at the end of it all, Na'Vi, they get in, they get 2 kills, they get out, they don't lose anything there, Na'Vi.
Yeah. That could have been much worse. That was Alliance's fight. And hang on, there's a Chrono going off. Or something. Nico's doing stuff.
Wait, what? Oh my goodness, Nico Baby living on the edge. He gets the kill and more than likely will get out, but he was living on the edge there, Kyle.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, he's making plays though. Shout out to Na'Vi. They took a really nice fight. Let Crystallize tank the Void. If he chronos just one target, it's not worthwhile. And meanwhile, his other 2 cores just take out FNG. But with no nighttime, Pasha's hero, we talked about how he's getting all this farm top lane. He's useless daytime.
Damn that. Let's see if they can finish Pasha here. The time dilation slow from Nico Baby coming in. A few bashes and they should have this one pretty easily. As Nico Baby, I mean, this man, he's scared of nothing. He will start things on his own accord there. Him against 3 or 4 heroes of Na'Vi, nearly dying, dropping the Chrono, and then it doesn't just result in the Storm kill, but also the opportunity for the rest of Alliance to run over and pick up 2 extra kills on top.
Oh yeah. No, he's playing a hell of a game. We forgot to mention it in the pregame, but got to put some respect on Nico Baby's Faceless Void. This was a must ban, or they would pick it against Alliance for some time. Hero's been changed a bit since, but still one of their preferred cores. Crystallize? Okay.
And having a fantastic game so far, Nico Baby. 4-0-4. They haven't been able to catch him, and even when he plays as deep as he did just then, and he's still not getting caught, it's kind of hard to see a situation where Na'Vi are going to be able to kill Nico Baby. He is just, he's not playing in a way that he is going to get killed. He's just not dying. With the BKBs, he is invincible.
It's Crystallized that would be the threat. When we used to see it played by Miracle, and it was, I guess just Alex in general. When you get ahead, you can hunt. You've got this Radiance AC BKB blink, and it's 20 minutes in. We're at 22. We don't have that BKB up on Crystallized, so he's still worried for his own survival. He's not yet at the point where he can think about killing enemy cores, and that's his job. That's his role in this game. Lowest damage dealt on his entire team as we pass 23 minutes game time. It's wild stuff. Well played by Alliance. So they've done a great job taking towers. That's the key. They've got so much map control now, already with control of the Radiant outpost. You can feel the map shrinking for Na'Vi. And keep in mind, this is a must-win for both teams if they want to make it into the playoff stages of the Immortal League. If Alliance or Na'Vi were to lose, if Alliance were to lose this, they're 100% relegated into the Divine Division. If Na'Vi lose, they go into a must-win match against Nigma tomorrow.
Oh. That's Nico, baby. He's found the other big target. This time, Crystallize going to be the focus. Stolen Chrono comes out, but it's not going to be able to do anything to save that Alk. As Nico, baby, just... These Chronos, they just get the job done each and every time. Storm kill, out kill. And with one of the cores down, it's hard for Na'Vi to punch back at the cores. They're going to try and go for the supports, looking for Hansken. Hansken will fall. S4 getting lifted up. Do they have the damage to burst through this Darkseer, though? Doesn't look like it, as S4 runs himself away with the Surge. Nico, baby, able to jump back to safety as well with the Time Walk. And again, it just feels like every time that Chronosphere's up, Na'Vi are completely at Alliance's mercy.
I mean, they just have no answers to the BKB on the Void. The Nico Baby has no real threat. Orchid doesn't scare him at all. And no one on Na'Vi can really go toe-to-toe with him either, with the exception of Crystallize, who Nico's perfectly fine chronoing and killing if necessary.
On them, Sim. They found themselves a quick catch.
Okay.
It really just feel like the execution from Alliance here, 25 minutes is, you know, I feel like we have seen similar drafts for Alliance just totally fall out of favor at this point, but because of how well they're playing with the timings, like this Nico Baby Void, he's not even hitting creeps when Chronosphere's up. He is just in there every single time. Hansken and Limp also able to grab Immersion. Immersion was able to take the bounty room before he goes down.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance is just playing great, straight up. They've got double BKB on the cores now, and you look at Na'Vi's heroes, they just have nothing for spell immune heroes. They just run. And
yeah,
Young G, he was on such a great start. Look at his net worth now. 1,000 behind the enemy offlaner. And, you know, he's forced to go back for a Yules. This is never a good spot as a Storm. You want to always be progressing. You'd love to be able to get a BKB, but just not confident picking up this early. You're concerned about your scaling, so you go for the Yule. Oh, hang on. No, that's nothing to it.
Yeah, a little too fast here at Nighttime Pasha for Alliance to grab. You can see already Alliance starting to move over as a unit. Nico Baby leading the way. 20 seconds till Chronosphere. He is more than ready to look for another catch. I mean, they know Alliance. Any fight with BKB Chrono, and it's going to be a surefire team fight win, as we've seen in every single time it's occurred so far. Blink Dagger is done from Crystallize, so a bit of a better way to get in, and also, of course, a nice alternative to juke out the Chronosphere if you're quick with the reactions. But still, using it aggressively, it's going to be difficult. You have saves, the Surge, even sort of a Cogs coming out, and of course the big ones from FNG on his Oracle. So if anything, Crystallize, he's going to have to look towards getting on top of FNG in the fights with the Blink concoction. And of course, if FNG's quick with the Q, he himself's going to have a counterplay to that.
You've got to initiate if you're Na'Vi. You've got to find not one, probably just 2 kills at the onset. But keep in mind, those 2 cores of Alliance with BKBs, they can just turn the fight around, no problem, if they get the information necessary. Na'Vi, you've got to find something. But like, you can't really even open on Limp. You got 100 to 0 him. Let's see if they can find him. They see him now.
There we go. That's the initiation there. Able to pick him up with the Time Walk.
Nice.
That'll do it. It's now Alliance. They're going to try and maybe fight back. You can see Nico Baby looking for an opportunity. Wall is down. He's waiting to see if they group up a little more. Young G trying to go in deep onto the Oracle, but he used a lot of his mana for that. Crystallize is going to put the BKB. The Golems drop down onto Hansken, but Hansken, he's going to be saved by FNG. There's a buyback from Lim. Alliance, they want to keep this fight going as Nico Baby turns, chases down Crystallize. Crystallize's BKB comes to an end, and so does his life. They'll also be able to take out Immersion. They're trying to hide in the jungle. And you can see that even when Na'Vi are able to get in and get that jump onto Limp, sure, a buyback was coming into play, but even without that, they just can't find anything more after committing everything onto the one hero.
Yeah, it's just well played by Alliance. I love the buyback from Limp because, yeah, sure, you know, you only get 2, but you killed the Alk, and you're going to get Roche now for free. All Na'Vi have is that initial jump. If they don't straight up win a team fight off it, they cannot fight anymore. So once this buyback occurs, Alliance just have 2 BKB heroes. You just walk and crystallize. There's no one that can save them. You've got ancillary support. You can heal them a little bit, but that's it. That's Aegis. Like, yeah, that's a very worthy buyback.
Yeah, that absolutely is. This game for Na'Vi just continue to be very, very difficult. You know, despite the numbers at the top, sure, 16 to 17, only a 2K lead for Alliance. It's not that close as the numbers show. There's an Alchemist on Na'Vi's side. If you're down 2K at 28 minutes and your main core's an Alch, you're in a bad place.
Yeah, it just feels like they aren't as confident, perhaps, with the strategy as other teams are. When we see, Nigma or OG or Secret play this out, like, he's got stacks galore. He's got this path of money to follow until he's got enough items to carry his team. Crystallize felt like he was just on his own. I'm watching him walk through his own jungle, trying his best to stack one campus spawn. He wasn't in a lane after 4.5 minutes. Like, it's just a near impossible game for him to play. And really for all of Na'Vi at this point, because you're playing around a hero that isn't even strong enough to go toe-to-toe with one enemy core, let alone both. And yeah, I mean, so much gold saved on Pasha too, man. You're losing the game. You're down 2K gold. It's really 5 when you save 3.5 on your hero. He's going to get a casual medallion. Very odd game, very odd game. And Nico with the DD bottled. Yep, MKB next. He's just going to run straight for him.
Oh, yeah. Who's he going to find? Ooh. Just jumping in there, trying to almost just bait a reaction or an initiation from Na'Vi so he can look to turn it. Full pipe on S4, so... I mean, Alliance at this stage with the Aegis, they're very much ready to just try and push to the high ground. As it's hard to really see how much Na'Vi's going to be able to offer out of defense.
Yeah, it's the map control factor. They have so much wave clear. A bigger advantage than I think we surmised during the draft. You just see constantly S4 and Limp playing opposite sides. Nico sort of conducting his team around the map, looking to connect and find action for his team to connect to. And Na'Vi just kind of desperately taking the leavings. You can see how they're forced to sort of play the corners of the map at all times. Alliance just cutting across the middle, no problem, no fear.
Yeah, just getting all 3 lanes shoved in now, Alliance. Preparing for that high ground siege. Nico, baby. Ooh, is he hunting? It's not going to be able to catch Immersion. Yep. Na'Vi do need to make sure that everybody is alive for that defense.
Very Wings-esque movements, just constantly cut waves. Don't run where the creeps will be. Catch the waves as they come out of base and try to find enemy heroes on the retreat. And you can see Alliance just sort of keeping Na'Vi in the crease. Game not over by any means. One big team fight for a Warlock out. You could just see things turn around.
Dota Plus disagrees. 93% here for Alliance. And it's hard to feel that they're wrong here. This is a very, very tough game for Na'Vi to take control of. As they're continuing to fall further behind. No real answer to deal with an Nico baby Void. And as you touched upon before, just going to show again why this hero is one that you've got to be very prepared for if you're going to go against Alliance. As I feel like we've seen a fair few Voids just really struggle to have as much impact as Nico Baby has in this first 30 minutes. And Nico Baby absolutely just showing exactly how it's done, how you have to play this hero in the early game.
Yeah. I think the item build's a lot to do with it. If he goes for some Battle Fury Rush or, God forbid, a Midas Maelstrom, we saw that disaster a couple times, Crystallize is going to have a lot more space. But Nico Baby, even when he's not finding kills, he hasn't left the enemy side of the map since he first crossed the river. I mean, he's just always looking for action. And yeah, sure, he hasn't found a Chrono in a little while, but why? Look where Na'Vi is. They're 5 heroes in base. Alchemist, 6th highest level in the game. Like, that's just crazy to me how well Alliance have slowed him down.
I mean, Alliance as well. They can. It feels like they can sort of play it chill. At this stage, it's just your Void is so big. you don't really mind where this game goes as long as he's always finding the chronospheres. The job for heroes like the Storm, it just feels impossible. Like, how's Storm ever going to go into these fights without worrying about being caught out? They're going to try for these smokes. As you say, this is the one way that they can make something work. They get this jump on FNG, on one of the sort of saving supports. I mean, even now, though, these heroes are starting to tank up a bit.
He sniffed the smoke.
Nice smoke, he says.
Yeah, he has some of the best smoke awareness in Dota, but you'd expect that. He's been playing the game 15 years.
And Alliance, they're just going to look to hit back with their own smoke limp. On the silence. See if Nico Baby can catch any of them on the way out. Elise and Pasha trying to make their way out to the side. Nico Baby, oh, he's going in. I mean, he knows he can. He's just going straight in, Nico Baby, up to the high ground. Chrono's out. They'll drop the golem, but he's caught Pasha and Crystallize. Pasha will fall. Crystallize just get chain bashed. Finally able to walk away. A big zip in from Youngji, looks towards the backlines, but he cannot kill off FNG. The concoction out to S4, but the Lotus Orb's already there, sending it back over towards Crystallize. They don't get the out, but again, they're getting 2 kills, they're getting a core.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, Nico Baby, he allows for the vac wall. There's a new AC on the Alchemist, but as long as S4 is able to get that wall up beforehand, it's just completely negated. 5.5k down the drain. And Nico Baby's awareness, mid-fight, leaping onto his Oracle as the Storm started zipping, because Youngji can't get the kill on FNG if Nico's trading hits with them. So it forces G back to base and saves his Oracle without having needing to use his ultimate, as now G will clear the creep wave, but it's 2 dead. They're just on tier 3.
You're going to struggle stopping this push. As the Golem goes down, Alliance punching into the tier 3s of Na'Vi. What have Na'Vi got to show? It's just each time that they have to do something whilst these ults are down. It feels like that's the only opportunity for Na'Vi. They've got to make a fast play. They'll try and start things onto the clockwork. Combo play here as Crystallize jumps in. Hansken's getting low, but the save's there. FNG comes in with a false promise. Youngji goes for the grab onto FNG. Pasha turns towards FNG, but FNG is able to turn with the root. He keeps himself alive. They can't kill the Oracle straight up. FNG still surviving. Greaves a pop, healing FNG up. He's fine. Crystallize, he's going to try and turn back in. Blinks forward, looks for concoction target. Crystallize trying to beat into Nico Baby, but Nico Baby turns with the BKB, bashes him out of the game. That's a dieback on Youngji. His Alliance will take this game 1, and I mean, they did it perfectly. As I said, this is, I think, one of those games that a lot of these teams that are trying to play the Void, you watch what Alliance did here, the way they played with and around Nico Baby's Faces Void, and you take something away from that.
I don't know what to take away. That was just straight up domination. The scoreboard doesn't really reveal how one-sided that game felt. You know, 24-16, Alliance take it, but it felt like they had almost total control of the match once the laning stage worked out. Since that first kill on Alk, it felt like Crystallize just was never given an opportunity to get comfortable in the game. Really heads-up decision. You know, I'm not really a fan of safe lane Darks here, but if you're able to body the enemy carry with your carry that hard, you can't really find fault. Like, that's the right move.
Yeah, I mean, and what do you think was the biggest flaw for Na'Vi there? Because, you know, as we saw during the draft and what it looked like from the start, it didn't necessarily look like Na'Vi wouldn't be able to do anything with their heroes. Was it just a bit of a surprise to you that they didn't put more resources into just making sure their out didn't have a terrible start?
I honestly not sure. I think the lack of stacking could have something to do with it. It's also a trouble when you have this Warlock support, but you're losing the laning phase. He's supposed to just back up his Alchemist, give him like extra XP. That was the big concern for me, is that Void is hitting 6 before Crystallize, when in theory you're laning this way so that your Alch can get ahead and then immediately just move on to the jungle and take stacks. So back to the drawing board, maybe you don't first to it. Honestly, don't really know. I think just Alliance straight up played better. I don't know if the draft or even lanes have much to do with it. Alliance just dominated the map start to finish.
Oh, they did, yeah. Very impressive showing here from Alliance in Game 1. As Na'Vi's going to have to come in with something a little bit different in Game 2. As this first game performance from Alliance looked pretty scary.
Indeed, it was very scary for all the Na'Vi fans out there, especially after hearing that Na'Vi had the better draft. But they couldn't play it out. I'm here with Lizard and Lacoste, and we're going to break down that first game of this best-of-3 series, which, by the way, could very well be the deciding series to decide which one of these two teams will be knocked out, well, out to the Divine bracket rather than continuing on in the Immortal playoffs. But yeah, let's talk about that game. And let's talk about the beginning, because our draft panel did think that Na'Vi had a favorable draft compared to the Alliance one. Lizard, on hindsight, would you still say that? Did Na'Vi just play their draft badly?
I wouldn't say that they had a much more of a favorite draft. They definitely didn't play around the Alchemist as much as they could have. That's why there's no reason for an Alchemist to get that Radiance around the 20-minute mark. He needs to get it faster. If that happens, you're not playing the Alchemist game like legendary.
The Alchemist.
Yeah, the legendary Alchemist game, as Sin says. However, there are some things that, in my opinion, Alliance was favored for. Most importantly, this clash of offlaners. On one side, you have a Night Stalker, which looks like a solid game for him. You're playing versus Hawk, you can get out of cogs. You're playing versus all these mobile heroes. That's pretty neat. You have this disable for them. But on the other hand, you have S4 Darkseer, and he's enabling everything that's happening for Alliance.
I would have to disagree with the starting point where they had a better draft. I mean, in terms of thinking, Alchemist is going to get a free farm, 12-minute Radiance, 15-minute BKB. It did not happen, so I think Alliance set up the lanes correctly. They put Oracle and Faceless Void against their safe laners, and having Oracle against Warlock, he does not get to play the game. I think it's the same thing when you have Oracle against the Darkseer. You can purge off the Fatal Bonds, you can purge off his Shadow Word, so it's very hard lane for them to play into. Yeah. And itemization-wise, like double Raid Band, Orb of Venom, so they got the kills in that lane on Faceless Void, and I think this decision-making from Alliance really set the tempo for this game.
Yeah. The opening picks for Na'Vi were already the Warlock Alchemist, so I guess they could already then prepare for that lane to go their way.
That's my issue with the draft. First phase Alchemist, like, why? They've done it before. I think they beat EG with Alchemist, if I remember correctly.
It does get banned out versus them. So
it does, but still, I think you need to have something else prepared. There's still 3/4 picks if you first phase it, which is kind of bummer. So you know that they're going to be picking heroes just to counter you.
The only thing is, this game was close in the mid-game, even though Alchemist didn't have a game at all. It wasn't an Alchemist game. And now imagine what would happen if they set up their lanes a little bit better. If perhaps Warlock wasn't the laning partner that he had. If he had something different that can actually zone and win that lane. Because like Lacoste said, I completely agree. There's two heroes that completely dumpster Warlock on the lane. It's Enchantress and it's Oracle. And Oracle does it even better because of the Fatal Bonds, right? So maybe if you're picking that Alchemist, at least think a little bit about what's possibly coming to your lane. Yeah. And Alliance did that really well, putting that Oracle and Void. By the way, Void throughout this game was... he had a couple of weird moves, like a fight around the outpost in the Radiant jungle was a little bit weird. But besides that, he was so on point. And it's Alliance Void. It's something that Nico Baby is going to play 9 out of 10 games if you give him.
And he did. I don't think he died the entire game. As you can see here, 7-0-8. He wasn't really pressured at all. There was a Night Stalker against, well, I guess that's the only one. It wasn't against him on lane, but I guess that's the only one that was meant to pressure maybe the Void.
But the way he itemized, like no shenanigans, does not want to go anything greedy, no Hand of Midas. He understands he's playing against the Alchemist, so I want to get the items as quickly as I can. Mask of Madness into BKB, has Oracle sitting behind him. One of the reasons why he did not die. Also, his game sense is amazing. I also remembered the game the other day when he was playing Anti-Mage against 5 men and solo-handedly won the game. He had won that. He was playing into Faceless Void, which is kind of amazing what he did. And in this game, Alliance understood when they're strong. Now that I'm thinking more about Navi's draft, I don't think it's that strong. You have this window of opportunity from 10 to 15-minute mark where Alchemist will not have a single item, especially if he's pressured, and there's going to be daytime. So Night Stalker cannot play with that. He only has one ulti to use it in that time. And one more thing, Alchemist got stuck on the hill.
Yeah,
he got pushed there, and I thought they were just going to leave him there. His TP was on cooldown. Maybe Alliance was not aware of that, but definitely they should have just left him there instead of killing him. It was a full minute, being stuck on the hill.
It actually helped Jung Ji a little bit on his Storm Spirit. Got a kill off the back
Yeah,
of that.
he got exactly what I wanted to say. He got to kill an Oracle after that just because they stuck for such a long time around that cliff.
Yeah.
One thing that I would really like to see from Na'Vi as well, it's obviously a younger squad for them. They just formed recently. But I would love to see immersion on his heroes. Like Rubik definitely is all right, but ever since the Gambit days, just give him these frontliners. Give him these Earth Spirits, your Tinies, your Clocks. It makes your game a little bit easier to play because in this kind of a game, they had that Night Stalker, but like Lacoste said, if it's daytime, there's no one to actually run in, and you can't set this perimeter around the triangle in which Alchemist is free to farm because Rubik has to run. Everyone on your team, pretty much Warlock, has to run. You drop that Golem and you're useless afterwards.
Yeah, and it was first pick, like overall, nothing else is seen. First pick Warlock, so it.
No, I don't have trouble.
Yeah.
You don't
with
have trouble with
I mean,
Warlock?
if you have Warlock and you have another position 4 who like doesn't do that much, who's more like counter-reactive to what the enemy is doing, you need to have low cooldown ability, any kind of low cooldown stun coming out from the off lane. Your mid laner needs to be setting things up, and this is just one of those lineups where you feel like you missed your timings.
Yeah.
It was a 19-minute radiance. And after that, you just can't take a fight. You also don't have any abilities that go through magic immunity that BKB on Faithless. But yeah, you have Rock, but you still don't have any other follow-up spell, that Void ever fills threat. And one of the reasons why he didn't die a single time that game.
Yeah, I also thought that Alliance plays into this draft knowing that Na'Vi is on a little bit of timer, and I thought maybe because of that, Alliance was going to play a little bit more slow because they don't need to do anything, right? They could, if they wanted to, just sit back and farm and wait for the Na'Vi timing to be over, but they were actually fairly aggressive and looked for those fights as well. This was, I thought Alliance played really well, not just that Na'Vi played subpar.
Whenever you are playing versus Alchemist, you are forced to play on their side of the map. No matter what your draft is like, even if you're having Nico Baby on Void, you need to play aggressively. You need to play on their side to threaten that Alchemist at all times and to prevent his farming. Yeah. And they did exactly that, and they did it really well because there was a point in which Alchemist, 18-minute mark, he doesn't have a Radiance. He's farming the enemy jungle, medium camp, just one camp. He farms it and TPs out. Because they're already running there, knowing that he is that's the only place where he can farm because they've warded everything else.
Now, before the series started, we had certain expectations of this match being magic. You guys feel like Game 1 lived up to that?
Not necessarily.
No, right?
Yeah, it didn't feel that great. No big plays coming, but... yeah, we still have at least one more game.
At least one more game. You know what is magic? The Omega show tomorrow. And now people at home are like, Omega show? What's that? And I will tell you what the Omega show is. But I can't fully tell you because that would ruin the Omega show. What I do have the ability to tell you is that you should tune in tomorrow after all the European games. There will be an Omega show. It will have a lot of fun things, a lot of live segments, perhaps some announcements.
A lot of laugh.
A lot of laugh.
That's for sure.
Coming from me as well, yes. You should definitely tune in. There could be dolphins. I don't know. It's from Dota to Dolphins. Let's call it that. The Omega show from Dota to Dolphins. A nice subtitle there. But yeah, you should definitely tune in tomorrow. And you're going to tune in the whole day tomorrow anyway. I know this because you're all faithful viewers of the WePlay esports
Quit your
channel.
jobs, quit school, watch us.
You can also watch us while at school or at your job. You don't have to quit either of those.
Just slack at those. Just slack at the school, yeah?
Yeah, just
skip the school that day. You don't necessarily need to quit.
Well, tomorrow is Saturday. Not a lot of people have school on the Saturday.
True.
So,
and if you don't watch us, we will know. So you better be careful. Must be there.
Oh yeah, and there's still a lot of countries still have holidays. Summer holidays are coming to a close for a lot of people, and what better way to celebrate your last day of freedom, I guess, before school starts or before work starts again, last day of holiday, than to watch the Omega show on the Saturday. That's tomorrow, for those wondering, 29th of August. It's going to be a lot of fun, but that's really all we can say about it. It's
We cannot spoil it.
We
otherwise.
cannot.
It could be just me and Slacks talking about Dolphin.
Don't
facts
ruin
for
it.
30 minutes. It could be. I'm not saying it is,
Don't
but
spoil it.
be
Spoil
there.
it. You're just
I just ruined that, didn't
Yeah,
I?
you did. Everybody now knows.
that's gonna be it. Just Lax and Lacoste talking about
I think
Dolphins.
people would still tune in now that they know what the truth is. They would still like it. So make sure to tune in. But we're going to continue talking about Navi versus Alliance because this series has not yet delivered in the El Clasico remastered, but maybe Game 2 will change that. What needs to happen? Like, it wasn't just a draft, right? It was also the decision-making of the lanes. It was a little bit of everything.
I just want Navi to skip these cheese tactics. Alchemist, I definitely consider as one. Don't go there. Just pick the normal meta heroes and give us a real brawl. I think that they're all individually skilled when it comes to... Their individual skill matches Alliance for sure. So I just want to see some brawling when it comes to strategy as well. On one side, it's literally the battle of two offlaners, right? You have S4 leading the team on one side and you have Pasha pulling all the strings on the other. Both of these players have proven themselves in multiple, well, not in multiple teams, but...
They have a lot of experience
they have a
under
lot
their
of
wings.
experience, so...
There's a TI winner in there.
Exactly.
Yeah. They can do better, Lacoste.
Oh, for sure. But I want to see Alliance playing like this. The first 20 minutes yesterday against EG in both of these games, they played extremely well. Like the aggression, the constant pressure that they were putting on EG, it just comes down to matchups, Carry Sven against Arc Warden, who was free farming. The execution post-phenomenon mark was not the greatest, but overall, like Alliance looking very hot in the early and the mid game.
I guess coming into the whole tournament, we had higher expectations of Alliance compared to of Navi, and you kind of want Alliance to meet those expectations. Because yesterday they didn't, maybe.
They definitely did not. Throughout the whole tournament, I expected Alliance to perform better. And right now, I think Alliance and Navi are on the same level, but it feels like if Alliance shows up and they have like this stability in terms of Nico Baby, like he's always performing. I don't remember watching a game where he did badly or that he was throwing the game.
And I think the meta really fits him as well, the way he likes to play. So when you think about Nico Baby, historically, he loves to play these hard carries, but at the same time, he likes to be brawling a lot. And right now, it's literally that meta. You pick a Spectre, you buy 2 Raid Bands drums, there you go. Every single fight you're in. Same with the Void. That's why he loves the hero so much, because he knows exactly how much time he can spend farming, and every single time that Chrono is off cooldown, he will use it to get the kill or two.
Do you think he would still pick Spectre after the nerfs?
I don't think these are the nerfs that Spectre needed to get to not be. I still feel like Spectre is an OP hero in terms of lane. Like, she has way too high HP region. It's just, you can't pressure her in the lane. That's the issue with the hero.
So the things that you're looking for almost always is, are the items good on the hero, and how strong is the hero himself? So right now, Spectre, not only did she get nerfed, there's also nerf to the drums. So maybe that makes her a little bit weaker, but I completely agree as well. She's still strong.
I mean, if you're saying that Nico Baby is always performing up to par, like you've never seen him have a bad game, who is having the bad games? Like, what do you guys think is the reason why we don't see Alliance in the form that we expected them to be in?
I mean, sometimes it's not about individual performance. It's also about decision making. What are you doing with the draft? We can go back to yesterday when they had a solid draft, but not as good compared to what EG had.
Yeah.
Like if that draft was against any other draft that did not include Arc Warden, that draft looks extremely good, and they played it well. They played it to full potential of the draft, but at one point you're just gonna hit a wall.
Yeah. Very diplomatic answer. I was hoping for some name and shame. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Or fortunately, perhaps as well. I mean, we cannot also forget, I don't know if you can still count FNG as a stand-in. Sure, he is officially a stand-in, but he's been playing with the squad for so long. And it's still, Navi's squad is way younger than FNG joining Alliance as a stand-in.
They
right?
renewed his standing role or whatnot, and as much as I know, he's helping S4 when it comes to drafts as well. He's taken some leadership in the game as well. He's making some calls. I know for a fact that Nico Baby loves to lane with him. They match each other really well. And overall, FNG is a strong addition to any team, I think, right now that's in the Tier 2 trying to break into the Tier 1 scene, which Alliance definitely are doing with this lineup.
I really like seeing him play Oracle as well. I feel like it's a good hero for him. I don't know.
Whatever you give him, because like he's playing position 5, but he's not solely focused on leading the team because he has S4 as well, right? So you can give him any high skill capped heroes and he will play them well.
And on the side of Na'Vi, is there anybody in particular that you guys feel like needs to step it up? We mentioned Crystallize, of course, on the Alchemist, maybe not having the Radiance timer, but was that because of his Alchemist or was that because of the lane that was set up against him with the Warlock and it just not being ideal for him?
Comes down to a player. Like, if you play this exact same game,
yes.
Let's say you rerun it with a different player.
Same lanes.
Same lane, same matchup with just a different player on Alchemist. Let's say if Miracle played the Alchemist, I think the outcome of the game could possibly be different.
Okay.
It comes down to a player, like how are you moving your game sense, whether you're getting ganked or not, just evade that one gank. And if you're playing hero like a Meepo, Alchemist, TA, one death costs you more than any other hero.
Yeah. That's the Alchemist factor, I guess. Or maybe just a hard carry factor as well, because, I mean, if Nico Baby died once, it would have been a difference as well, right?
Alchemist is definitely worse. Like, Void, yeah, you can die a couple of times. As long as you use that chrono, get a couple of kills, it's fine. Alchemist, it's this, like Brood Mother, it's this big gold piñata. And if you get him once or twice, it just destroys his game and it gives you so much gold because he accumulates it fast.
Or if you stick him on a clip.
Yeah, or you just you put him on a cliff.
Well, I hope he's not. I hope they're not going to go for an Alchemist this game. I want to see something more exciting. Any final words before you head to the draft?
I want to see more of Ilias. I think he has great potential. Like, I love his positioning, what he's doing, especially when he's playing these like position 5 heroes with the save. I think Oracle is his best hero, and this hero will be highly contested in this matchup.
Okay.
Something different on Pasha, perhaps, not the Night Stalker. It didn't look that hot in the last game.
Okay, well, let's find out what's going to happen in game number 2 as we head to the drafting pantheon.
Thank you so much, Sheever and panel. Welcome, of course, to the Pantheon, where we will discuss Game 2 of Alliance versus Na'Vi. Of course, the greatest analysts of all time, T-Governor and Fogged, together. What would your name be? Togged? Togged?
I don't know.
The Fuggener?
Fee Governor? Yeah, I was thinking something like that.
Fuggener. Welcome the Fuggener as we enter the arena. Who will appear? What hero?
Oh, Slithery.
Oh.
Wasn't he called Slither and Han as well? Yeah, wait a minute.
Slither?
Yeah, he's Slither and Han. I don't know, we were just talking about Han. So
yes, we were.
Venomancer, looking at these bans too, we're seeing already. Alliance, they're sick of the Oracle. Look at that.
What the shift in bans. In the first game, it was actually Veno IO. And in this game, it's like complete curve.
Hello! Whoa! Machine gunning these heroes out. This is what I like to see. You guys have a strat.
Okay. I guess they literally like pairing Spirit Breaker with Venomancer, right? Because they just, I didn't think they cared what they were playing versus. They snap picked it, so I guess it's just that beefy front for the Venom to be annoying in the lane.
But I think just this SD, I think we can't kind of go up past this era. I think VP showcased how when Solo's playing it, the skill build, you don't really go for poison. You go like pretty much 2-point into Disrupt and then Soul Catcher and just running around, just looking to set up kills, be defensive. And I think very much an underrated position 5 right now in the meta.
Yeah, he's done it. He did that actually even like way earlier with VP. He's always been doing that one. Yeah. I don't know, when he was playing when they were with Roger and all that too, he was just like 2-4 or 4-2. You know, the skill build was 0 poison, just super active. Yeah, I think this hero definitely has some untapped potential.
I think we also, you've got to give props to Alliance in that first game, where when you looked at the drafts, you kind of go, okay, well, maybe there's this lack of damage and stuff, and they were able to showcase how they can play well together and just understand what they're trying to pressure. You know, there's this AUK, they invade the tri-camp, they saw the greed in that tri-core, and they were able to punish it. Give up the Night Stalker farm, but punish the AUK, so I think... Give
they did
props to them there.
They did super well. Okay. Ember, hero that doesn't have to worry too much about being charged in a lot of situations. You have a bunch of different ways to play around it. Good to get on top of Veno too.
Playing Spirit Rocket, you hate playing into Ember.
Yeah.
Just because it's like...
You're like, I got him. Oh, chain. Right next to him.
It's
Sad.
slight chain, remnant, everything goes against you. Even if you do connect, he has the flame guard up anyway, so all your damage pretty much mitigated. Now they got, again, second pick. They can cover this Ember with 3 pretty nice bans, and off they go.
Yeah, it's good versus the Veno too. Definitely a solid pick here. Can set tempo, can make moves, can match Spirit Breaker's movements kind of around the map too. That's another good thing. It's like Ember's just so good versus.
Sorry, that Spirit Breaker just T-posed. Incredible dominance there.
He's really athletic, actually.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
No, you're good.
That's an Invoker ban.
Yeah.
And yes.
It's the principle of just a counter aggression, and I said it so many times, the way OG picked Invoker when they first were coming back was because it is so strong at just stopping that 10 to 15 minute skirmish fights. You don't have mana, you have Tornado, it's like done, you're out of this. You can't continue.
Especially if we're playing like a hero like Ember, where okay, Flame Guard, bye-bye, right? It's just always going to be constantly getting dispelled. I think it works well with Spirit Breaker too. Like you can actually make a lot of aggressive moves around the map early on, like right after laning phase, you're just super active. So I like that.
The nice thing as well with the Ember pick, it also is like a soft cover in the draft to Navi's previous lineups that they run with Spirit Breaker Veno. The Drows, these heroes that want to kind of fight from behind the kind of noise that these heroes can create. Ember just cuts straight through that and finds these single cores.
I like that noise. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say noise as like all this chaos and fights. A lot of noise going on over here. You can get right through the noise.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on over there?
I just thought about it sitting opposite Slacks.
It's true. That's what an AM thinks when he's farming in the jungle. It's all that noise.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you guys doing? Teammates' portraits black and white? Stupid.
Viper again, another ban, indicating it's going to most obviously just be mid-Ember.
Yep.
This is why second pick is so favored. So most of these teams, not all teams favor it, but they can just basically pick a mid hero and just enable it through bans, or again, like an anti-mage bans. Morphling.
Okay, so they're trying to get rid of elusive cores. At least the Morphling in that one. There's still going to be like a
no lane pressure. Baron Veno, you pressure the melee hero like the Terror Blades. Actually, what do you pressure that lane? You don't really pressure Jog, Lifestealer. You can actually do pressure Slark. Yeah.
You can pressure the weaker lanes. Yeah. Not really like the strong lanes though.
I guess it's mainly because of the SD, right? SD doesn't really have presence in laning phase, so most carries actually will feel a lot of pressure from this.
What else do they want to ban to set up for their Ember? What does he not want to play against? There's too many heroes to actually cover.
It's like SF, Co-op, there's so many, It's more, they're now looking at their game plan, what they're carrying. So they only just go for a Warlock.
So the Warlock Veno, annoying. They don't have a Dispel this time. They had the Oracle last time, which actually worked out super well. He was dispelling bonds and word all the time. It's a Navi special.
This guy's getting wasted right now. You see that?
Big old cup,
Big old chunk of booze in there. Jesus. Guess that works for some people. Drunken brawlers.
To each their own.
You're, Kyle, very good Dota player under the influence of alcohol.
Yeah, he's spectacular. Even not under the influence of alcohol.
Jeez.
What position 4 do you think these lads are going to go for? Especially with this SD setup. Normally, you like to see anyone who can kind of play off of this. In no way will that as an indicator of Mirana, by the way. I'm thinking melee 4, of course.
Yeah, I'm thinking melee 4.
Oh,
okay, just kidding. You jinxed it.
Well,
I think it's because the Ember is there too, but into Spirit Breaker, like Spirit Breaker kind of likes that quite a bit there. He's like, okay, I'm laning versus Mirana. It's always fine in that situation. So,
but the setup fogged.
Ooh, the setup.
The setup is there. I mean, it can threat. I guess that's one thing to it. You post threats to mid. A lot of time, if you do go for the things, I mean, we don't see it really happen anymore, but it was a very popular at TI. That was literally the meta. It was like, okay, OD, Ember, Mirana, boom, Kunkka, Mirana every single time. So it still can work. It's just people have strayed a little bit away from it. I mean, Charge is just very good versus this hero too. So
it is very much a skirmishy lineup in which I'm going to be looking at around 10 minutes, or that 7 to 10 minute window, that mid lane. Can they actually bring the support duo mid? Can they pressure this tower, take it, and then open up the map and allow the Ember to freely pivot and basically do whatever he wants? This is why when you look at these heroes in Na'Vi, Veno doesn't really leave lane at any point. He exists, he kind of bunkers down, he fortifies his position and tries to annoy the carry. This Void pick, it basically is a hero that can just sit in the lane. If the SD Miranda needs to go and play Dota, like, he doesn't feel pressure from Barry, he doesn't feel pressure from Veno. He will early on, but 4 or 5 onwards, when he has a couple items, he's good to go. He just needs to play a little bit on the back foot.
No, I definitely do like that. It's a very mobile draft, and Veno is not really, like you said, he just does not really move from lane to lane very nice. Spirit Breaker can, but
not when you're playing into Ember Void.
And Void, yeah.
And this is why we see teams like this, the Drow. This is why the Ember soft covered it already.
I think they kind of knew this was coming.
And like the reason why I think Spirit Breaker looked so good previously was because, for example, Viking, they picked it second phase after they'd already seen like at least 1 or 2 lanes the Barra could access. When you're picking it so early, I think right now they're going to be a difficult position where this Barra might be a little bit lost, going, okay, what's his purpose in the game? Like,
where do I go?
Yeah,
I'm just a meat shield for Veno.
Exactly, that's literally it right now. Arguably, you would be saying this safe lane, if he ever TPs in or charges to his bot lane with the Drought and the Venge, it should net 3 kills every time. Unless you go onto the Mirana and, of course, triple leap. But it is a hard game right now for Na'Vi, just to unlock their laning phase.
And I feel like they might actually do the same thing on Alliance this time. Pressure lane, leave S4 top, just like they did versus the Alchemist. You look at Drow, Venge, like, it can be a bit greedy. You can punish this for sure.
I think if Alliance just pick up any offlane that can be a deterrent to push, so like an Underlord type hero who can just be a little bit chill, defend the tower, allow the Void to hit jungle, allow the Ember to make his moves with the SD Mirana, then it's perfectly fine. I think the counter argument to that would be you lack a lot of, again, early damage like we said in game 1, but the way they played the map in general allowed them to not really have this issue as the lack of early damage.
Love Underlord versus Veno. I think the hero Veno does nothing to Underlord. Like throughout the entirety of the game, you actually just do nothing. He has built-in magic resist, your built-in pipe. But definitely can work.
Again, Alliance our second pick, so we're looking more towards Na'Vi right now, how they rounding out their draft. I potentially would argue it's so hard because I don't think there's one hero right now that can kind of solve all their problems.
No. They need some catch.
Maybe Kunkka actually could be that. Because it gives you the catch, it gives you the tankiness to cut through the early damage of Ember, the run buff.
I'm really just seeing like Kunkka DK, but DK you're just giving Ember a free lane.
They could go wild and just go national, the way they go Shadow Fiend. Yeah, I think Kunkka might just be the play.
I don't see other options to satisfy that catch in particular, and just ways to disrupt inside of the fights. Okay, I mean,
it's very. To be fair, it is good against Ember and Void in terms of that lockdown, but they are very much in the position of they have to somehow have a strong lane and just constantly go. Because if they make mistakes, I just see this Void just having a free game. Ember, a free game.
Underlord looks better now.
Yeah.
He's versus Puck too. This looks like an actual beautiful
roots on roots.
Beautiful Underlord game for the roots, for the everything he builds up, the Atrophy Aura versus Drow.
Yeah. Ember.
Okay.
Explain?
Unkillable in the game. Spirit again, another. So you now have 3 lanes that Spirit Breaker doesn't do anything again, right? He's just going to pretty much exist and leech XP and be a AFK. Then Timbersaw in lane, he good armor against the Ventral combo. Early on, level 1-2 might have some issues, but when you get to 3, 4, 5,
you're
unkillable. Pretty chill.
Yeah, he actually really does look very unkillable. Like if Drow starts having a bad game, Timbersaw is actually just immortal, which I don't see Drow having an easy game. I think he's going to actually just get pressured a bit here. There's a lot of ways to get on top of him, a lot of different ways to actually go to that lane.
I think Alliance have a very nice draft, and they've really kind of bounced back from yesterday's series where they were kind of fixated on this IO a little bit too heavily, and these drafts are really enjoyable to see.
Odds reflect what our analysts are saying, of course. There's a big difference, but not as big as we've seen before, so things evened up. But I gotta agree with you guys. This Alliance draft looking pretty good. But, you know, Na'Vi, if they can get the ball rolling, they got a couple counters in there. You know, Venge not that bad against Void.
No, they definitely do have a couple things. I'm just worried that they're going to be... I'm looking at this Puck and I'm like, oh my god, this Puck has to have like, if he messes up a Dream Coil in this game, they're gonna get slowed down so much. He's the only one that actually can like make aggressive moves with the Spirit Breaker, it feels like.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi have the same situation that Alliance had in game 1. They need to find the core they have to lock down and constantly play. So if Puck ever moves towards Timberlane, you can pretty much call it GG for Na'Vi. They need to move away from Timber the entire time. and then they might have maybe a shot.
Well, the time has come. Will it be a 2-0? It would be so sad to see the El Clasico go out like that. Or will this puck do the impossible? Well, let's find out with our beautiful casters.
Thank you, Slack. Yes, game 2 of Alliance versus Na'Vi ready to go. Kyle, we've seen the drafts this time around. The panel definitely talking up a lot of the things that Alliance were especially finishing with. And compared to game 1, where it seemed like the drafts were close, Alliance were able to take the win. This time around, Alliance even favored from the draft. But would you agree? You're looking at this Timber and saying, well, how are they ever going to kill him?
I would say yeah. It looks easier to execute than the previous game. The one fear you look at Navi's draft, you got to be careful going to the Veno lane, even going to the Drow lane if you're Alliance, because there could be a teleport coming from the puck, Spearbreaker charges, and all of a sudden you're just ward spam to death. The support duo, we haven't seen this in a while. It used to be very common. The SD Morana just dual roam, right, with 3 independent solos.
Oh, hello. Oh, goodbye, FNG. There's a little bit of a surprise waiting there on the high ground. Na'Vi set up as the full 5-man to catch Alliance off guard when they come in for that move. First blood for Na'Vi.
Read them like a book. That was not what he expected walking up the hill. Oh, man. But yeah, I love the dual roam, and if you can just get the Void off to a decent start, yeah. Are they going to aggro Triling with it? No. Yes, they're going to do it with the Timber Saw? We'll see. Maybe just a rune fight. Maybe they just dual lane. Okay. Morana Timber off lane? Seems good.
I mean, but yeah, we'll see. As for just grabbing the bounty rune, we'll be sticking to the bottom. We'll see how long they need to keep the Morana down there to help him out. Or if it's going to get to a point where he can be left alone. And yeah, Merchant, he's going to make sure that he's up on that top lane.
Yep. Looking
to lane into the Void, and having the Spirit Breaker and the Veno definitely means that early on it's not going to be too much of a fun time for Nico Baby this time.
Mid'll be an interesting matchup. This is a very high skill. Could go either way. Typically you end up trading. But I think Ember, if you get a couple waves going your way, is slightly favored, just because you don't really get threatened by Puck the same way he can be threatened by you. An off-lane Venomancer. This is so much fun for Nico Baby. He's very excited to play this lane.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most hated heroes to lane against for most carries. That pesky Venomancer.
It's just especially annoying for the Void. Both Forest, by the way, doing a nice job blocking the enemy easy camp, but you just take such slow damage that you're never really able to use your leap to acquire any kind of regen. You're just going to tick down. So likely have to buy some extra tangos.
I say no.
FNG aggro disrupting the Veno so we can poison sting him back, doubling the toxicity in this top lane.
And we'll see if Nico Baby's able to pop off to the same extent as he did in game 1. This time round, of course, Na'Vi definite better ways to trip up the Void, right? It's not going to be as clean-cut of a game for Nico Baby to turn up, drop a chrono, get a kill. Na'Vi's got counterplays.
I think that addition of the Venge is key for them. I felt like they really suffered in the previous game because they had no actual save. He had a couple counter initiations, sure, but ultimately Nico could just chrono somebody and kill them. And you needed to have an answer if you're going to give that hero to Alliance once again.
We're seeing it in the mid lane. Things pretty close right now. I mean, 10-4, but bear in mind Youngji's got that full wave coming in for him. So keeping it pretty even between the two. Down bottom, I mean, Crystallize, he's going to get free farm here, right? S4 alone. Unlikely to die once he starts to gain the levels, but Crystallize is able to keep him at bay, just constantly harassing with the frost arrows and keeping it at distance.
Yeah, you're going to be okay with this for now. Once he hits level 6, it can be troubling. Crystallize will likely have to move over, and yeah, really well done. Hanskin, with that ward behind tower, he had an inkling that couriers would be coming out soon. It was counted out by Ilias, but not before Hanskin was able to strike. Top lane, yeah, this is the trouble for Void. Once the leap is used, you're just going to get ran at, and a lot of harass damage.
Going to take so much damage in this lane. Nico Baby's going to have to get quite a bit of regen out.
Yep. Because the trouble is, once you use Leap, you can't run in range of Pasha anymore, because otherwise he can just click you to death. You just get ran at by the Spirit Breaker, Poison Sting slowed, and slowly dwindle down. Yeah. Level 3 on S4, so he should be all right now, with 12 stacks up of that reactive armor.
And Hansken on the side fishing for an arrow, but well, he's finding the opportunities. We see top lane going in onto Pasha. Getting one set of bashes, not enough to kill Pasha, but still, Nico Baby able to punch back a little bit. Immersion won't be able to find FNG.
This is just such an annoying lane. I love what FNG's chosen to do, though. I didn't see this, but perhaps it was part of the reason they first picked this SD hero, is just to actually aggro, disrupt, and counter Venom in the laning phase. It's definitely annoying for Pasha to play up against.
I think so far, though, all lanes going pretty evenly right now.
Oh, nice juke. Holy crap. That was very close to a kill on Young G there.
Yeah, I had the ward here seeing him come across. So was ready for that lead in from the arrow. Limp is going to find himself a DD. That might give him a bit of edge in this middle lane as Hansken still hanging around. Gets himself the level 2 and may even hover around mid again. Try for it once more with the next arrow.
Yes, they're not killing him.
Yeah, both getting good farm. That's top lane. Nico Baby, he's already used the time walk. Oh, immersion.
Oh, the blocks.
He didn't hit. Did he not have that hit?
Canceled.
It seemed like he stopped it.
I think he might have canceled it. And look at FNG with the micro. I think he might get the kill with the Poison Sting.
It's going to be close, but you're right. With that TP out, he'll make it away. But a missed opportunity there, it felt like, on Nico Baby. Not quite finishing the hit there. And onto the void as he'll survive.
I really like how Hansken's played this. He's just giving so much free XP to S4, controlling objectives.
I can't catch either of them, Chain and the leap. And I save them each and every time. This mid lane, it's an absolute. It's matched perfectly. 27-6, 27-6.
Yep.
Couldn't be any more even between these two heroes in mid. One of the closest mid matchups I've seen. 5 minutes in.
Young G's got to be careful though. He's got coil. So yeah, mid was even.
It was even. All right.
Limp definitely just being the better on regen though. He has the full bottle, only the one charge on Puck. And yeah, Young G, I don't know if you want to just silence into the face of an Ember Spirit like that. It wasn't even like he hit 6 surprisingly. He just killed him.
All right. Well, so it's sort of we saw the other thing happen in last game though. Remember, Limp was the one to aggressively jump in and feed his life away. Maybe this is a sign of things happening in the opposite direction. You know, Young G makes a questionable move early in the laning stage and then may continue to dominate the game. We'll see.
It's quite possible. If you're superstitious, I mean, you'd definitely be leaning Na'Vi after that play.
Bottom lane, S4 ready to play aggressive now that he's hit the 6.
Yep,
getting aggressive onto Crystallize. Crystallize, he's gonna need to play very careful. As still, he's got to be careful. He's gonna struggle sticking around in this lane. He's gonna turn with the multi-shot.
He's
dead. He's straight up dead. Nothing that can be done to save him.
Yeah, this is what you fear, right? Timber hit 6. Really good job by Hansken. Just by not being bottom, he's helped S4. And now that he's level 6 on the Timber, there's no one that can go play against him.
But who goes down there?
Maybe Puck, but no one can stand against the tower. The Glyph is down, Catapult's still alive. So this is 100% dead tower. It's just it's just wild. And doesn't he'll just go top and handle Pasha after this if it's necessary to defend this tower.
Na'Vi, they're trying to put the pressure in on this lane. It's going to be hard to make plays though. Alliance with 3 of them around. Disruptions and arrows ready to come out with counter plays. Young G's trying to get him with this Invis rune. But they're playing very carefully here. As you can see, Nico Baby staying right back behind the tower. 1 creep away from hitting the 6 as well.
Any moment now.
They really want to make a play here, Na'Vi. They're trying very hard to force this.
The problem is they've just abandoned bottom effectively. Puck is now just sitting top, praying he finds a kill. Limp free farming with teleport active. So if you make a dive under tower here, you're just going to get screwed.
And now, in fact, it's going to be Alliance the ones to make a play, as there's the combo. Disruption into the arrow will secure the kill onto Pasha. Immersion coming charging across, trying to stop them. And Pasha already down. And TPing over, in fact, as well to continue this fight. Ilias and Young G also still in the neighborhood. There's Limp. He's charging in, chains up. Onto Immersion. Arrow does clip onto the Vengeful Spirit. The Coil will be snapped as he's trying to charge forward for this one. Nico Baby's got the lockdown onto the puck. Young G caught in the chrono. Can he get out in time with the orb? He can. Nico Baby finds one bash, but needed another to get that kill. So Young G able to keep himself alive despite the chrono being dropped. FNG, easy deny from Nico Baby.
I don't know. He didn't even think about saving him or running interference. You're just waiting for the deny. Just keep in mind, this is still without S4.
Oh, Limp's in. He's gone back up here on the high ground. He's still got another remnant and free ball charge, so it should be fine. In fact, may even start thinking about going back in on that one. Would certainly have if Hans can hit the arrow. In fact, he didn't even need to, because S4, of all the time that this focus has stayed around top, he's managed to make it over and join the party. He's over, deep in onto Pasha. Pasha trying to hide in the trees. Limp clears them out with the remnants. Alliance will be able to claim another as S4 getting involved. 2-0-1, 2K lead now, 6-1 at 9 minutes in. Alliance off to a pretty fiery start here in this game too.
I love the move from S4. He pushes bottom, TP's mid to defend tower against Drow, who then no longer can stay in lane because there's an S4 hero just running at him. And he just moves along top to pincer and play with Limp, who went for this phase boots build, allows him to get really aggressive, and it also makes that slight hit just a little bit harder on these squishy heroes like Puck Veno. Just solid play, Alliance. Taking map control once again. And Young G only level 6, man. We talk about Puck a lot. This is similar to a Quap. You got a snowball, and so far, nothing doing.
Now, things have not got better for him since that blunder in the mid lane. As top lane S4 being charged here. Immersion going to continue to commit incredibly deep, though. Immersion will live. Young G able to turn with the silence. Stop S4 from getting in. Arrow off the mark. Young G, he's got to get out of this one. Orbs out as he looks to retreat. S4 hot on the chase, though. Gets the connection with the chakram as he got the burst. Chains will connect. S4's been a little careful now, no. Doesn't want to get any closer towards the tier 2.
You can't kill him. He again has that soul ring to go with the arcanes. It means he's effectively never out of mana. You just drop boots real quick, pop soul ring. And yeah, he's just unkillable.
See, down bottom FNG.
He's not unkillable.
Will die here. Crystallized immersion, easily able to turn on him. Alliance continuing to hold control of the map. All 3 lanes being looked upon by them. Nico Baby's got the full Midas on its way out in this game. It's going to be done. They're going to try and go on him. See if they can get him. Again, snapping the coil so he can get the jump off, but is he going to get the chance to? No. Too many silences and control. They will take him away. And always that painful death. The death as the Midas was done, so will slow down that first use of it.
That's one that would definitely tilt me where I as captain. You just died to place this nice ward. You know there's heroes in the area. Nico just getting a little greedy for that extra wave. And as you said, will not be able to Midas, but it does reveal coil used. Just push mid now, Alliance.
I mean, S4, he's just going in. He's got nothing that he fears right now as this Timbersaw feels very confident that Na'Vi don't have any means to answer this hero at this early stage of the game. He's in on to Pasha. Pasha bursts down by the magical of him and Limp. I mean, S4 just leading the way. This Timber pick is, you know, S4 showing us how strong it really is this game so far.
Yeah, and it makes sense to go Midas on Nico as well, because he's going to have so much more space, right? S4 will be the one getting aggressive, shoving waves. There's going to be less space on the map for this Void, so except a slower game, you're always going to outcarry a Drow Puck in the late game anyway. So just take it chill. And Alliance so far doing great. You know, these 2 cores just continuously making space. They've left Nico this area down bottom. He has the ward from FNG, as we previously mentioned. Midas finally used. FNG, though, probably gonna die again.
Yeah, won't be any difficulties here. 3 of them on the Shadow Demon. Same time, though, as that move's made, you see on the mid lane, they're trying to go in on a Crystallize. S4 a little cautious, though, knows Na'Vi sweeping across. The coil comes down, catches onto Limp. Is he going to be able to jump out in time? He's not. Immersion in with the ult, takes down Limp. As Na'Vi, on top of the small kill of FNG, are able to sweep over. You can see S4, he was like, we got to get out of it, dude, but Limp, he didn't quite make it.
It's just a little too greedy, and this is, you look at Alliance, right? You're like, maybe Hanskin could have been there to find that kill, but Hanskin's farming a free lane top. Nico, baby, sure he has Chrono, but he's bottom farming a free lane. You don't want either one of these heroes to not hit free creeps. So you like the move if it forces Na'Vi there, but again, as you said, you know, as soon as you get coiled, you know you've messed up, and ultimately Ember Spirit's always going to have a tough time against Puck Spiritbreaker. If you get the coil come out, you're just going to die, especially now that they have the level 6 up on the breaker as well. Immersion.
Top by Limp. Straight back in. Arrow is going to miss here. Pasha is going to try his best to run, but they've got the chase. Damage there from these 3 points in the Flame Guard as they burn Pasha down. Limp taking very minimal damage himself.
Yeah, but note how many heroes rotated over, right? All 4 Na'Vi conglomerated in this triangle, and S4 still confident, like, oh, hey guys, there's heroes here. All right, and Na'Vi retreat from a solo Timbersaw, who's just, at this point, unkillable. 1600 HP, max armor, hood up. Yeah, smoke out, charge somewhere else. Pretty much your only play. You've got to move away from S4. Fighting into him is almost always going to end up in disaster for Na'Vi.
See what they can find here, Na'Vi, with the smoke. They need to try and get a hit on Alliance, as Alliance are slipping further and further ahead very early on in this game. 4K lead at 14 minutes, and the lead that when it comes to hitting creeps, Na'Vi's heroes aren't going to be able to catch up. They've got to find kills. So here we have Nico, baby. FNG entering the high ground. There's the chrono down. It's going to be able to catch the Spirit Breaker as he comes charging through, chains out onto the bow for them, followed up by the arrow. A smooth move from Alliance yet again.
It's just so easy for them to play this game right now. They're just reading Na'Vi like a book. Play away from that smoke move, wait, smoke back across the map, an easy 2-man chrono. But it's just so much easier for them because they're the ones that can show in lane. You've got Hanskin just playing top, no problem. S4's, we watched him walk up a hill into 4 heroes, and the 4 heroes walked away from him. It's the benefit of the Timbersaw when you get ahead like this. And yeah, you've got a blink now on Young G, but who's doing damage is the problem. Like, Ember, Flame Guard, plus the Leap Away, Void, Leap Away, and Timbersaw, 1 billion effective HP. It's just so difficult for this Na'Vi lineup to find kills, and they're geared for that, engineered to just find one target and take them out. With the Spirit Breaker charge to provide vision, are they going to go for Limp? No, I don't even know. What do you do? They're just unsure.
It's hard to make moves.
They want to kill him.
They're looking at Limp. Can they go for this? I mean, FNG sat behind him, ready for any sort of move that's made onto the Ember. FNG's just going to be in with the counterplay, with the save. They're going to try. Here we go. There's FNG buying the time and the safety for Limp to come out. Is it enough safety, though? The magic missile and the ult. It's not going to kill Limp. He's fine. Now S4 comes sweeping in from the side, pushing them back. Youngji jumps over to the orb, but they're chasing in. Silence will stop S4 for the moment.
No.
Limp, he's in with the remnants. Youngji goes down. I mean, the trap's just perfectly set by Alliance. They're just a step ahead of Na'Vi each and every time now.
This does not feel like the same team that played against EG yesterday, and they're just on point, constantly ahead of Na'Vi. It just makes so much sense that, like, S4 is showing mid. He's not the target. They're not going to go top. You see the creep wave almost near the tier 2. So it's only Limp that's a target. He makes himself this way because FNG's like, yeah, bro, just bait. Surprised that they weren't able to execute maybe a little bit better. They're opening with Coil instead of like a silence charge with the Blink Dagger. And Crystallize, like, he's going to have a Hurricane Pike soon, I suppose, but just don't know how relevant it's going to be. There's just no damage output for the side of Na'Vi.
There's so much weight on the ground to be able to carry this up. So, arrow off the mark. In fact, Limp, he runs in. He's going to get silenced. The coil is down under the 3 of them. Young G finding the perfect setup. Charge over from Immersion. They've taken down Limp. Can they get Hanskin? Hanskin tries to lead to the side. Crystallize able to turn, take him out. It's a double kill for the Drow. FNG trying to hide in the trees, but Na'Vi, they've got the numbers. The 5 of them are here. As Na'Vi, they punch back in style there. Young G getting the 3-man coil. Limp getting just a little too aggressive. The silences are out, and he's still not quite ready to keep himself safe against them.
Yeah, so you can see Na'Vi plenty of damage when they catch heroes without FNG and prepared. S4 not going to move forwards. Has a Yule, so he should be okay. But I mean, Nico's still so huge. These 2 cores are going to be big trouble.
Yeah, Na'Vi need a lot more of that. To really slow Alliance down.
What?
I admit nothing but my sadness.
Force just so deep. He doesn't even care.
Oh, he's in. He's got the Yule set up, but Hanskin wasn't able to find the arrow connection with the neutral creep still up.
Also, Nico's just ignoring all of this. He doesn't even give a damn. He's just farming Ancients. It's like, have fun, everyone. S4, keep running at people. surprised he went for the Sanj first before the Asha, but I mean, it kind of just demonstrates how comfortable Alliance are. He just wants the survivability. I don't care about scaling that little bit better. As long as we don't chain feed for the next 5-10 minutes, it feels like Alliance should be able to solidify their late game. Once Limp has a Yules, he's not nearly as easy to take out with these Coil Silence combos.
Yeah, he really needs to get that finished. These silences are very potent against the mobile cores of Alliance. These squishier ones, at least, and Limp being the squishiest.
Got some really nice neutral items to the Aquila for the Void, and I think that we're gonna see Clumsy Net on the Timber, and this arrow should hit. Touchdown.
They're getting a lot of kills on the Pasha this game. Alliance doing a very good job of bullying the Veno. 7 deaths on Pasha so far.
It's such a hard lane. I think this SD pick was just sick against the hero. You just see him constantly being disrupted. Then both supports just kill the enemy offlaner, and he's got mech essence ring. It's not as if he's an easy bust. It's Void. We see this all the time. Nico Baby Chrono ready? Let's go use it.
Let's see what they can get here. Immersion charging in. Trying to start things onto Limp. Young Jin again with the follow-up. Dream Coil down. Is it enough to do anything about it? Doesn't look like it. Flame Guard up. Limp's able to tank the damage from the 2 of these heroes alone. Starting to push them back. And Nico Baby comes in with a Chrono, and he's done it perfectly. Catches not just the Drow, but also Ilias as well. So there's no swap save. Limp diving in deeper. Chain set up for S4 to go crashing across with the Timber Chain. Bashes out into Immersion. Alliance, they've found 3. Pasha left behind here, hiding in the trees. Young G watching from the high ground. S4 just plays straight into the face of him. The Yule Scepter stopping him from being able to jump over to the orb. S4 just having full control of this game.
He's playing near flawlessly. Sick Yules to hit the combo. Puck was not able to orb away. Limp had some really nice chains. He did it while zipping through to grab both supports underneath the tier 2 tower of Na'Vi. And Alliance just straight up looking like a higher class than Na'Vi at the moment, demonstrating that I think they have the winning record in El Clasico.
I think they must.
I think they're up by like
they must do
a decent amount. Just been a stronger team, more consistent team that is for longer. And ultimately, the trouble with Navi's lineup is again these 2 supports. They're very tunnel vision. It's Avenge Spearbreaker. You got no AOE to speak of. Drow's damage output just isn't that formidable yet. Neither is the Puck. So how do you really open a fight properly if Alliance bring 5? And S4 is just playing flawlessly. He's constantly that guy in front. There's no Chrono now, so perhaps it's an opening. But you got to find initiation. And look at Alliance. Like, they're aware of this. They're not going to let anybody squishy get picked off for free.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That's the Yule's done now for Limp. Greaves on Hansken as well, so defensive mechanisms have stepped up for Alliance in these team fights. Na'Vi get the space, though, for the tower. No jump from Alliance around here. They'll let that one go now. Still, it's hard for Na'Vi to take a 5-on-5, though, straight up there. I mean, they're heading towards the pit. Can they go for this? This seems a little scary. They're not going to want to start hitting that Roche whilst 5 heroes are up on Alliance. It's far too risky.
The thing is about these Venom wards as well is they're just giving away
a lot of gold nowadays, right, with the new patch?
Yeah, S4 also can just walk forwards. Typically, these wards keep people away from areas. Timbersaw loves the wards because he just gets armor stacks for free. So you don't have that necessity to hit a jungle camp and then go enter the fight. You just walk into the Venom wall. And there's so much threat as well for these arrows. You can combo it off of Chrono, off Yules, off SD.
See Pasha in the river. S4 not going to be quite able to get in on top of him, and still Alliance. They are going to be aware that Na'Vi are just sticking around here. They're looking for some sort of opportunities, maybe get into the Roche pit, but it seems hard to find that. Yeah, they've got to find a pick-off first, and here we have it from Na'Vi. Smoking up.
This is so hard. They're forced to force it, you know. It's a low percentage play, but you got to try something. You're just getting out-farmed. S4.
Who can they catch? And they got the coil, but Nico Baby, he just isn't instant. instantly turns, drops the chrono, because he knows as long as he puts that chrono down between him and the rest of the team, Na'Vi can't commit for the fight. Immersion thinking about getting in with the ult. They did get the poison over onto fair few of Alliance, but Alliance, they're just able to keep themselves sustained. The Greaves are popped. Limp and S4 move in. It's 4 dead on Na'Vi. Jump over as well towards Youngji. Youngji, is he going to be able to get away? He's got another ult, but S4 closes him with a chain, picks him up with the Yule Scepter. It'll be the self-Yules trying to keep himself alive, but the bash is there. S4 gets the triple kill. And that really feels like that move may have been a bit of a last hurrah for Na'Vi. Is now down 12k, 22-9. Also about to lose Roche in the Aegis towards Alliance. It is starting to get very tough once again to see how Na'Vi can get themselves back into this game.
I'm trying to find ways, Owen, and I just don't see it. It just started once again from the laning phase. Alliance getting everything that they wanted. And they just have map control. Na'Vi, they're forced to make moves, but Alliance are just reading them like a book. Anytime S4, he's regular game warden, smells smoke, walks forward, as you said, Nico baby, just get the chrono up. Just don't die. If you just, it doesn't matter if we even waste Chronosphere. It doesn't matter if there's just one hero, Venge swaps him out. As long as you don't get burst down in this opening engagement, there's nothing Na'Vi can do to win a fight.
Yeah, just incredibly heads up there. I mean, you've seen that play happen many times before. The Void, he's going to panic, right? He's not going to have the sense of mind to say, I'm dropping chrono. Yeah. Nico baby.
And I love the itemization from both of them. You know, just the casual Midas, because you know the game's going to be a little slower, and then the Timbersaw going for a Bloodstone. In this case, just makes total sense. He's 2,500 health, plus he's going to have scaling potential. He's able to spam mana. He is always on map. S4, I don't think he's healed this game. Like, have we seen him back in the fountain?
He hasn't. No, I'm pretty sure he hasn't needed to. Maybe for the mana in the early game, but at this point, he's just king of the map. They cannot stop this man. And Alliance, anybody that steps anywhere close to him is going to be in a whole lot of pain. Zhengji down again, out for 45. The push here on the bottom lane going to secure this tier 2 tower. And I'll be very surprised if we're going to see S4 have any deaths by the end of this one. 11-0-5. This is definitely one for the S4 fans. This game. This is the S4 top performance.
And there's no Vessel anywhere close on the side of Na'Vi either, so he's just not a real target. Like maybe if he dives Fountain, they'll have a shot. But right now, it just looks like a slow march to victory for Alliance.
And we got Nico, baby.
He
just goes straight in aggressively. The Chrono's up. He's caught the two of them. Ilias has got a swap. He's going to swap the Veno out. Crystallize is going to continue to get focused as Crystallize falls. It did allow Pasha to get the ult off. Nico baby taking hits underneath the tier 4s. Will get swapped back in. He's got the Aegis though. He's ready for round 2. S4 starting to step forward. I mean, still you see him just at full HP, knowing there's nothing that can threaten him. Nico baby himself will be coiled underneath the towers, but S4 bursts down Pasha with the Chakram. Bloodstone heal also keeping him alive. Nico Baby's able to jump out to the side. Immersion's charging in onto Limp, but Limp jumps out with the Remnant. S4 turns, claims another kill for himself. They're fully focusing down this Timber. They're trying to take S4 down. He's been silenced, but he's got so much armor building up. The defensive disruption offered up from FNG. Nico Baby jumps back in over towards Pasha. S4 gets the Chakram connection in onto the Venomancer, goes across with the chain. And Hansken, he's getting focused, will fall. Youngji with a self-heal is trying to get away. S4 tries to turn, but another silence comes out onto the Timber. They're focusing down S4. Can they kill him? Self-fuels to remove the silence. He's got chain back up, slides to the side, also throwing out his Chakram. They do find the stun though. They're still struggling to kill him. Another silence is out. They're fully focusing with the arrows. Can they do it? They can. They finally bring down the Timber. Na'Vi are able to do what's seemed to be the impossible for this game so far, but they do manage to do it. And this is 3 heroes down. They do defend the base. Did cost them 3 buybacks, but they do defend.
It certainly took a lot of resources though, Owen. 3 buybacks, and the entire second half of the fight was taking place under tier 4 towers, with the tier 3 tower still alive. So 3 towers, 3 buybacks, and still you could argue Alliance came out ahead. But they did get big cores. Crystallize notably took out the big streak. So he's going to get effectively almost a full item off of that fight. No one left with buyback. Orb of Destruction, that'll be helpful. You need all the damage you can get. Telescope too, hell yeah.
That's a nice one for the Drow Venge lineup. That's going to be very. I mean, that's probably the one item at that tier with this lineup that you're hoping for. You get that. That's top of the list.
You'll see issues with Alliance's draft if they're going to get ranged, as we saw in that last engagement. Again, they just ran out of room. You know, you can't go into the fountain to find these ranged cores. But ultimately, if Na'Vi are allowed to sort of assemble, you know, a nice concave formation, somebody goes a little too deep, they get distracted by a Spirit Breaker, and the Drow and Venge and Puck just pump the damage in. Veno gets ult on 3 or 4. That might be enough to swing things around.
Yeah, we'll see, because it's going to be the test, right, for Na'Vi. They did that hold. You know, they had to use 3 buybacks. Can they do it without the need to fall back on those buybacks?
Yeah, I think Alliance are in a nice spot here. If they want to spend buybacks offensively, you could theoretically just take this fight. Maybe your Timber of Void dies. If you get Coil, Spearbreaker ult used, Veno ult used, you have such a huge advantage in a fight that a buyback into a push is just unstoppable. Like, especially with no buybacks to fall back on for Na'Vi. DD now bottled. You've got the Chrono up on Nico, so he's just going to charge straight forwards, find somebody. But Na'Vi playing it safe. Pretty much everybody in base, the exception of their Puck. Arrow. Touchdown.
Alias. Coming with the swap, though. Keep Pasha safe. Will cost him his life, but he saved the Veno. Zilius down for 40, and Chrono still up. 3 waves. It's going to be moving in on mid soon. Actually, whoa, Nico, baby, he's just going to go for the deep Chrono. Straight into the base.
No.
Immersion, no. He gives his life to block the arrow, but it only ends up in his demise as well. As both him and Pasha now out for over a minute. No buyback on these heroes. I mean, classic Nico, baby, right? There's no call to this man. He is just in, diving tier 3s. He knows, he gets in with a Chrono like that, they're going to have a solid shot at doing huge damage to Na'Vi's base.
Yep. We saw it in the first game too. He just plays so aggressively. This is the one hero I am always afraid of watching Nico Baby play. His Slark is great too, but the hero just isn't. The Void, at the other hand, is just insane. And the way Alliance are playing around it, it feels like they're just constantly aware of the objectives they need to take, what they need to do. They back away, get tier 2. You've got control now. You'll get all 4 bounty runes. They've got both outposts. Just starving Navi's side of any and all resources.
Well, for sure. I mean, do you think if you're looking at this series as any of the other teams here in this tournament, you're definitely sort of, your opinion of the Nico Baby Void is being bumped up in terms of what you need to really think about in the draft?
It just complements Alliance's playstyle too well, it feels. Especially getting its second phase. Frees up the hero pool for S4 considerably. Yeah, I mean, you've got a force down. I'm just shocked there's still no one even like thinking about going for a Spirit Vessel so far, aside of Na'Vi. Yeah, it's just time to push towers. You've got Aegis up. Do you have Aegis up? No.
No, we saw it go down. Remember the tier 4 dive from Nico Baby just earlier when he was going in?
Yeah, of course.
And here we have, again, just Na'Vi at this point. It's got to all be about the high ground defense. See if you can trip Alliance up as they try and dive in onto you. You've still got all your 3 racks, all your 3 tier 3 towers alive. That's 4.
Arrow.
They're going straight in here. Starting to take a little bit of damage now. Crystallize is starting to build up. FNG offers him some safety from the multi-shot. The coil, it's gonna be off the mark. Not a single catch with that one.
I love how Alliance are playing this. Like, it's so low cost to initiate as they are. Just try and find somebody with a Yules or a Chains into the arrow. If it lands, that might be a kill. And Na'Vi, if you want to truly initiate, it requires far more commitment. Oh, look. Oh, no. Of all Mantis.
Oh, Elias will come in with a swap. But Nico, baby, he's ready to dive. Another swap will get Crystallized out of the harm's way again. And they're jumping over. FNG with the disruptive setup. Limp is on top of him. The Slider Fist will bring Crystallized down. There's no buyback available on the Drow. Alliance just beating Na'Vi back to the fountain. Double kill for S4. As this one, it's over. GG is called. Alliance will take this game too. The series is theirs. 2-0 for Alliance. And I mean, yeah, today Alliance just on that top form. Well, we saw some real performances from the team across the board. Both games, the Nico Baby Void. That second game as well, you've definitely got to look towards S4 and his Timber Saw. Incredibly solid way to end the draft. And S4, well, he did die the once, but other than that, Perfect
They're
perfect
diving.
performance.
They're diving tier 4s though. That's how they kill.
Yeah, you know,
It,
yeah.
It just didn't feel like Na'Vi had a hope for in both games. The laning phase, I just don't know what happens. Crystallize, game 1, dies on Alk, retreats to the jungle. Game 2, Crystallize on Drow, dies in the lane, goes to the jungle. There's no tower pressure. S4 is running rampant. Alliance find every fight that they need. It just I don't know what you do. Na'Vi felt like their hands were tied. Every smoke move scouted out by Alliance. There's just, it just feels hopeless.
Yeah, and in particular, as I was saying, S4's Timbersaw, a hero that some of the other teams don't really want to touch, or at least not any sort of frequency. In these sort of games, are we going to see more like this, where a Timbersaw can be an incredibly viable last pick that just dominates games?
It's quite possible. I mean, S4, he's experienced, right? I think a lot of teams try and stay away from him. He's got the sharp axes. It's tough to utilize properly. That was a really bad pun. Let's move on.
That's all right. We'll move on indeed, ladies and gentlemen. But there we go. The end of the series. Alliance will take it against Na'Vi today. 2-0 for Alliance.
This team is just getting stronger and stronger. At least this second game for Alliance definitely looked that way. It was, it was a lot more fire than game 1. Probably not the type of fire that Na'Vi was hoping for. But yeah, that was a stellar performance from Alliance, taking it 2-0. I'm here with Lizard and Lacoste, and we're here to break down the game, the series. Gentlemen, where do you want to start? Because from the draft onwards, I thought maybe Nico Baby was going to have a little bit more of a tricky time against a Spirit Breaker Venno, but he seemed to not really suffer too much.
Yeah, he just understands the hero completely, like what hero can do, when he needs to farm, when to join team fights, how much aggressive he can be early on. You know, it's just completely different level. I think Kyle said it well about the Slark performance and the Faceless Void performance, where he totally understands like the hero and what he can do. It's just a pleasure to watch him play.
I have to say, like, when it comes to these two teams, I always look at the offlaners as centerpieces of their drafts.
Yeah.
On one side, you have this Timbersaw, who enables Alliance completely because he's uncountered. Drow does not do absolutely anything to him. On the other hand, you have this Venomancer, who should, in theory, punish Void on the lane heavily. This is your extreme counter, but you're playing versus a Shadow Demon, plus Venomancer got a couple of nerfs. Veno also is really good for them here because of the Drow Ranger. You have all these wards. Usually he's good with the Drow Ranger, let's put it this way, because all the wards and Poison Sting prevent those blink initiations. However, this Drow Ranger isn't afraid of blinks, because you don't need blinks on Alliance. You have so much reach.
It was a last pick Timbersaw, you know, and most of the time this hero just completely dominates the game, and he did. S4 really put up a show here. There was no real counter to him. There was no Spirit Vessel. He does not care too much about these heroes once he gets the hood up. One of the reasons why he went beyond godlike in this game. And it also allows Mirana to go around and, you know, threaten kills in other lanes. He wants to soak up the solo experience. Once Timbersaw gets to that level 3, level 5, he becomes pretty much unkillable and then starts to pressure the tower. Drow Ranger just did not have a game. Even though I thought it would have been extremely good puck game. They had some really nice coil snappers. They had Venge Swap, they have Gust, they have Spirit Breaker, a lot of things to just break the coil, but I don't know. For me, I feel like Puck is not that great of a hero right now. Some teams, like a Team Secret, they know how to use it. I just don't find heroes very strong at the moment.
Well, and they mostly play it even as a support still, right?
Yes.
So
when you look at Na'Vi, they're primarily focusing on counter initiation. Someone goes in on top of this Drow, then you counter initiate with Swap, with your Puck Coil. The problem is, again, I have to say S4. He goes in and he does not care. Like, he cannot die, and because of that, it's so easy for Alliance to initiate. You Timber Chain in, you use, you set up for some arrow or whatever follow-up. You give enough info. And Na'Vi had a couple of good fights in which they would coil the initiating aggression, and then they would wipe them, but that happened once in the whole game, once or twice.
Alliance took one out of Team Secret's book, where they picked Mirana against the Venomancer. This is the biggest issue that I have whenever I play against the Veno. Like, how do you approach a fight? There's going to be vision coming out from the ward, so you need something. You need to either use a smoke, but this way you always have something every 2 minutes to just, try to go for a fight without using a smoke.
And it was so good in the lane as well, right?
Yeah.
You have the Shadow Demon Disruption, Mirana combo. This
So
is,
many setups.
Yeah, it was a great game from Alliance, great game for, well, Timbersaw obviously, but Hanskin definitely also on top on his Mirana game. Before the game started, Lacoste, you said you were gonna keep like a little bit of an extra eye out for Ilya, see how he did in the positioning on his support. This was of course before you knew he was gonna play Venge. You heard that is, well, you need to position yourself superiorly.
I mean, he had some good swaps, but it's kind of hard when you have Ember Spirit and Timber just like running at you, and they have Moonlight Shadow to approach you, kill you first, because you know that that's the target that you want to take out, and then you can land a Chronosphere on a higher target, something like a Drow Ranger. But still a player that, I have high hopes for and expectations in the future. Definitely someone to look out for.
Yeah, you're not disappointed with his performance in this game?
No. I mean, sometimes it's not like... It's a vengeful spirit. Like, what you can do, you can stack the camps, you can save your teammates.
Wave of Terror every now and then.
And swap in to die, basically.
Swap in to die, too.
He had a couple of good swap outs.
Yeah, out of the Chronos,
Like the last fight, he swaps Drow Ranger out of an arrow, then he swaps her out of Chrono, like 2 saves in one single fight. But it doesn't matter because, just as Lacoste is saying, there's too many heroes that are just frontlining for Alliance, and as a Drow Venge, you don't want to be playing against that.
Yeah, I was very happy to see this Alliance play these type of games. This felt a lot more comfortable than obviously the games we saw from them yesterday. I think it was much needed for them as well as for their fans to just have this stellar performance. Like, we know they can do it, and they just show that they can. There is also a person that was, of course, instrumental to their victory. It is Hanskin. Hello, Hanskin.
Hello.
Hey, congratulations on the series.
Thank you so much.
I have a question regarding position 4, because you guys have played 12 games in the group stages and you've played 9 different position 4 heroes. I'm curious to hear from you what you feel like is the position 4 role in this current meta, and if you have any favorite position 4 to play at the moment.
I actually didn't know that I've been playing that many heroes this tournament. I guess. I feel like the hero pool right now, you can do a lot with position 4. Like, you don't really want to play too greedy, but you can do a lot in the sense of, like, you can play melee force, you can play range force, you can play roamer, you can play lane, You have a lot of flexibility like that. And I guess I play some niche heroes like some others don't do, like Furion and stuff as well.
Yeah,
so
and that one
helps.
wasn't even in the last 12 games, so you can add that one to the list too.
Oh, really? Okay.
I have a question. Do you get to choose your hero in the drafts, or is it just captain saying like you're gonna play this, considering how many heroes you've been playing?
I mean, I definitely give my input a lot. I spend a lot of time with this for mainly like not inside the draft, but outside of it, talking about heroes, giving ideas and stuff like that. And I will give my input, but ultimately he will always have the final say.
Yeah. Now that you
Sometimes
have,
I will have an idea, and he will just like, we're gonna do it, and then he explains it. It's pretty straightforward, I think.
Okay, good to hear. I have one more question about who's making decisions regarding like earlier rotations. Now that you have FNG and S4 in the team, like who's talking more during the draft, who's talking more during the game?
During the draft, it's definitely S4 talks the most. I think me and him. FNG has a lot of really good ideas that he brings to the table, but it's more like case to case. Like he sees something, he brings it. And as far as the in-game goes, I think mostly, I mean, everyone is quite involved in talking about lanes, where to attack, where to defend, stuff like this. But in terms of like rotations, stuff like this, it's mostly me, FNG, and Limp doing things, especially.
Okay, Hanskin, congratulations on the victory once again. You 2-0'd Navi that 2-0'd EG, to whom you lost versus an Arc Warden. What do you feel about that hero? Like, should it be banned out perhaps in the future? Is it broken? Have you found a solution to it?
I mean, we're trying to find a solution. It's safe to say that we've been struggling. 4 games in a row, losses against Arc. Doesn't feel good, but we played against 5 men. we like fearcrafted a bit, thought we found a better solution, but it ended up not being the case against EG. And all I can say is we're gonna keep trying to figure out. Maybe the result will be ban, or we'll have a better idea against it. I can't say for sure.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing those plans put to practice and put in action in remaining games. And I want to thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and I hope you have a great Friday.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hanskin. And of course, was Hanskin and Alliance. That was their last group stage games, but with their victory over Navi, they are very, very, very likely to not have to play or not have to rotate directly down to the Divine region. They're going to be in the... Most likely, this is all not yet set in stone, but they're going to be most likely playing in the relegation matches with the other position 4-5s of both of the groups. A lot more games coming. That's basically the bottom line. And more games coming right now as well, because Fly the Moon and Team Liquid are ready to go. We should definitely go to a quick break, but when we're back, it's more Dota 2 around the corner.
There are only two ways to play pub games. One is as though nobody is a miracle. The other is as though everyone is a miracle.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back to the Immortal Division of the Omega League. We have a group stage game for you, and this one is between two teams, of which one has not won a single game, and the other one has only won one series so far. I say game, I mean series, because
thank God.
Team Liquid was able to take a couple of games, but they haven't been able to win a series yet, and Fly to Moon have only won one series thus far. Let's talk about it a little bit more together with Kyle and Slacks. Gentlemen, good afternoon. You ready for this?
Yes, we are.
Hello, Sheaver.
Are you okay?
I'm good.
Yeah, everything's fine.
All right, great.
Let's watch some Dota 2.
Anything interesting to say about series between Liquid and Fly to Moon?
I'm glad you asked. I think Liquid need a bounce back. They're still in contention to advance into the playoffs. It'd be very disappointing if they were relegated to the Divine Division.
Are you saying it's not going to be disappointing if Fly to Moon is relegated to the Divine Division?
Sheaves, I don't understand. What's so funny?
It's not funny. That's why I'm asking.
It would be sad it would be sad if anybody lost, Steve.
Exactly.
But there has to be a loser.
Yo, real talk. What the hell happened to Liquid, man? I thought this team was Gucci. I thought they were good. Now they're winning games. They need to win the series.
The whole time.
My goodness gracious. Fly to Moon, not a bad team, but I would expect at least Liquid to put up a big fight here. This is a huge game for them. They lose this, I mean, they're about to lose a coach or two, if you know what I'm saying.
And Team Liquid still also has to face...
Slacks is looking for a job. DC, second place. TI, Liquid, perhaps. They haven't looked so shaky on the drafting. I think their executions just suffered. Maybe they're having too much fun.
Yes, less fun.
They did have a break. And I think that, like for Team Liquid, they had a break and they always need some time to grind back. Yeah. And they had a couple of their series at the start of the group stages, meaning they didn't have that much time to grind back. Maybe now they are reformed.
Yeah, that's true. You know what actually does upset me is that you're completely right. The drafts on Liquid always seem pretty freaking solid. Yeah. I mean, they don't seem like they don't know what they're doing.
No, I mean, they know what they're doing often. Sometimes they don't. I have no idea what I'm doing or what they're doing, but I do know
what are we doing?
What the draft Pantheon is doing, which is watching the draft right now. Bye.
Oh, we're watching it all right. We're getting real deep into it as Team Liquid and Fly to Moon are eager to play some Dota. It's going to be me, Tsunami, joined by Lizard at the moment, but don't worry, we'll have a third voice joining us soon enough. But Lizard, welcome.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Parthenon watching the draft.
Nothing more intimate than watching some Dota.
Surrounded by all these big boys. Look at them.
Look
Shaker,
at them.
Tiny.
Look at this. Not a single. I mean, we got something that's a little bit out of the ordinary. A first phase life stealer being picked up.
First phase Shaker.
Shaker being picked up. What is Liquid up to right now? I mean, they haven't won a game, so right now maybe they do need to shake things up a little bit. But yeah, Darkseer, Tiny. That's much more cookie cutter from Fly to Moon. Meanwhile, yeah, the Shaker life stealer.
It's actually the other way around, or am I wrong? Because it says that Fly to Moon is our Shaker and life stealer. Meanwhile, Liquid. But okay, we'll wait for confirmation, but so far it looks like Liquid are picking Darkseer and Tiny.
Regardless of which team did it, explain to me this first phase
I
Ice Shaker.
can't. Shaker plus Lifestealer. There is no explanation in the current meta and the current state of things. I was gonna flame Liquid a little bit there because they usually struggle at the beginning of the patch and then they pick up the pace and go in the right direction. They figure out what's good for them, but this looks like the opposite direction. This looks like going against the meta with the Shaker and Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think at most, some people like seeing the Shaker as kind of lane securing. You can fissure block the first few waves, especially against a hero like a Darkseer who's so dominant in their offlane, then you want to take advantage in your offlane.
You're thinking about your offlaners. You're thinking about Batriders, Venomancers, Necrophoses, you know, like these heroes that actually are a little bit weak in the laning stage on the offlane, but if you have someone like a Shaker to just block the wave, then block the heroes that are aggressing on top of him, Shaker can come in handy. Plus later on, obviously, if he finds Blink. The problem that Shaker always has had is the fact that he's extremely greedy. You need some space for this guy. He likes to slow the game down, but he also likes that one free lane in which he finally farms his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I think at most, sometimes I'll be able to justify the Shaker by, if there isn't a one position pick, then I'll be like, oh, maybe a Morphling might come along later. But instead they choose to pair it with the Lifestealer, which I'm still not 100% sure if it's Fly to Moon's draft or if it's Liquid's draft that has...
It opens up the Morphling for the other side.
That's
as well,
true,
right?
yeah.
Because it's really good for if Liquid are the Darkseer Tiny combos. Morphling would look solid for them as well, as it's really good versus Lifestealer. It hasn't been banned out. And what else is there? Like, you're thinking Morphling, you're thinking TB and Troll probably. Oh, AA.
Interesting.
AA.
Okay. What are the chances that this is a mid AA?
I wouldn't bet on them.
Okay, so we're thinking more 5 position?
Yeah, I'm thinking 5. I'm thinking Insania, playing the Ancient Apparition. I have heard that some players really value this hero as a position 5 right now, that it's a strong position 5 laner and that he comes in handy later on in the game. With his ultimate, obviously, you have Tiny, you have Darkseer Vacuum. With the AA ulti, it can be very fearsome. The problem is, this hero usually always struggled against creeps, right? These heroes that bring summons or creeps, Enchantress, Chen, Beastmaster, they're the first one that come to your mind.
Well, this draft interview may have just turned into a draft panel. Jenkins, how nice of you to wander into the temple of drafts.
They're gonna pick Visage.
Okay, I like it. You're coming in hot. We're still on the bans right now, but, you know.
Are they banning Visage or picking it?
They're picking Visage.
Team Liquid is picking Visage.
Fly to Moon.
Fly to Moon is picking Visage.
Is picking Visage.
It's a hot take, but I like it.
Just watch.
I'll try to get your justification instead. We've been trying to hem and haw over why would you ever first phase an Earthshaker Lifestealer. Jenkins, perhaps you could illuminate me a little bit more because we were both stumped.
I probably should have looked at the draft before predicting the Visage. In retrospect, that was a mistake.
Yes, this is the folly of man.
Why would you first phase Lifestealer Earthshaker? Well,
that is the philosophical question.
It really is. I feel like Earthshaker is just always a hero that makes his way back into the meta.
Okay.
He's a stunner. He's a team fighter. He can solo win games by just hitting a big Echo Slam. You know, you always know how the lane is going to go with Earthshaker. You always fissure the wave. You can throw anybody with him. They're going to have a good creep equilibrium. It just seems like maybe they just want to kind of change up the meta. You know, just so that way.
Okay, I can see your Shaker thoughts. What about Lifestealer follow-up?
Okay, Lifestealer is because Fly to Moon is the best Lifestealer team in the tournament. Period. That's why these guys are insanely good at Lifestealer.
My boy V-Tune.
Because of V-Tune?
Yeah, they played it in one of their previous series, and then it was so good. Enemy team picked it. They picked Morphling. They countered it. They showed they know how to counter it. Like they know this hero in and out. They all play around the Infest like perfectly. Like the whole team knows to get the Lifestealer in and out of fights. They always have multiple people going for the infest bombs. Like
how many of those heroes do you see in this particular draft though?
Oh well, Earthshaker, Beastmaster.
If they get blinks.
If they get blinks.
Yeah. Beastmaster probably will not, right? It's not really an item that you go for, and Shaker takes a lot of time. That's why we're still questioning this Lifestealer.
All right, fine. Then how about in a carry-to-carry matchup? How do you like Lifestealer versus a Sven? Because Liquid had all the time in the world to pick some other matchup. We were considering Morphling to be one of the potentials.
Sven right now is a much better choice, I think.
Especially versus the Lifestealer, or just in general?
In general, and also versus the Lifestealer. You out-farm him, you get your items on time. The only problem here might be a little bit of kiting that Fly to Moon have got. You have the boars, you have the ice bat, you have the fissure block, but that all gets solved if he gets an Aghanims, which he most likely will. That's something that we see very often, truth be told, against Arc Wardens and Drows, but you can pick and choose it this time around as well.
Is there any chance that they would want to mix up the lanes a little bit? Because it's going to be a Beastmaster having to go against a Stormhammer and a Cold Feet combination. Sure, AA does not deal very well with multiple units, but
Zeus.
Wow, look at that.
Zeus.
I had that in my notes.
Oh, really?
Iceberg has been spamming this hero in pubs.
What about Visage, huh? What about the Visage Jenkins?
They actually did do this. They did general offlane Visage with... It was really interesting. They did Drums Orchid into Bloodthorn. It was super good. Did you know Soul Assumption does 245 damage at level 1?
With full charges.
With full charges.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane. But anyway, this hero... I was thinking maybe Zeus, because it's good against the other heroes. It's not good against Storm. You just get zipped on, you feed. But I know that he's been spamming it in pubs. I know that he thinks it's overpowered. So, he just wants to play a hero finally, in a terrible matchup, though, for it.
Odds are favoring Liquid, despite them still hunting for their own win right now. But Lizard, do you think that it's okay to pick a mid laner who not necessarily wins the mid lane versus a Storm Spirit, but is more just geared towards the game in general?
Okay, look, I'm not a mid laner per se, but overall you want to pick a decent matchup, which they haven't done. But they did have the last pick, so maybe they know something more, maybe the matchup has changed a little bit. The problem is you still will have this Surge Sven plus Storm jumping on top of this Zeus at any given point in the game. Yeah, you have Fissure, yeah, you have Roar, but it's going to be extremely difficult for Iceberg to stay alive.
Yeah, that's a last pick. I don't know about that. I honestly was just seeing the Lifestealer, seeing Fly to Moon play. Like, they started off kind of emulating people when it comes to drafting and playing at the start of the tournament, and then they started just, screw it, we'll do our own thing. So I started to really like how they were playing, but I don't like the last pick Zeus. I feel like it's countered. I feel like they picked it into counters because Iceberg had his mind set on it.
They're trying to emulate OG a little bit as well with some of their drafts.
They were.
Yeah, it looks a little bit weird,
good.
and you think, okay, this might work, but most of the time it doesn't. Like their Ursa mid lane with Wisp, Gyro safe lane, it looked horrible.
Right, they stopped doing that though. Like they basically, it looks like they were like, all right, that was bullshit. Like, let's do our own thing. So I do like the Lifestealer. Like, I don't want to go against their Lifestealer, but I think the Zeus is awful. I think that was not a good pick.
Nothing wrong with trying to emulate some winners. Let's see if Team Liquid can pick up a victory of their own as we jump into game number 1.
Neither one of these teams gets the guarantee in the playoffs anymore. No matter how well this group stage goes, if they hope to be able to get into playoffs, they're going to have to go through the play-in stage, where the 4th and 5th team of each group matches up against each other to determine who's going to end up in the lower bracket of playoffs. Lacoste, what are you thinking? I mean, Liquid has not been looking hot lately.
Now, I know you've been talking to Blitz, so I want to hear what you think. Like, what's going on with the team? Give me some inside info.
I would say that for whatever reason, Liquid just doesn't seem to be themselves. And you could see that in their play. Like, every single tournament that they are prepared and they go into and they are really looking to win, they do pretty well, right? They've gotten plenty of like top 4s at pretty big groups. The only times they've really bombed out is events that they have gone into and said, we're not really trying that hard for this one. We aren't really going, we're not going to boot camp beforehand. But I know Omega League, they did boot camp. And
so this could be the issue, maybe too much Dota got into their head. Just keep it simple. Don't boot camp. Don't prepare.
Yeah, I think there are just potential factors that could come into play, and you kind of never know what's going to be happening with the team. But either way, it doesn't really matter, right? Because Liquid has to show up now. They're 0-3. They started off like somewhat okay, right? They took a game off of Secret, ended up going 1-2. Took a game off of Alliance, ended up going 1-2. But now you're 0-3 in total. You haven't won a series yet, and you have to get some wins in if you hope to be able to make it into playoffs. Otherwise, you're heading to the Divine Division playoffs.
Yeah, looking at the draft, it looks like this could be at least the game that they're gonna win, because I'm really also not liking the Zeus pick. You're playing into Tiny, Storm Spirit, who's like your biggest counter. You have a Darkseer and Sven. So there's going to be a lot of those heroes who just want to get on top of you and kill you. And there's no save. Like, yeah, you have a Beastmaster Roar, you have a Fisher, but you don't have that guy that's going to bail you out if you're in real trouble.
Excuse me, when I said Alliance earlier, I meant Viking GG. Is who they also went 1-2 against. But, yeah, do you agree with Jenkins then in the... in his breakdown of that they just had their mindset too much on this Zeus and they pretty much ignored the counters that were already in play from Liquid?
Possibly. I know Iceberg is a pretty stubborn guy, you know, likes to play certain matchups even though they're not favoring him. Like, he's a hero specialist. His Tiny, his Shadowfiend, Lina, Zeus, these are the heroes that he plays the most. And, I mean, I'm pretty sure they saw that Storm Spirit. It's not like he's going to have some ability that's going to stun Storm Spirit or have a save, but I want to see how they can play around it. And Zeus got nerfed once again in the previous patch.
Yeah, he did. They tried to address the build that's been happening with Zeus's lately, where they go some 4-0-2 build and they max out on their mobility, get like a Yule Scepter or something. They just run around the map, casting Arc Lightning over and over and over again.
So for now, Team Liquid is just running a tri-lane on the top lane. They still didn't get the kill. Boxy trying to pull the creep wave next to the tower. Always Wanna Fly will keep harassing. And that's the first item, Boots of Speed on the Darkseer. Something we don't usually see, so he kind of adjusted his item build to be able to run away from Jakiro, take the creep wave without taking too much damage.
Yeah, what a difference this is. Just, I guess they're addressing the fact that, okay, we can't pressure Lifestealer, and we can't cut the creep wave like you used to. It's a little bit too hard to cut it just right next to the tier 1 tower because Jakiro just gets free harassment on you while still being underneath the tower aura. So instead, they just kind of like try and give him solo experience initially. Now they're going to move Taiga down, but as you said, they never got that kill. They never got that first blood they were looking for with the tri-lane.
This is something that I've seen teams trying to do. You know, just get a first blood, get some advantage, and then TP to the bottom lane. Also, I don't think they can pressure Lifestealer at all. He's just going to be, you know, that unkillable guy, has a rage to pop off. And Jakiro is not an easy target to go for. His starting strength is extremely good. Look at him, level 2. 800 HP. He has the most HP in the game right now.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd. Jakiro, that's why Jakiro is one of those beastly laning supports, one of the best that you can ask for. Roger here trying to interrupt the easy camp pull. He's going to be taking a lot of damage, and it looks like they are not going to try and chase after him.
Seems like everyone wants to have Boots of Speed in this game.
Yeah.
Earthshaker, even Sven has first item Boots of Speed, you know, wants to be able to kite, set up things. He's also playing against the Boar in the laning stage, so wants to have something extra. And they have a lot of kill potential. Just a cold feet into stun should be enough to actually get a kill.
Yeah, it seems like they all have different reasons for it, but all those reasons do kind of make sense. I never thought about a Sven picking up Boots so he could... I'm presuming he wants to be able to kill the level 1 Boar whenever it comes up, so he kind of needs that extra movement speed. It's an interesting idea.
Even though Darkseer got nerfed in the previous patch, he still feels like a great hero. What he does, all right.
Nice block in here. Mikke in some trouble. Fortunately was not completely body blocked by General and will survive, but he doesn't have much regen to work with. Fortunately, that's what Insania is there for.
Now that I'm looking at Sven, like at one point, Sven is just going to struggle. They have so much kiting potential. You have Boar, you have Beastmaster Roar that goes through Magic Community. We did not miss this first blood.
What happened there? Because it didn't look like anybody on the side of Flight of Moon was low. And he died pretty close to the tower, so that just seems a little odd. Look at this. Boxy making the move over to try and secure the power rune. It is going to be top, though. sadly for Koifa, as he tries to run up there, but Iceberg, he's the one gets the refill on the bottle.
Sometimes we even see both supports rotating, one on the top, one on the bottom rune, just to secure it if your mid laner is really relying on that mana regeneration from the bottle, which both of these mid laners are right now.
I guess we'll watch this as he walked into tower range.
Well, you know, sometimes you do stupid stuff early on so they don't happen later.
Okay. You get rid of the stupid moments? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that. That's a strategy I gotta try out my pubs now. Okay, now we're approaching the 5-minute mark, so Boxy, he can start going for the pulling, but you could see V-Tune. He's reading exactly what the Darkseer wants to be able to do and trying to play against it as much as possible. Roger trying to get a block in on Insania here, and Insania might be bailed out by Mickey. In fact, he will. The Stormhammer was enough of a stun. He was able to get away from that boar. But just everywhere we look, it's just kind of good things for Fly to Moon as the Iceberg ultimate goes off, and it does finish off Insania.
Everywhere we look, we're not seeing kills. So far, we missed two, but, you know,
I mean,
the
that
mistakes
was the
were
Zeus
made.
ultimate,
It's hard. Yeah. So Zeus got level 6 before the Storm Spirit got that kill on a support. Is going to be almost level 7 right now. Stacking Null Talismans on Zeus is extremely efficient. Getting that mana regen and the spell amp is insanely good.
Yeah, I could definitely see a world where Fly to Moon, with this kind of momentum they're getting off of the laning phase, it's not a massive lead, but it's a lead nonetheless, and it's going to be a really big lead if Iceberg can actually finish off
he just got
here.
6.
But he just barely got 6. The creep died, and he was able to get on out of there.
And Earthshaker refilled the bottle for Zeus. Sadly, they did not get the Invis rune on top, so now Zeus needs to be more careful about the rotation coming out from that Tiny.
Insania, you are very dead. He got a kill on the courier. Not sure if you're going to say that's really worth it. Taiga's going to come over. They actually may fight this. The Storm Spirit thought about maybe rotating, and he was like, no, we're not going to do that.
They just
now they're going to go for it as the supports separate away from Iceberg. They get the combo on him. So in the end, they do trade a support for a core there. Boxy thought about going for it. He did some nice body blocks, but...
So the Fairy Fire instantly backs off.
Oh, he'd already blown his Surge, so that's why V-Tune really wants to try and catch him right here. But the Surge is going to be up in 1 second time, so Boxy should be able to run away. And is he going to TP out? He does. He's good. Taiga, meanwhile, gets caught by General. Looks like the... didn't even need the ultimate. Looks like he just got chased down by boars.
This is the second time that Darkseer managed to TP out, but he's losing a lot of XP. Like, look at his net worth right now.
Yeah.
700 below. Beastmaster, Zeus has another ulti ready. That's a lot of stats. This is a good item. I mean, you would want to have something like a Keen Optic plus Jelly on your Zeus. Storm Spirit making a move.
Definitely could have got that kill. Looks like he's going to with the help of Taiga. Koifa still has half his mana pool, so not in any danger, that's for sure. It's going to be hard for this Earthshaker to get farm in the mid lane if a Storm Spirit's going to be there all the time. So they may have to open up another lane if they want to get that fast Blink Dagger.
Zeus maxing out his Q just to be able to spam out the lanes, push them out, and not feel threatened by rotation. But they'll still have very good heroes against the Zeus, don't get me wrong.
Okay, Taiga's making some pretty good rotations here. If they can bring down General, which they should, the toss up in the air, pops the Fairy Fire, and pops the wand. Neither is enough to keep him alive, though.
That's a full Mask of Madness, and he is extremely farmed right now. And I know Team Liquid really loves to stack the jungle. I just want to see how many stacks they have right now.
Oh, he's on a fly, getting found deep in the enemy jungle. I'm not sure if he was hoping to get a ward down, but he was spotted by that ward on the high ground. You could see him already pinging it out. So Iceberg may at some point in time try and deward that for the boys. Oh yeah, look at that stat. What was that, 8 stacks? None on the side of Fly to Moon.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they really love to stack some camps, and they have good heroes to clear it. Either Storm Spirit, Tiny, I mean everyone pretty much except AA has a good way of clearing the stacks.
The way they've been buffing the gold that you get as a support for stacking is, I feel like there's a lot of incentive to do so nowadays. And, I'm a bit surprised whenever I see a team not really do it at all. Insania being given the solo experience here in the top lane, but it's not going to last for long as Roger does a cute little cut through the trees and the Fissure block. While the Fissure may miss, they certainly have the kill nice and easy.
It's one of those, you know, when you're playing Enigma, the threat of a black hole is actually stronger than the black hole itself. It goes with the Fissure here.
Beware my Fissure. Okay, the last few seconds of God Strength here from Mickey as he shows up to lane. They're going to try and trade off towers here, but V-Tune is so hard to pressure and get out of this lane that it's looking like Flight to Moon is just going to be able to get a free tower top with little to no punishment. Maybe a kill on Always Wanna Fly. The Fissure looking to be able to stall him out. The Avalanche, though, catches Always Wanna Fly, and he will get popped. Back over to the double damage rune. Taiga's going to try and protect that, so the Storm Spirit has the refill. Body blocking, and Koifa does manage to grab it. Refill up, the double damage gets him the kill onto Roger as well. Nice teamwork there from Taiga, helping Koifa out.
Storm Spirit and Tiny can make a move at any point of the game, and I like the build on Koifa, just getting that Orchid, not going for power threads, one Null Talisman Magic Wand, so that means that he wants to pressure the Lifestealer. One of the reasons why Lifestealer already has Manta queued up. Like, you need to have some kind of Dispel.
Yeah.
This is going to be like 13-minute Orchid, and there's no real save besides like using a Fissure or a Beastmaster Roar.
So you don't think the status resistance of S and Y would be enough? You think you have to have that Dispel against this item?
I'm not a big fan of Manta style, but maybe if you just get... I mean, he has Armlet, getting something like a Heaven's Halberd could tank you enough and get some status resistance to be able to actually survive, and it's one of the best items still, even after the nerfs. Great against Sven.
Yeah. Everyone from Liquid's going to show up here. After the kill on Taiga, they want to make sure they still keep their tower alive. The Fissure block is there. No Ice Path to really follow it up. The Siege Wagon is still alive, and it is doing some good damage onto this tower, especially with the Beastmaster Aura and V-Tune putting in a little bit of work as well. They're going to force out the Rage. Taiga's going to come in. Iceberg, he drifted a little bit too far and immediately gets caught by Koifa. Taiga comes in and gets the kill on Always Wanna Fly as well. He's looking for another one, but the Surge ran out eventually here. 2 kills in exchange for their tower going down. Now let's see how this counter-aggression works for Liquid as they try and do the same, or maybe not. Again, V-Tune is just too much of a threat, Lacoste.
Quick in and out by Koifa, which I really like. He set things up with only 1 point in Vortex, enough for AA to land the ulti, and I don't think Zeus should have been there. Like, he was actually hitting the tower.
Yeah.
You have a Beastmaster, you have a Lifestealer, but Lifestealer already used the Rage, try to dodge the Stormhammer, which he did, but, you know, it's going to be on cooldown, and this is where Team Liquid wants to take a play. I just want to see how much gold does Tiny have right now. I want to see his Blink Dagger timing. Okay, so it's still going to be like around 15-minute Blink Dagger, which is insanely good. Then they can play globally with the Storm Spirit and AA.
That'll be a big pickup, and they can start hunting down Iceberg like they're doing now. Koifa gets the assist from Insania. Just that extra bit of damage that you so often need as a Storm Spirit when you go for one of these kills.
That's one of the reasons why no one on the panel, and we talked about it, did not like the Zeus pickup, because you're playing into Storm Spirit. He's still toe-to-toe in terms of net worth, but there's a huge difference, like when it comes to a mid game.
Taiga.
Also, Taiga can achieve so much. Okay, hype it up.
Yeah, there's so many heroes around here.
Hype gone. I still did not see Beastmaster using a roar.
So we saw him use it at mid on Taiga, and
that's it.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Helm of the Dominator build. I would love him to pick up something else than a Tomato Bear. Okay, he just got this. So they have something, a root mechanic against the Storm Spirit, against the Surge, which is pretty great to set things up.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, they're very limited in terms of how they can deal with Storm Spirit.
These teams splitting the sides of the map. Liquid just playing in the Radiant jungle, and vice versa for Fly to Moon. Both the carries are pretty much neck and neck, as are the mids when it comes to net worth. The biggest difference right now is the Blink Dagger progression for Taiga compared to our Earthshaker. And I think that's kind of expected, though. Tiny is just naturally going to be able to have a lot more opportunities, easier kills, better farming mechanisms. Here goes that second Primal Roar, and it's not going to get the kill onto Boxy. Even though that ensnare was nicely used, there's the reveal of the Orchid from Koipa. With the double damage rune, Taiga immediately going to TP out of this top lane.
This is the pickup that they needed on Team Liquid. They just got Orchid, and instead of killing Zeus once again, they kill a hero that they feel threatened from if he gets his Blink Dagger. The instant initiation against the Storm Spirit, so he's more than 1,000 gold away from that Blink on Earthshaker right now.
Yep, and there's the Blink from our Tiny. So this is going to be a world of difference of impact from our 4 positions in this next fight. And you can see Taiga's already pulling in a smoke.
The
They
difference
wanna keep
is
this going.
Darkseer enables Tiny to actually do stuff like he would have a Blink Dagger, but just surging him in.
Yeah.
Stupendous.
They know.
Yeah, they see there's this Hawk. So they're going to smoke right underneath it. Now, how does Flight of Moon respond to this? Are they going to completely retreat? Or are they going to play in a high ground here? They're a little bit separated, so retreating is the best option for now. Always want to fly, turning around, and embracing the smoke to make sure that his Beastmaster, his core, does get out.
He broke the smoke, died. I think that was his plan. You know, he does not want any other cores to die instead of him, so he just breaks it, takes one for the team. What a bro, huh?
What a bro. Always want to fly. One of the oldest members of the CIS scene, still in professional play. And has seemingly brought a number of teams into that kind of like cusp of being truly tier 1. Koipa gets the initiation, follow up by Taiga. A quick kill on Always Wanna Fly, but it's just a 5 position. It's just a 5 position, but Liquid do get out.
Yeah, they killed him twice in less than 30 seconds spawn time. Also, I think this is a huge debate going for that Manta style. I mean, alright, this is another big kill.
Gives him the walk away. Cool guys don't look at explosions, Lacoste.
Yeah, he did the math, you know.
Uh-huh. And geez, Liquid just back and forth, back and forth. Now Taiga initiates on a general with no plan to do anything past that, I guess.
Still very even game in terms of net worth, even though the score is 7-14 at the moment. Just 1K difference.
Is there an advantage that you would give to a team with an even net worth at this point? I feel like it's got to be Liquid just because they have so many answers to Zeus.
Yeah, they do. And Lifestealer going for that Manta style, we go back to that talk. Like, yes, you're going to be able to... I'm not sure about that item. I've seen... Who was it? I think it was Liquid who bought Manta style on Weaver in one of those games. It's one of the biggest mistakes you can make, at least in my opinion. I did it multiple times. I said never again, and whenever I see it, I'm just gonna flame it.
Yeah, at least with Weaver, you could be like, well, I'm an agility hero. Lifestealer. I mean, it's not the rarest pickup in the world. Times in the past, we've seen Manta whenever Orchid has just been really prevalent and a big problem for him, just to have that kind of dispel, but it never feels good.
Yeah, but maybe Manta dodge, you know? You impress someone, a higher tier team is gonna pick you up, like you Manta dodge 10 times. Like, this is it. This is the guy that we want to have in a team.
So you think VTune, in a way, is trying to submit his resume to Virtus Pro with
Possibly,
this game? Okay.
Yeah. Philly, drop for Team Liquid. This is the item that you want to give to your AA. Or sometimes I've even seen Darkseer getting that item, you know, because he does not rely on dealing any physical damage.
Smoke breaks. They use the Zeus ultimate to get vision. Very similar to the way you would use Spectre off of a smoke breaks, but... only catching the 5 position. Both teams seemingly having those very sacrificial 5s. But they're not going to stop.
Tier 2 items starting to drop. I saw Ensnare being picked up by Flight of Moon or a Clumsy Net. This is a great item. I think this item, sometimes you want to keep it, even when tier 3, tier 4 items, especially against certain heroes.
Yeah. It's being able to have an additional disable. It's very unique from a neutral item. There's that and then the silence one, right? Or Prince's Knife and then the silence one. So there's 3 of them, I guess, in total. Is that it? We'll ignore tier 5, so those don't count.
What if we have a neutral item that stuns people?
Yeah, just straight up gives you a stun.
I hope Ice Frog's not listening.
It stuns somebody, but it takes away from your stats.
Yeah, it steals your stats. Like,
yeah.
You lose 2 intelligence. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a good item concept, to be honest.
Yeah, it sounds pretty shit. Good thing we're not in charge, Holocaust.
Well, yeah, back to the game.
Go on. I could feel the shade coming, Lacoste. I could feel it. Don't worry, Ice Frog's not listening, I promise.
Yeah, back to the game, you know. Bounty runes about to spawn, 20-minute mark. Let's see who takes it. So far, 2 for Team Liquid. It's going to be 3. They're the ones controlling the map, even though they are playing against the Beastmaster. But I don't think Fly the Moon is getting too much out of this Beastmaster. Preemptive TP from Insania. You know, sees a Life Stealer, instantly clicks it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there a timing that Flight of Moon is going to feel good about? Okay, they're just going to smoke. They've got the Blink Dagger on Roger. This is what they're waiting for. They can get the initiation onto the Storm Seer. It'd be really big, and they're going to let it rip. Quick kill, an unstoppable streak claimed. Oh, but they're actually going to get the counter kill onto Roger. He just walks away. The Ice Blast, I don't think is going to kill him here. But the tree, probably still not enough.
Still not enough. Like, let me just get the piece of paper and a pen, and it's -13, +6. Yeah, it's not enough.
Good call, Lacoste. Quick mass there is Taiga.
Oh, general. It's one of those, you know, where you think, I do not want to use it, I do not want to waste it, but in the end, he just TPs out.
Should have done it. Should have done it. Okay, well, Liquid, now they know they have to be careful, but at the same time, we have an Aghanim Scepter up on Mickey. So all of that kiting that you were talking about before, its impact is going to be significantly lessened by the fact that we have this big mobility item now.
Yeah, he understands that he needs something to be able to just deal with this kiting. Even though he has a surge, it's still not enough. Boars, Beastmaster, open wounds. I also see him going for a BKB, so the only thing he needs to care about is going to be Beastmaster ulti.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We really did not see too much out of Zeus.
No, we haven't.
I feel like I've said that thing for 3 out of 5 heroes on Fly the Moon in the past 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. Do not be wrong. In Liquid, I mean, they say, okay, Echo Slam was used. We know about the Blink Dagger. They are not that scared of taking team fights, and a nice combo that almost caught V-Tune. Boy, that was super scary. The Avalanche toss into the Stormhammer could have just 100-0'd him, but he managed to get off the rage just before the Stormhammer landed. And now, trying to catch somebody here, Mickey. Okay, toss combo there, pull him into the tier 2, so V-Tune takes a little bit of extra damage.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And just like that, not really looking in the greatest shape here. General, meanwhile, that Beastmaster that we've been talking about, just haven't seen a ton from him. He does have a lot of items, at least. Helmet Dominator, Blink Dagger, and Medallion, soon to be Solar Crest.
No Necrobook. However, I think he just feels that Necro Warriors are going to die to 2 Sven hits, and he's not going to get too much use out of that, so he's just going for the Medallion / Solar Crest, which gives them even more chance to, you know, kite around Sven, buff his teammates up, and also opens up the Roche.
And they do really need that minus armor to help out the Lifestealer, right? Because we've got this big boost of armor from the Sven.
Yeah, right now, Lifestealer really does not deal much damage with this item build.
Yeah. This is... How much is Warcry? It's something like 10 armor or something like that.
I believe it is. Yeah.
It gives a lot.
Someone was playing position for Sven. It's the CIS classic in the old days that the hero was used to counter like certain strats, like a Drow Ranger, Vengeful Spirit.
This would be a good initiation, but a counter blink from General. Great heads up, quick play from him that gets away from the initiation of Taiga.
There's still a tier 1 tower on the top lane. Liquid does not have the best like Roche taking lineup unless they use Sven's ulti. And there's always a threat of a Hawk, so Liquid wants to take a fight first and then go into Roche Pit.
15 armor.
15, okay.
15. 6, 9, 12, 15. I was going to say, like, I think it might be more than 10, but it just sounded so absurd, giving a plate mail to everybody, you know?
Plate mail and a half. That's what it is.
Yeah, for 8 seconds. I mean, most team fights are determined in the first, like, 5. Echo Slam initiation once again catching Koifa here. Another good kill for Fly to Moon with their Echo Slam, but they need to be able to catch some more heroes, bigger ones, like this stun onto Mickey, which may get him caught here. It's going to be a little hard to get out, but he turns around, got strength, and just 4-shots him. The toss up in the air onto V-Tune. They're going to throw out some stuns onto Mickey, but you can see Mickey is just putting in the hurt right now into Roger and doesn't give a damn about Fly to Moon. The Rage the Manta dodge resume denied Lacoste. Virtus Pro says, come back in a year, son. Maybe when you've got some more experience under your belt.
Oh, that was a tough one. I mean, Zeus, once again, being out of position. This is going to be a full team wipe. I don't think Always Wanna Fly is getting out of this one. I mean, Tiny is booking his ticket on Tiny Airlines, and here he comes.
I mean, that was clean. The fact that Taiga went from top to mid that quickly to get the additional kill.
And suddenly, 7k gold lead for Team Liquid. Lifestealer cannot fight into Sven at the moment. He does not have the items. He has a Basher, no Heaven's Halberd. This Manta style really does not do that much. Like, yeah, you're gonna get rid of the silence, but if you wanted to go for that, maybe just a BKB as your third item instead would have been a better choice. Also not the item that you want to buy. Like, if they have a lot of spell damage, BKB is okay, but as a like 4th, 5th item, you need to play around the team. You can't just itemize, oh, they have spell damage, I'm buying BKB, then 30 minutes in, it's going to be 5 seconds, and you're not getting much out of that.
Sometimes I get stuck on this Lacoste, so I apologize. I feel like I've said it a number of times, but Tiny's just an insane hero, man.
Yeah,
the fact that he's such a threat with the Blink Dagger, but the bonus is, unlike Earthshaker, like the next 2 items that you get on Tiny, like all of a sudden this guy becomes a big late game threat as well. He's got the Shadow Blade on top of the Blink Dagger, so he's even got a bit more physical damage, better opportunities to initiate as well.
Yeah, he can actually solo kill either Zeus or Jakiro with this kind of a build. And he wants to find that Zeus. Like, they want to take him out. He has full Aghanim Scepter. Look at him, just standing, protecting the Zeus at the moment.
Yeah, scan from Team Liquid was there, plus they've got this ward on the right-hand side, which I Always Wanna Fly does know about.
It's gonna be hard for Team Liquid to maintain vision. You're playing against the Zeus, you're playing into Beastmaster Hawk, but no Necro Warrior, so that's good for them.
Yeah.
Kyle is coming back. He's one of the panelists, I believe. He thinks this game is over.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, he's got a smirk on his face. He just kind of shrugs. Apparently, he doesn't think there's a chance in hell that Fly to Moon is able to win this one, make the comeback against N8K, and I don't think he's too wrong. Don't you ever show me that again, Kyle.
Kyle is just being rude.
Not on a work day, anyway, Kyle. That's for weekend. 11 to 20, 8,000 net worth lead. As we said, it's 28 minutes, and Fly to Moon's lineup. Would I be wrong in saying it's going to run out of steam at some point? Like, it's always going to, like, they always can win fights because they've got Earthshaker and Zeus can do a lot of damage, but
I think now it's a good time for them to take a fight. They just picked up Arcane Rune on Zeus. They also picked up Quickening Charm on him, so that's going to be a lot of cooldown reduction.
Yeah, I want to see them play with a little bit of urgency here. I want to take some fights.
Sven still does not have a BKB, so if they get a good initiation on him, they can really burst him from 100 to 0 easily.
Yeah. And they do have the Echo Slam up. Oh, Eontis, that's a nice pickup for the Zeus, okay. The smoke from Liquid, though. You could see Liquid feels really good.
They have no vision.
They don't have vision, but they will go blindly into this high ground area. As soon as it pops, Taiga jumps forward, does land Roger, but he misses. Roger actually blinks in return, but Roger stuck in a corner, and he's going to be caught by Mickey. They stop the initiation from Flight of Moon, but Mickey is in all by himself. He's roared up underneath the Macropyre. He's taking so much damage. He gets off the Stormhammer, but there's the Aeon Disc from Iceberg protecting him. And what a folly from Liquid. Why would you just force it like that, Lacoste?
They had no vision. They were climbing uphill. Look at this. And snare from the high ground. I think what they wanted to do is just scout things out with the Shadow Blade on Tiny, but it ran out. So and also good positioning from Flight of Moon. Now they're going to take the Aegis. They had to buy back on the Earthshaker, so he still has ulti.
Trying to catch the Earthshaker here and see if he can burst him down. And he does manage to do so with enough mana to get out. Won't stop Flight of Moon in their current objective, though, in taking Roche.
I don't think Koiko wants to go in. He just got a really big kill, which means that Earthshaker's gone for the 60 seconds. So they're going to give that Aegis to a life stealer. Bounty rune spawning. Seems like it's just going to be a 2-for-2 trade.
It just felt like, to me, like Liquid, I felt like the game was going well for them, you know? No need to, like, press your luck.
And they got 2 really big items before that fight on Flight of Moon, especially that, I mean, 1 item from the neutrals, Blessing from the Gaben, and also a rune, Arcane Rune on Zeus. Like, this is the rune that can change the things of the game. Same goes for some double damage inside the Roche pit.
Shout out to Roger, though, for that really fast blink. Even though he didn't end up in a very good spot, it did force Mickey to use Stormhammer on him, which then delayed the rest of the follow-up. It allowed Flight of Moon to really get set up for the team fight, so.
Problem with the Sven right now is that he dispels everything. He's gonna dispel that Aeon Disc, he can dispel a Glimmer Cape. It's very hard for them to itemize. The only thing you can do is just to blink dodge it. Like, you cannot go Scepter, you cannot build Yule Scepter.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Blink Daggers picked up yesterday, specifically to try and counter the Sven Aghanim Scepter. That's what Evil Genius's game plan was, and it seemed to work really well.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
So an 8,000 net worth lead now down to 5 with Flight of Moon holding an advantage in the Aegis. We'll see if it actually wins them this next fight, though. How do they want to assert their map control? What towers are they going to be hitting?
Even though Liquid is 5k gold ahead, I feel Flight of Moon is in control of the game right now, not just because they're holding Aegis. Even though if they did not have it, I would still go for Flight of Moon at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, they're the one controlling the vision. You saw the issue when Liquid tried to make a move in the previous fight. They had not a single observer ward across the river.
Oh, that is a massive issue. They can't get that initiation out.
Oh, is he going a second Aeon Disc? Am I missing something?
Huh.
They don't stack.
Yeah.
There's no way they stack. I mean, they don't. They share the cooldown. Well, maybe I'm proven wrong.
That would be so weird. How do you deal with the Dispel from Stormhammer? You get a second Aeon Disc.
What if you just buy a second Aeon Disc, put it in the backpack, and
then swap it in after? Yeah, it's triggered.
And you can do it instantly if you like disassemble the components and just unlock them during a fight.
Yeah, that is such an obscure mechanic that your guess is as good as mine. Is they're going to be able to get the Nimbus plus Roar initiation, the picks off Boxy, and Roger follows that up to be able to get the stun onto Mickey. Now the Orchid goes out to prevent any follow-up stuns, but Mickey is still taking a lot of damage. Taiga tosses Mickey back into the base to try and bail him out here, and bail him out it does. Gets him out, allows them to be able to reset. Flight of Moon will also reset because they've seen the buyback from Boxy, so no need to try and pressure too much here.
Earthshaker needs to get a defensive item. It's very hard for him to, just blink in and rely that he's gonna live. He gets the good Echo Slam, he knows he's gonna die afterwards.
Yeah. Well, Flight of Moon making good use of this Aegis. They're gonna take all of the tier 2 towers.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Working towards MKB off of the after the Abyssal Blade that he picked up. So there's some real threats to this Storm Spirit. And now we see the sweep back and forth, Fly to Moon, just trying to control the map, keep Liquid locked inside their base, and wait for maybe some sort of misstep, some sort of potential pickoff, and failing that, I don't know, do you think they'll go high ground with this Aegis and try and make use of it?
They don't have enough time. They have 40 seconds left. Team Liquid might try to make a smoke play, cut into back lines. Like, he is doing the work right now, but I don't think they want to fully commit.
Yeah, it's not a real commit. He's literally just kind of poking, but smoke up. They've only got so much time left. At this point in time, Liquid, they should just be playing completely away from Fly to Moon and potentially getting ready to smoke themselves. But, oh, spotted Koifa with the Nimbus. Sadly, though, it was not mid-TP. They get the vision from the Thunder God's Wrath, though. He should have done that the other way, right?
Yeah, you scout him out with the ulti and then cancel it with the Nimbus.
Yeah, you gotta...
You know, he has an extra key to click.
Too much. There's one too many. Liquid. Yep. Aegis is down now. They're close to the BKB on Storm Spirit. The net worth advantage has completely canceled out. It is a dead even game, but with Fly to Moon controlling the map like you were talking about, and if that means if they do win a fight, it's very likely on Liquid's side of the map, and that means they can force more things out of Liquid. Buybacks, potentially tier 3s, barracks.
Last 10 minutes, Team Liquid has been just killing creeps on their side of the map. They did not make any aggressive moves, and right now, Fly to Moon, they have ways to deal with this Beastmaster. Sorry, Sven. With the Beastmaster, they have Abyssal Blade. Even though he's building status resistance, he still does not have a BKB. And I believe Beastmaster is going for a refresher. Same goes for Zeus. So that's going to be a lot of refreshed abilities.
That's a pretty cool idea. Mickey does have the status resistance to help deal with that. Initiation on Always Want to Fly. Gets away off the Glimmer Cape at the same time. V-Tune trying to get in the face of Mickey. Now, they didn't pop the God Strength here. The follow-up initiation from Koifa as he uses his BKB. He's got to be careful. The Primal Roar, though, pulls immediately onto the Beastmaster into the two-man Stormhammer stun. That's looking very pretty with the Avalanche over the top. The Macro Pyre wall is keeping them at distance, but Liquid now sees them low enough that they can commit. V-Tune is low, and they're just going to man-fight him until V-Tune eventually runs out of steam as his lifesteal can only do so much. Liquid, finally, the first aggressive maneuver we've seen from them in about 8 minutes. And it is a massive victory, a full team wipe against Fly to Moon, and it cost them nothing, Lacoste.
They got a better initiation. It feels like in this game it comes down to that. Who's going to get the first jump to delete one hero? Jakiro did not got much out of that fight. And if you look at the green stuff on the top, Earthshaker did not use his ulti, neither of Beastmaster, so you know things are not going well for them. And Storm Spirit, he picked up a region room, so he's full. If someone shows, like this is the trickiest part, you're playing against the Storm Spirit, full mana, full HP, they might use the scan. If you just try to use a spell, you're gonna die.
I'd love to see what happened to the Earthshaker there, because I remember the initiation started on Jakiro, and then the pull was on the Beastmaster, and they got the two-man stun from the Stormhammer on Lifestealer Beastmaster, so what happened to Roger?
I did not see, I have to say. It was a pretty chaotic fight, and I'm also not the one who's controlling the camera. If I was at home, Cap, you could ask me any question, I would give you an answer. What happened to every single hero.
Wow, Lacoste, you're so good.
So good at making excuses.
Hey, that's the most important characteristic.
Oh, spell press.
For an analyst, anyway.
Yeah, that's a great item for like 3 members of their team. I still feel like for now, Sven could be the one just holding it, lowering the cooldown on his Warcry, and most importantly, Stormhammer is insanely good.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what you're playing off of the entire time, right? Havoc Hammer. Well, you've got a big strength support hero that can make use of that. Some additional burst damage if he wants. Ninja Gear, never a bad item for your initiators either. Never a bad item because it's also an item that you could just double up on. You know? Use the active, throw it away.
You think that's going to be fixed? I mean, Illusion Escape I got nerfed because of it.
I thought with the Illusion Escape changing that they would do the same to Ninja Gear. At least make you like you can't drop it until your smoke breaks, you know, or something like that. Thunder God's Wrath revealing the positioning of Liquid. Liquid, who's kind of grouped up, and I think they were waiting for BKB, and then they were going to smoke again, but I do wonder if that's still the game plan after being spotted like that. Certainly looks like it, yeah. I'm going to go for it. So even if Flight of Moon very likely knows there's an aggressive maneuver in the future here from Liquid, they're still going to go for it.
Illusion Escape, bait. That's what the item is good for. They don't have that super carrier that's gonna, you know, have it in the inventory, but it's always easy to just try to bait and put them out of their comfort zone.
In turn, VTune, he also picks up a very important item in that MKB.
General just picked up a gem. From now on, we can call him Gemeral. He's the one with the illusion escape, you know, just wants to be that bait.
Stop it, Lucas, stop it. This is supposed to be a serious broadcast. You can't do that to me.
Stupendous.
50-28. Looks like Lotus Orb next up for the Darks here, while Lincoln's was picked up by Taiga. So they're really trying to address the Primal Roar threat for both Mickey and Koifa.
You know what you could do with the illusion escape? I don't remember seeing anyone do that. You know, he just used it 2 times on a Beastmaster. So the 4th time, let's say you give it to someone else, just be out of the position. They will not expect that.
Yeah. No, that's a good idea. Even better, you could put like a Lincoln's on it or something. Can you put Lincoln's on illusions?
That's a good question.
I don't know. That just makes the
put a
illusion all
solar
the more
crest.
convincing. Yeah.
For sure you can do that.
Yeah.
Glamour cape. Use everything and then the team fight starts. They don't fall for a bait and you have no ability. Spell Prism. All right, that's a good one for Zeus, huh?
Yeah. That's the big pick-me-up. Still missing a neutral item, but that's okay. 3 out of 4. Flight of Moon says it's good enough for us. It all comes down to this next team fight. Who's going to be taking this next Roshan? Will this smoke work for Flight of Moon? Approaching with Roger. Got the Echo Slam ready to go. If they get the right initiation, if they catch Koifa here, it would be massive. Just a little bit too far away. Just a bit shy. Now he makes the jump. Catches Koifa. Quickly brings him down with a Nimbus. Koifa's gone. Initiation counter follow up as the Stormhammer going down onto General. They're going to make sure there's no Primal Roar. Actually, it looks like he already used it, but Koifa with the buyback and the long zip in. He immediately addresses Iceberg. He knows who he wants to go for, and there's the Dispel onto the Yule Scepter. It cost them a buyback, but if they can get this Roshan, they'll be forgiven for that.
There's no buyback on Zeus. He's 200 gold short. There's no buyback on Beastmaster. He spent all his gold buying that gem. So that means that Team Liquid is in full control of this game. Even though Koifa used the buyback, he's going to be the one picking up that Aegis. So 2 lives, pretty hard to take down. He might also consider getting something like an Eon disc. What are you laughing about?
I want to see more teams do that. Roger tried to go in and steal some of the items, you know, with the courier. I want to see teams do that as 5, you know, 5 couriers going in with their burst.
That's a lot of gold if they die.
True, but I mean, if you take a Refresher Shard or an Aghanim Scepter, you know, like that's probably worth it.
It is.
Oh, toss forward into the rest of the team. They managed to get the combo stuff with the Stormhammer. Where's the Manta Dodge? Where's the Rage? Doesn't matter. VTune is going to be able to survive either way. Not feeling happy about it, though. Is this damn repair kit? It's certainly going to slow things down here. Looking for the initiation from Ice Blast.
Remember when repair kit gave multi-shot?
Yeah.
And you can use it 3 times in a row if needed.
Yeah.
Good old days. What was the most broken item that got removed? Like the Aghanim Scepter one? What was the duration of it? Like 5-6 minutes? I don't know. 10?
Yeah, it was like 6 minutes, I think.
And the one from Underlords? That you cannot die?
Yeah.
Helm of the
Undying.
Yeah.
That one was very broken as well.
Can't wait for some items from Artifact to be implemented into Dota games. You know.
What happened to our Artifact heroes? Where's Prelix?
Where's Kana?
Where's Kana? Where's my creep heroes?
Where's Rix?
Imagine if Fricks had that ability. He just didn't really have a death timer. He'd just be old
keep
Meepo.
dying all the time, and you keep killing him, and he's feeding the gold. But his stats is like 400 HP, 30 damage, 0 armor.
Yeah. That's what old Meepo was so good at. Remember when you couldn't push Meepo's base because you'd kill him on your side of the map, and by the time you got to his side, he was already there. Good jump onto General. Very important kill.
Somehow he still managed to get that gem back, I guess with the courier, because Liquid did not see it, but he lost it once again. Arcane plus regen on Storm Spirit. Nice.
And somehow he was that far out and still did not manage to farm another buyback. So Liquid, it's annoying to push high ground. No doubt, but Taiga's going to try and break this by being able to jump in and quickly grab the Jakiro. Now, Mickey's going to be able to man fight against V2, no problem, but eventually his BKB is going to wear out, and that repair kit's going to come into play and heal that tier 3 up.
So Lincoln Sphere, Lotus Orb on your Sven, he goes in, still cannot kill the buildings. Glyph plus repair kit, keeping it alive, and a couple of buybacks.
What's our last item for this Sven? Because he can get the Aghanim Scepter and make it a passive and open up a slot, so... What do you figure, Daedalus?
Daedalus, just straight up damage, yeah.
Always on the fly. V2 actually going in, trying to go onto the Sven, a decent amount of damage from all that magic. And Mickey, without his BKB, you could see he can definitely die in these fights. He's going to be fed the cheese here. Quickly gobbles it up, but it looks like maybe Liquid is going to try a fast play. I'm not sure if that's the best idea, because Koifa is still lacking in mana right now.
He's low with the bottle and has Bloodstone, should be able to regen up, can click it in the fight if needed. Has that magic lamp. Like I was talking about Eon Disc, but this is the item that gives you hard dispel, and you could be able to, get the zip off even if they get a good initiation from the Earthshaker.
I believe that noise was the Aghanim Scepter finish for Sven, so V-Tune trekking out here. They've got vision of him. Mickey immediately going to pop the God Strength, going for the jump, ends up on the high ground.
He's stuck.
Is that where he wants to be? Mickey, he needs another Stormhammer to be able to get down, and he sees the opportunity on Roger with a great pull-in from the vacuum. Koifa managing to survive thanks to that magic lamp. V-Tune was able to TP out, at least with the rage, but it looks like Liquid, they've got such mobility, all that extra catch now. Koifa's going to be caught with very little mana here. Magic lamp going off, and he still has the Aegis as well, so he's actually going to be fine for now. They have a Fissure and a Lightning Bolt that they can place down immediately onto the Storm Spirit, but not enough follow-up there. V-Tune. Instead, now he's going to charge forward, starts poking at Mickey, but that's all really it is. Just kind of poking. Eventually, there's the vacuum Stormhammer. A big hit on 3, and that is going to be the conclusion of game number 1 as Liquid close it out in fancy, fancy style there.
I like how they just showed Insania on camera, who was being cold-blooded, not saying anything. The rest of the team was just clearing them up.
But do you think he's Ancient Apparition is a fitting choice for him, you're saying, as a personality?
Yeah, cold feet, cold-blooded.
The Iceman, captain of Team Liquid, Insania, leads his team to a victory here in Game 1. But Lacoste, this is a story that we've seen from Liquid before, managing to take one game in a series. Do you think they look better than they did previously, or
this is still shaky performance from them? They did not go across the river for 10-15 minutes, which is not a good sign, and also some of the decision making was not the greatest, but still in the end they managed to win. Also this Zeus pick, like he did his job, but still in the end you're a Zeus, and they have 3 heroes, 4 heroes that get on top of you, and eventually you're gonna die. So
in your opinion, since it wasn't the cleanest play from Liquid, do you think that comes down to more of the draft in that case?
Yeah, and also some itemization coming out from Fly the Moon Squad, getting that Manta style on Lifestealer. I think that's just a huge yikes for me.
Okay, well, in that case, we'll talk a little bit more about the draft, or whatever Slacks wants to talk about, as we head back to the panel with Shiva and Kyle.
Indicating that Slacks might not want to talk about the draft. What's this? Welcome back. Indeed. Slacks, do you want to talk about the draft?
I do. It was very impressive. Had a great job. It was exactly what we wanted to see from Liquid. Zeus coming out, this flex pick that hasn't had too much success, but, you see the... What? I know. I'm saying you didn't see so much success and he lost. Or did he win?
Zeus was definitely not winning this game. Although I want to start this
Please
discussion regarding. I want to talk about vision.
Yes,
Beastmaster and Zeus on the same team. That is every support's or everybody's nightmare of the other team. That is in this case.
Oh well, now look who does it. Okay, not so easy, is it?
That's Bane, Chiefs. Bane has Nightmare. Zeus and Beastmaster can see far. I don't know. I don't know where we're going.
Why do you do that? Why
What's happening?
You're the worst person. You interrupt other people, tell jokes that don't even have a punchline. You just get lost in your own joke. Why? Why? At least think of the punchline before you interrupt Sheber. Please.
Yeah. How dare you interrupt me?
You always told me if I didn't know the punchline to a joke, just yell
artifact. That is the punchline for every joke.
I don't know how both the cast and the panel talk about artifacts.
Well, we got to keep it relevant. Valve pays us $100 every time we say artifact. Artifact. There's rent.
A Dota 2 collectible card game.
There's rent. Anyway, yeah, so it was, as I was trying to say before everyone assumed that I was an idiot, strange pick coming out there. That, I always think that Zeus is about, as Shever said, that vision. Coming up with, like, the Nimbus and all that jazz, and it can be so powerful, but guys like Sven, what do you do? Nothing matters. BKB run in with that Agnum Scepter, and it doesn't matter what your goddamn plans are.
Like, if you have Yules, it's going to get dispelled. How are you going to live?
I felt like they just had a hard time with any real lockdown, you know? They got a lot of follow-up. Like, Zeus Jakiro kind of needs somebody to go in front of them, and you really only have Roar. And as Cap was saying, like, this Sven's walking up. He's got Lotus on him. He's got Lincolns on him. He's still got the BKB. He's got his... Even if you do stun him, it's limited duration, and then he can just stun away from you.
Yeah, it's impossible to deal with. I mean, that's what makes Sven one of the best carries that are still around, because you see these carries that can be really strong under some circumstance, but they all have some kind of problem. Like Troll has to catch people just kite him and stuff.
If you were a carry, what would your problem be?
Me? In my life? I guess diabetes. I'm just kidding. Nah, but I don't know. Movement
speed. It got very dark.
I have some legitimate movement speed problems.
I think that is a really good
pretty low agility game.
Intelligence low, strength agility low, but strength gain very high.
Irregular.
Incredible.
Centaur.
No, but seriously, like Sven's old deal used to be like, yo, let's just kite this guy, he pops ult, and then we all run away, and it's all good. But the changes that have been made to the hero make him top tier in lineups, especially like the meta that we're seeing right now, where there's so much fighting. Like, what is Lifestealer on paper? Lifestealer versus Sven, strength hero, me Edie. Doesn't matter Lifestealer when you get two-shot by this piece of garbage. It's crazy.
I mean, he had some good moments, though. I
Sure.
mean, Vision were having some good game, but as you guys already mentioned, like, he was really the only real carry. So how are you? What's your initiation? You roar and you jump in, you infest out, you kill one target.
Yeah.
And then what? You kill the one, then there's 4 people that turn around for you.
Well, still, but I mean, Lifestealer, as we've seen him used up, he is, of course, with that inbuilt BKB, such a good pick for a lot of these magical damage teams. But then again, as Shever's saying, where's that big boy damage? That's what he really needs. Sustain doesn't mean anything, especially in this meta, where these fights are going for, like, you know, all negative armor, big...
Because he almost sounds like he's a real analyst.
I mean, someone on this panel has to be the analyst.
Yeah, please,
It's
Kyle.
me.
Did I say anything wrong?
I just don't think you really said anything right, necessarily. You kind of went off on a...
Okay, so please correct me. Say something. Literally anything about the game. Because all I've been doing is waiting for you to say something of relevance, and apparently you're going to flame me for doing it, so please, say a single fucking thing about the game, Kyle. Anything!
Normally,
or should I just continue to fill? Because I can do it! Anyway, Sven's a great hero! A lot of people pick him.
You broke him.
I didn't break shit! Okay?
Either that or you made it cry.
Reddit, don't make a thread. We're actually good friends. That's what we call acting.
I see you cry.
He's crying.
Eyes are red. No, I'm fine.
Kyle's eyes are red for different reasons.
Things always hurts my feelings.
No, but at any rate, great to see Liquid come out with a strong series, though. Especially against like Fly to Moon, who's been showing some great games before.
I want to interrupt you because you said great to see Liquid coming out as a strong performance. Even Lacoste said at the end that he thought Liquid's performance, even though they won, was shaky. A portion of that game, they were locked inside their base and they couldn't leave. Sure. And the only reason they came back into the game was because they waited long enough and Fly to Moon didn't make a move in a while, so they could actually leave their base again. And
they got stuck orbiting. It is difficult. They had to wait a few revolutions before re-entry, but by that time...
That's what you come up with?
Still not about the game. Still nonsense. But at any rate, you can say that. You can say that, sure, Fly to Moon was at fault more than Liquid did well. Yeah. But at the same time, this is what separates this division so much from the Divine division, right? It's just the ability to actually come back under pressures like that, which does take a lot of intelligence and thinking about the right time for us to strike back. We've seen so many teams throw their leads away by overextension, and then these guys, wait for the right moment and go in.
It definitely benefits. They got the coin for Storm to make Ace Fan. You just get to a point where it's easier to play the game. That's the trouble with Zeus, is that against these opposite cores that have really high reach.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm just happy you're actually talking about really intelligent things. I like learning. Go continue.
Okay, thank you. Zeus doesn't really have a counterplay. You kind of have to itemize for damage. You can't ever really go for survivability. You won't see a BKB on Zeus very often because it's just not the way the hero is going to be played.
Oh my goodness!
Finally talk about the game, but let's interrupt.
Is that a daily dolphin fact as soon as
Your daily fact about dolphins.
Yeah.
Dolphins are very friendly to humans and animals.
That's not a goddamn fact.
That's not necessarily true. I want to point out that you also should be aware, especially if you're a lady and it's your time of the month, stay away.
What?
It's true.
What I've been told.
It happened. We went to Mexico one time and the Dolphins was in a lot of trouble. Little dolphin. They killed him. They shot him in the head. Oh, bye, little dolphin. Anyway.
Dolphins, is that a real fact?
Hey, that is not a fact, by the way, that dolphins are nice. That's like a fortune cookie fact.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hate those. You open them up and it's like, you're beautiful. I didn't ask for a compliment cookie. I asked for a magical fortune. Don't give me that shit.
Some dolphins are nice.
Well, sure. Anything
Same
are
thing
nice.
can be said for some humans are nice. Some dolphins are not so nice. That's also a fact.
There's a story of a dolphin that was killing people in a cave. Splunkers.
Definitely not.
They'd splunk in and they'd splunk around in the underwater splunkers and he would just block the exit until they died.
No, we didn't.
It's true, 100%.
Show me proof.
You have a phone. Go on Google.
I don't actually have.
How do I show you proof? You want me to pull out his head right now?
It's not. The onus is not on us to disprove your fact. That's not how it works. You can't just say nonsensical statements and then just expect other people to...
It wasn't a nonsensical statement. It was a very intelligent animal, and it didn't attack people. It just blocked their exit and watched them die, and then it'd swim away.
You know what? Dolphins can be evil. I choose to believe this fact.
Well, good.
You can't choose to believe facts. Facts are either true or false. They're
I
not
choose
variable.
to believe this as a fact.
Yo, it's 2020. Facts are not facts anymore. You can say whatever. We just keep saying it louder, and then it's all good.
Eventually, it will be fact.
All right. I'm a really talented analyst.
You got to say it louder than that. Otherwise, nobody will believe it.
One more time.
Please stop.
One more time. Say it again.
I'm a really good analyst.
Wrong! See, I'm right now. You see how that works? What's with you? Every panel that I'm on with you two, it devolves into this.
We only had one.
That's
so
true.
Far.
Well, yeah. At any rate,
probably.
Have you ever seen a dolphin IRL?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're really cute.
In a zoo, yeah. Like an aquarium zoo.
What is the most rare animal you've seen in the wild?
In the wild.
In the wild. Jesus. I don't really go outside, and that is not a joke. Like, I'm not in a lot of run into animal
Don't you live in
situations.
Colorado, so if you were to see a rare animal in Colorado, you'd probably be dead or at least mauled?
What?
Aren't there, like, mountain lions?
Sure. Yeah.
Those are scary.
I saw a rattlesnake once. That was cool. I was on my horse Tex. This is a big fucking horse, man.
I heard all about horse Tex.
What? Yeah.
You didn't know
you have a horse.
Yes, I did have a horse. His name was Tex. He was a mixed breed between a thoroughbred and...
He killed the snake.
Yeah. This horse was crazy. It was like some kind of spent a ranch hand its whole life. When we bought the horse, the guy's on the back of it, and he's got a shotgun. And he's like, want to see how calm this horse is? Puts the shotgun over his ears and goes, boom, and Tex is just like, Anyway, this horse was nuts. We used to have it in our house. If it's all rabid...
In the house!
No, we had it in the... Oh my God, what happened? Tsunami!
Are they sleeping?
No.
Or are they just dead?
Okay, well, the illusion's broken now.
Yeah, they are.
Great acting, Lizard, as always. Look at him go.
He's here solely on his...
Continue on text.
Oh, right. So anyway, this horse was insane. Like, we had rabbits all over my property. He would literally chase them and just stomp them for fun. And he would, be laughing the whole time. But...
How was he laughing?
Like, that's what horses do, Jesus Christ. I am... I need to go off the panel. Anyway. But, yeah. So we were, long story short, we're in the mountains. I got my gun in my hand. I got Tex. We're riding around. I see a rattlesnake.
What do you mean by gun?
And a revolver.
Okay.
In the mountains. We're riding around. I hear a rattlesnake. I'm like, fuck, I got to shoot this snake. This is crazy. My horse is going to buck me. It's like right next to us. Tex looks at it. Right in the head. And he just walked away. It was the craziest horse I ever had.
It always baffles me how normal some things are to people and how random it is. Like for me, I was on the mountain, so of course I have a revolver on me, and there's a rattlesnake.
You're going to the mountain with a revolver? What are you, stupid? You're going to die?
I mean, first of all, in the Netherlands, we don't have mountains.
How many of you guys had horses? Sheev had a horse. You had a horse. I had nothing.
You didn't have a horse.
I didn't have food most of the time.
Well, you lived in a rural area that you need to have horses. If you were going in the mountains, of course you have a horse. They had multiple.
Yeah, and a few of them.
If you were living on a farm, of course you're going to have a horse.
I thought Slacks was here on his talent. Apparently, he was just born with a silver spoon in his mouth this whole time.
No, we were very poor. Poor people can own horses.
True.
Very poor people can own horses. They're work animals.
Okay. Yes, you have a horse instead of a motorbike, for example.
Sure.
You can get places.
I had to ride my job at the movie theater once on my horse.
What did the horse do while you were working?
Not much. Ate some hay.
At the movie theater?
Well,
was there a stable parking?
No. You just hitch them up.
Like the good old days.
Like the good old days.
How old are you?
I've been around for a very long time in the history of humanity.
We're soon going to be able to tell his age by just looking at the rings.
Oh, that's cute. I like that. Very good.
What's also been around for a very long time?
Liquid?
Yes.
Yeah.
They also have an organization. They do
That's
also
why
have
it's relevant
the logo.
that we're having this entire conversation.
I mean, we are only talking about the game and relevant things on this panel. And I do also want to talk about game number 2 because even though Lacoste called the performance shaky, they did win. Liquid probably also learned a little bit from Flight to Moon's playstyle, but vice versa. Flight to Moon also probably learned a little bit about Team Liquid. So how is game 2 going to play out, you guys think?
I think Lacoste was just making a pun because they had Earthshaker. So he was like, haha, it's shaky. However, I think if I'm Fly to Moon, I would
Not a very good pun. Lacoste is normally better at puns.
Jesus Christ, Sheever. Give this guy a break.
Continue.
I'd like to see some more just easy to execute lineups. I think that Fly to Moon, I just always like when they have more easy options to find kills that don't require ultimates. You add an Earthshaker, sure, but it's just a really complicated game for them when you try and fit this Zeus into the lineup. Zeus Lifestealer specifically, it's just odd. We don't see these heroes. I want to see him just do a little more standardness and deny Tiny. Stop giving Liquid Tiny. They will continue to pick it very early because they don't want Iceberg to have Tiny. So just get rid of it or make sure you're first.
Very flexible pick as well.
Yep. As we've seen from Liquid so far, they've been getting very comfortable after their wins, and then that ends up losing them the series. We have yet to see them win a series total, but we have seen a lot of games. So for Liquid, I would just say focus up. Don't get relaxed. Don't get excited like you should in most teams. Not for you, Liquid. Serious time. Pick your biggest heroes, take this one seriously, and don't screw it up. Because Fly to Moon is not a bad team. They will find a way. They almost beat them in game 1.
That's it?
That's it. That's all I got.
All right, well, that's all you get anyway. That's all we get. And that's not all you get at home, though, because you get the game, you get the draft. And let's head over to the draft Pantheon for game number 2 between Team Liquid and Flight to Moon.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. It's a pleasure to have you all join me for Game 2 of Team Liquid versus Flight of Moon. Now I wish that I was here to bring you some better news, but unfortunately, a certain BSJ wasn't here today, and I think he's been very unsatisfied with the way that this draft panel has been behaving. Now I'll try my best to...
No, Banana, no!
Oh my god. You're alive? Admir, give me your hands! Please!
I'm alive too.
Oh my god!
I'm also alive.
Jakins is also alive. It's a Quimbus miracle. Gentlemen, I know you were just in shock as I was after witnessing Team Liquid potentially get their first series of the entire tournament, of the entire group stage, but they still have one more game ahead of them. Flight of Moon, however, that last pick, Zeus, did not bear fruit. I don't really know what they were going for with it. Did not really win the mid lane matchup. Had so many difficulties in the mid to late game. Still managed to get relatively farmed. Still managed to bring it to a 50-something minute game, but still, it seemed like they were destined from failure from the start.
It does seem that way, you know? I want to go back to the draft. It seemed like a forced Zeus pick. We saw that Lifestealer had to go for the Manta style, which is a very questionable build, I would say. For a lot of people would probably be questioning that. No damage on that item whatsoever. It's purely defensive. It really doesn't do much for him. Like I really feel that was a drafting issue. I feel like Flight of Moon currently is a better team with how they were playing. I legitimately think that
I completely agree with this point. Considering how bad their draft was,
they
played really well.
They did great. Yeah, that's how I feel as well.
Okay, well that's compelling then, but then is it worth trying to force feed another Lifestealer draft? Because this was a first phase pick. They had the Shaker, they had the Lifestealer. It seemed like they had either comfort on the mind, because like you had mentioned, V2 and Lifestealer forced to be reckoned with, proved to be the case in game number 1. And Iceberg, he's got plenty of heroes. It doesn't have to be the Zeus. You mentioned the Visage. The previous panel has mentioned the Tiny. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It doesn't necessarily have to be this way, but they opted for the Lifestealer. And as we jump into draft number 2, it is going to be a Warlock and Sand King, first phase for Team Liquid, and an Undying, followed up by an Anti-Mage for V2 and Flight of Moon.
This is literally Team Liquid opening up with something a little bit weird and new for them. They open up with the Sand King, but instantly get answered with the Anti-Mage, because it's historically considered as the hero to pick versus SK in the lane. You should be able to dominate that lane. Sand King did get a couple of buffs, but I don't think that's enough to outright win a counter lane.
To be fair, people are playing the max Burrow Strike build, and I do think that actually does a lot better, the Caustic Burrow Strike build versus the Anti-Mage. It's still not good. I mean, especially into an Undying, it's hard. That's a hard lane.
You can still put Sand King 4, though. That's an option for them,
100%.
Right? Yeah.
I think that's definitely an option. And man, Sand King Warlock, what a team fight. Like, with just these heroes alone, it's very difficult to draft something that's going to team fight better than that.
What I really like about Flight of Moon is they're opening with this Anti-Mage. Now, the thing with this Anti-Mage is he's played by V2, and you know that you're reserving this higher priority pick for Iceberg. And Flight of Moon are a team that their versatility on cores is very limited. Like on all of their players, pretty much. It's Roger and Iceberg that are pretty versatile. The other ones, just pick them what they're good at instantly, and then reserves these picks for Iceberg. I think that's very solid. As long as you don't pick something that's countered, like in the
I was gonna say, I don't know if you,
yeah.
I don't know if you want to do that if you're just gonna pick into a counter. But I think they've probably learned their lesson from that one, because I honestly feel like from the last few series that we've watched from them, they're feeling themselves. Like they're feeling really good just about their play and playing their style. And I think that was just an outdraft. That's all it was.
So we were satisfied with the way that Flight of Moon played. What is it about the way that Liquid played that didn't really inspire confidence for you in that game 1? They had their Sven, they had, comfort heroes, they had Koikfa and Storm, but...
We could also put it this way. You see 2 drafts, and you expect one draft to crush the other one, right? And then that really doesn't happen, either because of the mistakes in the laning stage, you make a couple of mistakes in the game, and you expect them to crush, but they don't. That doesn't necessarily mean that they played super poor.
Right. That's kind of where I'm at. It's just I expect a lot more out of the draft. That's it. It's not nothing. Nothing against them. Like I think Liquid's a great team. In fact, I would say that like Liquid, if they're in their prime form, I think it's safe to say like they're way better than Fly to Moon. I mean, this is the only team that's taken a game off of Secret in Secret's last 18 games.
And
this team, that's it.
I love the Rubik pick for Fly to Moon. However, usually this team, when you look at recent months, they would pick Rubik almost first phase every single game. But that's when they had Aloha Dance. He's been removed. Roger is here now. Is Rubik one of his best heroes? I'm not completely sure. I would say that he can definitely play it well, but it's not one of his signatures. It's still a really good Rubik game. You already see spells that you can steal. Pretty much Fatal Bonds, Sand King Stun, anything from Sand King is decent.
Anything from both of them, actually. Like if you steal the Warlock slow, it's crazy good on Rubik. The heal even is pretty solid. Yeah, it's a good Rubik game.
By the way, look at Team Liquid and their bans. They're banning out every single general hero there is. Like Doom, Clockwork, Darkseer, Batrider, Beastmaster. This is all offlaners.
I mean, you want to pick an anti-mage, you really need to protect that lane, and so the thing that you'd be most concerned about, probably the offlane. I would guess that after game 1 that they may have felt like they needed to protect the mid lane a little bit more, but it seems like Iceberg isn't too shaken up by that Zeus game.
Yeah, Fly to Moon is also, they banned out the Slardar, they banned out the Tiny, right? Like they have some of these things as well, but they're not really aiming at one player as much as Team Liquid, even though most of these offlaners can be played as 4 as well, like Dome and Clockwork, right? But
so I actually think you're right about the Sand King, by the way. This puck, the last time they played this, it was Boxy playing it. He played it offlane, and it was the only other game that they won. It was versus Viking. It was the only other game that they won other than the Secret game was with the Boxy puck. I think it's a great answer to Anti-Mage. It's not the best in lane. You can get mana burned. You can definitely die once Anti-Mage hits level 6. But if you have a level advantage on Puck, like Puck has one of the best attack animations in the game and great damage. Like you can right-click the crap out of Anti-Mage for sure.
And,
pressure him.
And versus Undying as well, you're kind of fine on that lane, right?
Yeah, you're okay with that.
Overall,
yeah, it's not the worst.
Sand King is a hero that definitely would suffer harder versus the Undying.
Definitely
lane.
in a core position. Like you'd almost want the Sand King roaming, because at least that means he can go to other lanes. And then in the other lanes, he can actually acquire some net worth by getting some kills or maybe just like pushing somebody off a lane. Whereas, Puck obviously can't.
Team Liquid right now, just look at this draft, man. They're like, this is Team Liquid that I've grown to know. Like, 4 heroes, every single one of them has a big ulti that you can combo somehow. The only problem is, in the current meta, there's so much brawling, there's so many mini fights, small skirmishes across the map, that very rarely can you utilize all your combos at once. Which isn't necessarily always a bad thing. You can fight with one combo one fight, with the other fight, but that's extremely difficult to execute versus some teams. Maybe they can do it versus Fly to Moon.
Especially teams that are kind of tanky. Between an Undying and a Tidehunter, these skirmishes are going to take way longer than you'd be used to. And against an Anti-Mage, you want these fights to be over quick. You want to be able to win or take some heroes out of the map, take an objective, and then immediately move towards wherever Anti-Mage is on that side of the map. So this Tidehunter pick, definitely encouraging. How does Void versus Tidehunter fare? Because Liquid was specifically banning out a ton of general heroes, wanting to make sure that safe lane stays under control, stays protected, and they end up with a Tidehunter. How's that Void-Tide matchup?
It's definitely fine. Like it's fine for both. Tide is playing against a melee hero, so he's totally cool with it. But if you're Void, like Tide does this burst damage in the lane, right? He anchor smashes, then you just press the Void Q off cooldown, and you don't take any damage. So both of them will farm, and I think you would prefer to have a Void farming. You do have a Warlock too to heal as well, and I feel like Void is one of the better heroes versus Tide.
Are you pressuring Tide though? Like
no, you're not pressuring Tide.
You have remember that you have 2 damage mitigation heroes on the same lane, right?
That's true.
That can be extremely difficult for Void to play into when it comes
about between the Fade Bolt damage reduction and Anchor Smash damage reduction.
Yeah, when you come into that lane as a Void, you will be healed up. You will stay in the lane. How much will you get out of that lane is a question mark for me still. And it can be a bit problematic.
Okay.
Templar Assassin.
Going for TA. So it is a roaming Sand King. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. So they still have the counter pick. Is I would assume Batrider's banned.
Batrider's
banned.
Yes.
Where's the Venomancer at? Viper's banned as well.
Viper's banned as well.
Darkseer. Wow, they've really covered all their bases on
Jakiro
Liquid.
mid got him.
Oh
Sure.
no, don't do it. No.
Another limp Jakiro mid. Jakiro usually, like long time ago, Jakiro was a perfect pick versus some heroes on the mid lane because you scale well as well. but it just isn't the same any longer. If you mess him up just a little bit a couple of times, that hero disappears into the darkness.
You know what? Am I crazy that like a Veno would be just insanely good right now? You just run like a mid Veno or even a mid Tide. Like you've Veno versus Void. That obviously is extremely good against the Void, who's good against burst damage, destroys him in lane.
It's in lane. You're thinking Veno offlane and Tide mid?
I'm thinking either. I think it just think about like how do you fight into like a Veno Tide Undying if you're Liquid? And then you just have Anti-Mage farming the entire time. Anti-Mage pops off. Like that is such a strong death ball with those heroes. Veno gives them some like persistent fighting too. It's like the ultimate does matter, but it doesn't matter that much. It's like, you know, on Sand King, for example, the Sand King ultimate doesn't matter either. It's more about his Burrow Strike.
Right.
Like I think Veno is more about the wards.
You definitely have this one position that is your win condition, right? Your anti-mage. So you could go for something like that. Venomancer.
Oh.
They go for the even worse option.
Okay, yeah,
Ooh.
that's dirty.
Yeah, this is very dirty, but Huskar has been changed, and that magic damage can really get to him. So that's also a little bit questionable, because you are playing versus a quite decent amount of magic damage coming from Team Liquid, plus you have that Chronosphere, and you don't have any save besides some heals from Soul Rip perhaps, and some utility that Tidehunter is bringing to the table.
It's a lot of damage over time too. Like armlet toggling in this game is going to be really hard for Huskar. But you're playing into this TA matchup. Like there's no hero that you can put against this Huskar where he's not going to have an extremely good lane. But the thing with TA is you just go jungle. Any TA player knows that.
And Koikwa is definitely one of those. Few levels on the mid lane, even on second level or third, get a couple of raid bans, just go to the jungle, leave the Huskar.
And then Warlock or Sand King, both of these heroes are excellent at soaking mid. In fact, Sand King is a hero that I recall people in NA for a while were picking as a counter to Huskar, because you literally, it's a sentry battle, right? Huskar's all about destroying the lane, and Sand King, as long as you have a sentry down and they don't, you win the lane. So Sand King can, if he goes a point in his, or a couple of points in his Sandstorm, he can actually lane against the Huskar.
So you're already kind of predicting that Templar Assassin is not going to have a good time in that lane. She's going to have to abandon it at some point.
But she'll be fine in the jungle is the thing.
Right, but then someone's going to take it over. As we see, the odds definitely favoring Team Liquid. They won game one, unsurprising, and favored them again. But you don't want Team Liquid to just kind of like take this hard counter lying down. You want them to be able to react to it somewhat.
I think they're going to do a good job reacting to this. I think there's a reason that Huskar has fallen off tremendously in the past 5 to 6 months. I think people are getting a lot better at dealing with it. Unfortunately, you can't do the mid creep cutting thing now. That is what people are doing. But the TA versus Huskar matchup, I'm sure Koikva's played this a million times. That's a classic. Like, this happens all the time in pubs. Your TA, the guy last picks Huskar, and then he thinks he's going to own you. You just go jungle, and you're 2 levels ahead of him.
Let's see if Koikva's seasoned experience will maybe be able to bring Liquid to their first series victory as we pass it on to our casters for game number 2.
That's right. Is Liquid going to be able to actually close out a series for once in this group stage, and against a hero that, while being a counter pick, yes, is a hero that hasn't really been seen hardly at all. It's been picked 3 times so far in Omega League, and nobody's picking it in the Immortal division. Lacoste, and what is that reason?
I just don't find him that strong, to be honest. He got nerfed a couple of times in the recent patches, and what the panel talked about, you know, it's going to be mid TA against the Huskar. You found that matchup in the pub games if you are TA spammer, and Koikwa definitely is. The thing about it, you can just bail after getting 2-3 levels, go to jungle, keep farming, and Team Liquid, they are the team that stacks a lot of camps, and this is how you make a comeback with the Templar Assassin. I'm a bit worried about the top lane, see how that one's gonna go. There's gonna be Anchor Smash, there's gonna be Fate Bolt against the Faceless Void. Like, this combination against 2 heavy right-click damaging heroes in the mid-game as well. Like, that's a lot of minus damage if they get on top of them with the Tide.
See individual battles all over the place to try and win over Bounty Runes. It does go 2 for 2, though. Well, at least Mickey will have the Warlock in lane, so he'll get a lot of, like, he should be able to survive through all this harassment, but it's the CS that's the big problem, right?
Yeah, I don't think they can kill Mickey. There's no real burst damage, so both Tidehunter and Faceless Void will farm in this lane. It's just how much Faceless Void can get out of this lane. Let's see the mid matchup. So it's going to be Psyblades, level 1 on Koikwa. Try to get as much damage as possible, always on a fly. This is one of his best heroes. You know, he's not afraid to die after using his mana.
And we, or I anyway, just casted this match, or not this matchup, but 2 days ago we casted the Huskar versus Void Spear, I think it was. Hellraisers played that against Bait. And while they did manage to win, it was surprising how Denny was actually able to do pretty well in those first like 5 minutes of CS. We'll see if Koifa is able to do the same with Templar Assassin. That's probably a little bit more of a difficult task.
So far, so good. 5 CS on T8, 3 CS on Huskar, and he's very low. Koifa just bringing some extra region.
And this is exactly what you want, as far as I know in the matchup, right? You just push the wave into the tower and it kind of bounces back and forth.
Yeah. And I love what they're doing on the bottom lane. Sanking, getting Caustic level 1. Like, he's not relying on mana to pressure the AM. They're just pushing the wave, and then they can get the pull off. You can see it. I thought they're going to do that. Taiga is the one who's actually farming here instead of Boxy. Boxy's just playing that position for Puck, and he has a phase shift level 1.
Now we'll see how well the later part of the game goes. It's one of the big problems against AM, right, is that spell shield.
Yeah, against the Burrow Strike, it could easily just backfire.
Yeah.
Just on your whole team. Guys, I got him. We've all been there.
Yeah. Not very fun. I always want to fly doing a good job of trying to shove these two back. Meanwhile, camp that's pulled into the hard camp, and Liquid and Hellraisers, or excuse me, Flight of Moon fighting over it. I see that HR tag on Roger.
So Liquid has Observer Ward on the bottom. No sentries from what I've seen on Fly the Moon. They need to bring one. I think Sanking got hit hard by the nerfer. You cannot eat a sentry with the Quelling Blade anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you place a sentry, you see a sentry, you instantly kill it.
Yeah.
And so far, Liquid doing a good job just spreading around so they're not hit by two-man decay.
Trying to keep their distance. And also stay out of the hands of V-Tune, who's looking for that free mana burn. Top lane seems to be going okay, though. 16-0 right now for the Void, so looks like both the carries are relatively free farming. TA still doing all right in the CS department. Of course, a lot of this is going to be neutral creeps, because as everyone's been talking about, at some point in time, you just got to go jungle. Ooh, looks like he's getting a little bit low here. Always want to fly, tries to get off the Soul Rip, but he gets silenced, and First Blood goes to Boxy.
Small victory for Always Wanna Fly, getting that Observer Ward. I mean, you gotta stay positive.
Yeah.
He just died there. You need to find something good in what he just did. And Sania in a bit of trouble.
He does have Fairy Fire as well as Stick Charges. He pops them both to stay alive here. Mickey, surely a Bash is gonna come in here as he had hit a number of times without it. They just can't win the man fight, though, against this kind of damage from the Anchor Smash that is preventing Mickey from doing anything and just overcommits. He ends up dying in a bigger win for Fly to Moon, no doubt.
Using Time Walk level 1, extremely aggressive, is the same as when you're playing Pangolier. Like, you want to get a kill with the Swashbuckle, it's a 20-second cooldown ability, you're just straight up dead if you're out of position. And Tide getting an earlier point in Gush, just so that they have extra kill potential in that lane.
Yeah, Gush level 1 is such a value ability nowadays.
AM getting harassed a lot on the bottom, but he's still keeping the good CS. Soul Rip Heal plus 2 small rings, just to have that extra regeneration going. And this is the build that I've seen on and tried on position 4s. When you want to have some extra spell damage, you want some extra mana regen, so you buy a Null Talisman.
Taiga able to stay just outside of the Sentry.
Boxy will rush Spirit Vessel this game. I already see he's going for Earn. They definitely need it against Undying, against Huskar. Huskar also not the hero that, just buys straight up BKB. He wants to tank up first, and you get so much value out of it.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be seeing any of those other items, the Shivas and Scotty and anything like that. If anybody will really be able to build that, because we don't have the best targets.
Yeah, they really don't have the heroes that buy these items. Maybe Void as a 4th, 5th item at one point, but still, it feels like you need better items, you need damage items to deal with both of these heroes.
One of the big upsides of the new Sand King is if you can play around neutrals, you feel really strong because of the new Caustic Finale doing percentage-based damage off of the max health of the creature. So if you can play around some of those bigger hard camp creeps, it's pretty hard to actually contest it. You could see Taiga's trying to abuse playing around the neutrals as much as possible. Roger had been shadowing Koifa for a while with that invisibility, just being a nuisance.
When Sand King's Caustic got changed, I was like, yeah, this is it. This is the buff that he needed. And then I try him in a pub game, and it's like, yeah, this is not it. It really is not.
Yeah, initially when you're like, the Caustic Finale slow comes in, and every hit, and you're just like, oh, this feels great. I had this slow.
And then you hit level 6, you're like, I don't want to even spend a point on the
and then you're like,
because
oh
it's pretty
yeah,
useless.
my Epicenter is still shit. Yeah. Taiga trying to go and cut some creeps, but always want to fly makes a really good call and picking up an early dust. General slowing down Insania a little bit more. Its Faint Bolt could be used here. Is that going to be enough? They're going to have to dive in deep into the tower. One more hit, and they get it.
Tidehunter is extremely high level, level 6, 7 minutes in. Mango Tree, this is a very valuable item when you're playing against the Anti-Mage. You know, it's going to be good at every single stage of the game. Also, do not put your Mango Tree outside your base. Like, just do not just, but I'm going to get the division.
Is this direct shots at T-Governor?
What, is he actually the one planting it somewhere?
He even put a whole entire video together about where to put your mango tree out on the map for vision.
I'm gonna have a talk with him.
Well, maybe it's different now. I have no clue. But yeah, I mean, in this game especially, right? Like, you're up against an AM, you want all those mangoes for the entirety of the game.
Trust me, if this game goes like post 60-minute mark, there's still gonna be no mangoes underneath that tree. So Taiga just rushing a Blink Dagger, and there's the stacks that we talked about. Koikwa making some. Also, I want to see if they stacked anything in their own jungle on top. So Koikwa already level 7. Like, yeah, you picked Huskar, she's just gonna jungle. You didn't get too much out of that lane. I think it's a pretty big debate, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice idea of just like Taiga being given some farm at bottom lane, Boxy then eventually becomes the mid laner. While the TA just does all that jungling, right? Because she doesn't want to stop hitting those Ancients in order to defend a tower and put up with Huskar. So far better for the Puck to be able to do so. So you kind of have, in some ways, the best of both worlds.
And it's an insanely good Blink Dagger timing. It's a 9-minute blink.
Yeah.
Definitely something that you don't see. But I think what they can do right now is just shift Puck towards that position 3 hero and just get the farm on him.
Yeah, now that you have the Blink Dagger, like, do you really need much more on a Sand King? You know, I'm sure there are plenty of, like, okay, you get a Veil, that's a really nice pickup, but at this point in time,
you definitely do not expect Sand King to have a Blink Dagger.
Yeah. You want your Sand King to be playing off map as much as possible now. And they've been setting up in this mid lane for a really long time. And maybe there's a small chance.
It's still a Sand King, you know.
Yeah. Fly to Moon, they've just been abandoned that lane with the Huskar. Quickly deal with the Tombstone, always want to fly, will delay the Tombstone death, but eventually it's 125 gold for Koifa. Now they're moving down to bottom lane, trying to, you see them dropping sentries. They're trying to do everything they can to find that big opening on a core. They wanted the Huskar kill, but he was busy jungling. Now they rotated to bottom, but didn't really find the opening there either. Uh-oh. Fortunately, the silence there.
There's
comes the Epicenter, he's got it, and there's the Burrow Strike. The burst damage is more than enough to be able to kill the Huskar. Big difference between this new Huskar and the first use of the Chronosphere as well. Mickey just wants an additional kill, and you could see why. They still have the Siege Wagon up, so they think if we get enough kills here, maybe old Phase Shift, not good enough. Still hits Boxy, still hits Mickey, and Mickey, time walks away. The Burrow Strike comes through, and it pulls V-Tune away from from the Faceless Void.
Like, Sanking will need to be careful about using that also. Like, there's some really nice spells to steal for Rubik. Rubik was always considered as one of the best heroes against the Sanking. Stealing that Burrow Strike.
Hit by the dust, but Taiga, he wants to be able to fight around this. The rest of his team is still here. Fly to Moon, they got baited in by just having the vision. Oh, look at that! The ultimate got canceled there by Iceberg, thanks to the Golem drop. Perfectly timed by Insandia. Rogers just in deep, and he does manage to get the kill on the Sand King, but it's such a hefty cost as now the Animage is dead and Iceberg is low. Fortunately, Liquid have run out of steam, but it was still a big win for the boys in blue.
Surprised that Fly to Moon decided to go for that fight. They already used the Ravage, and maybe they did not expect, I don't know, not expect Warlock to be level 6 there because, you know, he's a very strong hero at the moment. Also, Antimage should not be joining any fights at all. Maybe if they clean up 2 heroes, he TPs, gets a hero kill with the Mana Void, that's it. But if Puck still has ultimate, like, you're gonna be straight up dead.
Oh, Mickey, come on, man. Does at least get his item. The Mask of Madness arrives, and he'll continue to turboing through the neutral creeps. V-Tune heads up to the top lane with the Tide Hunter. So it looks like Flight of Moon's just putting a very heavy premium on trying to take these objectives, trying to take these early towers. I mean, with that play in mid that they made. And now this play at top, stacking these cores.
I actually love what Team Liquid did, where they just gave a lane to Sanking, so he farms his Blink Dagger, and now Boxy has a full Spirit Vessel, because he was sitting on a mid lane, getting some XP on the bottom as well, plus some CS. Like, it's been quite some time since I saw someone doing that. It was really popular, like, 3 to 4 years ago.
Boxy, I think he was trying to position himself to maybe get the deny. Maybe caught by the telekinesis, silence goes out, but still up by the telekinesis, man to jump away to his illusory orb. Boxy hidden in the trees here, phase shift. He still has his coil as well, and I think Fly to Moon, they're not so sure about sticking around there. The rest of the cores just want to run around and get some farm. They don't want to be distracted by trying to go for a puck for too long. General with his Ravage up, really wants to take this mid tower. This will be the second Ravage of the game.
Fly to Moon needs to bring sentries. You see Team Liquid already prepared. They have a trap, they have Sanking, just positioning himself well with the Sandstorm. And they're defending a tier 1 tower, that's what matters. Trying to reset the cooldown on that rock. Still a good timing on a Battle Fury. Anti-Mage 13 minutes in on top of Power Treads.
Yeah, meanwhile, Koifa, he's been just farming Machine, and he has the Desolator. The trap laid out, the smoke doesn't quite break though. They really need this kill on Fly to Moon, but it's looking like they're not gonna get it. Oh, that is very unfortunate.
All right, this is a big DD for Huskar. He's pinging it out. Also, I talked about his itemization, so he realizes they can easily burst me, so I'm just gonna get Armlet into BKB, which I like here. I mean, you're still playing in the Chronosphere, playing into Deso, but you need to get rid of those Fatal Bonds, not be stunned by or locked down by Coil or Burrow Strike.
Do you think Halbert's still worth investing? Oh, Epicenter's going to go out. They're going to try and burst somebody down, and it's not going to be the Huskar. They're going to go for that support. Always want to fly. Those still manage to get off everything. Tombstone goes out. They have a nice Chronosphere onto 2 that's going to be able to set Koifa up for the free damage onto Iceberg. Now they've taken down the primary damage dealer. In general, he's going to die without using his Ravage. Back over to the Undying, who eventually did die, despite the initiation from Taiga not actually killing him with the burst. They managed to get just the perfect Chronosphere, and now that kind of teamfight win leads straight into Roshan. They get the kill on Roger at the end of it while they're still doing this Roche. Another massive victory for Liquid.
Yeah, this is the Team Liquid that I expected to see throughout the whole tournament. Like this kind of aggression, decision making. They get 4 heroes killed, they get the Roche. And I want to see some counter picking. You know, this is an earlier tight pick. You want to have hero like Enigma, Faceless Void, Doom, something that he can't crack enough.
This Liquid, they have gone at 0-3 2-1 by Viking GG, 2-1 by Secret, and the most surprising 2-0'd by Ninjas in Pajamas. Desperately need a win here, as well as another win tomorrow against OG if they want to be able to have a chance of heading into playoffs, even having a chance of being able to do so by participating in the play-in part of the group stage.
Flight of Moon wants to take a fight. You know, you have a Tidehunter, you want to get use of that Ravage, get the efficiency going, but you also have Anti-Mage who does not want to take a fight. So you just need to play with the 4 heroes right now, but they're very limited on the tower damage. Like, you can try to go there. They have great ways of dealing with any kind of push with just parking the Sanking into the Sandstorm or Puck cutting the creep wave.
Roger just cruising along. But again, looking like they just are just shy of being able to catch somebody, of being able to successfully rotate and get a kill. I guess the big side upside is they still have their mid tower. That is a lie. Boxy will take the offlane tower though.
Stolen Time Walk, not the best spell to steal in this game. Like, you want to steal something from Warlock, Burrow Strike from Sanking, try to use it multiple times, silence before they get BKBs. Oh, once again, I still feel like Clumsy Net is one of the best tier 2 items. The value that you get against certain heroes like Faceless Void, Puck, Anti-Mage in this case.
Personally, I'm a big fan of that other item that popped up, Essence Ring. It always feels pretty good. Maybe that's just me. Playing a lot of strength heroes that, you know, the extra HP helps and so does the mana regen, so just feels like that perfect combo. I don't know, are you concerned that Flight of Moon hasn't managed to, like, that they are down 5k right now? Or do you think it's okay just because they do have some late game of the AM as well as the Tidehunter?
I've seen AMs, you know, just winning the games by himself, but he's playing into Faceless Void and TA. Like, TA is not a hero that falls off quickly anymore, you know. Before, TA was on a timer, but with the, I'm gonna call it recent changes to her talents, it's still insanely good late game hero. And I don't think Huskar is gonna scale, that's the issue. Like, you have also position 5 Undying, who's just straight up food.
Liquid. They are ones to push an advantage as soon as they get a big upgrade, and that is the BKB on Koifa. It's going to be comboed with the double damage here from Koifa. So they're going to lead off a quick stun onto Always Wanna Fly and turn that into a tier 1 tower while Flight of Moon is not in position to defend. So that's looking like a freebie.
And Koifa is playing into like Rubik, Tidehunter. He wants to be able, Huskar most importantly, he wants to get that BKB before a Blink Dagger, which I kind of really like. They have like no abilities that go through magic immunity.
I have to say, I would feel a lot better about Flight of Moon's lineup if it was the previous patch. So, managed to get the Burrow Strike, and okay, they're going to drop everything they have to be able to catch this Anti-Mage, and it was just enough. One stun leads into 2 more and gets the kill on a V-Tune.
This is one of those games that could easily go wrong and end up in fails of the week, because you use the rock, you stun yourself, a missed Chronosphere, barely caught him on the edge.
But instead, becomes a symphony of success for Liquid. Oh yeah, previous patch, right? I remember the AM versus Void matchup because we were seeing that so often. The AM would go for that Heaven's Halberd build to try and deal with the Void. And then obviously Huskar was, I mean, that's a prime Heaven's Halberd hero right there. But the recent nerf, an extra 400 gold to the cost, seems like neither hero feels like it's good enough.
It's 2 camps for AM if he wants to go for that. And he farms that in, what, 15 seconds? I don't think it's that much of a deal for him. It's still one of the best items in the game right now.
So why do you think he's not going for it? Do you think he just is trying to accelerate as quick as possible? That's his focus?
On AM or Faceless Void?
AM or the Huskar, either one.
Huskar just decided to go for BKB because he needs it to take a fight. He's, you know, very fragile. They don't have a save. But for other heroes, like what is Faceless Void getting? SNY, I believe, some status resistance.
Yep.
He can disassemble that easily at one point. Just get Heaven's Halberd, get Mantistal. I don't think this is the kill you're getting.
No. They are a bit scared of Mickey. And they probably should be because he's not that easy to bring down. 2,000 health.
Yeah, plus some extra status resistance. They have no real burst damage. The only way they deal with him is burn his mana. That's how you kill him.
Yeah, that trick works a little bit better, Koifa, if there's actually a camp there to bait somebody in. Instead, he walks over and he sees that there's no creeps there. And 21 minutes just happened. What? That's weird. The camp is blocked. Huh.
Remember when people were doing that, you know, just blocking the camps whenever they were playing against AM?
No,
you know, buy a couple of sentries, one observer ward, so he gets no farm.
Yeah, thank God sentries actually have a limit nowadays. You have to actually think about what you're doing with those sentries rather than just throwing them out willy-nilly. Boxy. They're going to try and catch him. Does Rubik have Stolen Time Walk? Is that what he's got? So he's going to lead off Telekinesis into the net. So that was a very cute combo there from Roger that gets V-Tune a dominating kill streak. So 468 gold for him.
Team Liquid does not necessarily need to, you know, just try to end the game right now. Put the pressure. They have 7k gold lead. Next Roche may respawn in a minute. This is their timing. Like, you can easily try to go for end the game push if you get the Aegis and the cheese. And Faith's Void already preparing for the itemization coming out from this anti-mage. You know he would love to get Butterfly at one point. He's playing against the Faceless Void and Templar Assassin, so just heavy right-click damage-dealing heroes.
Yeah, and MKB just feels like a good damage item right now. If you've got an excuse to build it and you don't need any defensive items, just...
Yeah, I like
solid.
That Iceberg is switching back to Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah.
Just a casual plate mail against the TA, since she has Deso and Meld. You're gonna be in negative armor if you don't buy any kind of armor item. Destroyed wards. 5 against... Wait, did Cam stack 10? Jesus Christ, Liquid is just stacking way too much.
Yeah, Liquid killing all the wards, stacking all the camps. The supports, man, they're doing some serious work for Liquid.
I think for players who want to learn how to play position 4, which Boxy was playing for the first 10 minutes, could learn a lot. How to get farm in a game where you cannot actually get the farm from a lane, instead just stack multiple camps.
A really aggressive smoke up here. They've got a ward on the high ground. They see the Huskar over here. The rest of the team isn't around Mickey just yet. He's calling to him. Hurry up, guys.
Come.
We've got the opportunity. I can get the Chronosphere with him on the edge, and is it enough for Koifa to get the damage in? It is. With that meld and all that minus armor, they're managing to bring down Iceberg just like that. Oh, it's stolen Chronosphere, though. Uh-oh.
They don't have the damage to deal inside the Chronosphere. That's the problem. It's just a setup for maybe a Ravage, but they don't have a single spell they can throw inside a Chrono besides the Fade Bolt.
That's true. Oh, they're going to jump in immediately. Ravage, just go for it. But the Burrow Strike follow-up, that actually stops a lot of damage from V-Tune, and now V-Tune stuck inside the coil. The counter Chronosphere, but it's not going to do anything. You're already caught. You're already dead. You've got no damage. The Upheaval's going to slow everybody down. And 4, make it 5.
Boxy.
General, they're going to chase him all the way into the tier 3 here. That's a wipe, and it costs them, again, nothing. Liquids, that's 2 games in a row now. Around 20, 24 minutes, they come through with a massive team fight victory, and it feels like it's all going to snowball from here, Lacoste.
Yeah, huge body Boxy in the end by Puck. I think he also has a full Aghanim Scepter finish, so this anti-mage is not gonna... Okay, he just needs 300 gold, but it's very hard. That's why they pick Puck, you know, against the AM, so that leash mechanic just destroys him. You cannot blink, there is no save, and they took out the Huskar as the primary target. Roche just respawned. Cooldown on Chronosphere, 60 seconds. Ravage is used. They can just run into the Roche pit right now.
I just can't believe V-Tune, like, you gotta pop your spell shield. When you just jump in like that, you have to you can't underestimate Liquid. You have to be like, okay, they're probably going to counter-initiate if we jump them. So you just got to pop that spell shield.
Yeah, you need to counter-initiate with counter spell.
And counter the burrow and burrow counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so fly the moon. They know what Team Liquid wants to do, so Liquid just bails a bit. I don't think you're taking this fight.
BKB and now an Aghanim Scepter for the puck. Now, they may
huge
not have
upheaval.
Ravage. Oh, this is going to be just so deadly. Insania, look at this high ground positioning and always want to fly. He is now out of position trying to stop this. V-Tune does come out and does manage to get a quick kill on a Boxy. That's really good, but at the same time, Roger is very likely to die here. And inside the pit, Burrow Strike gone out. Roshan's low, finish off Iceberg, and they grab the Aegis. He grabs it just before he dies. A second life,
Cheese
but
on the
Cheese on the ground.
still.
Taiga, hello, wake up, General. He eats the cheese, and now Liquid, who had probably a free opportunity here to be able to get some kills, are in serious trouble. BKB, Burrow Strike Epicenter goes on out.
Chrono
Iceberg is going to get blown up a second time, and they don't have the vision to be able to spot Koifa, so V-Tune couldn't stick onto him. Only with the cores around, nobody has the detection, and now he's going to be kited around. General goes in, tries to bail out his core, but once again, he's going to die very last in a team fight. Liquid, looked great, and then it looked a little awkward, and then it looked uber great.
Yeah, that positioning from Insania, standing on the high ground, fly the moon. They understand we need to get the vision of him, so always on a fly, tries to run to use the tombstone to get any kind of vision to stop that, but failed to do so. And this was a fight where they take the cheese and Aegis off of them, and it's gonna be a free barracks on a mid lane. And that fight, remember, was without even using the Chronos here.
Yeah. Weird part is I feel like Always Wanna Fly could have just kind of dropped, he could have chucked the tombstone to the other side of the Roshan wall, you know? He didn't really need to walk all the way around.
Yeah, he definitely did not need to use it on the high ground.
Melee Barracks is going to go down, and Mickey will escape cleanly. The initiation from Fly to Moon is just kind of non-existent without
Where are those mangoes? I see Faceless Void with no mana. Okay, he just popped a couple. Can we see the base of Team Liquid, please, just to check how many mangoes are underneath the Christmas tree?
Oh, look at that. Warlock even circled around. One mango left, and very likely, I think a courier is going to snatch that up. You're absolutely right, Lacoste. Value tier 1 item.
That's the word.
What's the win rate on Mango Tree, Kyle, who's already down here thinking Liquid has got this in the bag, as is Sheever. Say what? Okay. Making things
He
up.
said 7%. I mean, that was really not smart of him to say anyway, but whatever.
Yeah, classic Kyle. Liquid, get onto the high ground tier. And are they aware? The jump in, Ravage on it too. That's beautifully set up. They can get the Mana Void. The Spell Shield actually goes off this time, but the Burrow Strike still slowed a little bit. They managed to get the kill. Turn around, Taiga activating his BKB, gets off the Epicenter. And even if they kill Mickey, the true damage is coming from Koifa as he delivers another beautiful strike that brings down the Undying Iceberg. Left stuck inside an upheaval. And now it is just a pitiful life for a Huskar who is past his prime. Lacoste, his time is over. And now the stronger carries will rise up.
Yeah, he's not having a good time. It was a great setup from Fly to Moon, you know, using the Ravage there, blowing up Faceless Void before he could get any spells off, but still not enough. Like, they also needed to bring Koifa down because that's just call it. That's it. Like, I mean, there's nothing they can do in this game anymore.
Liquid, they finally win a series, and they do it very cleanly, too. A nice 2-0 against Fly to Moon. So they are still in contention to be able to play in that playoffs, but a stronger opponent lurks on the horizon. I believe tomorrow they have to match up against OG Lacoste. Can this Liquid that you saw just today, especially in this second game, which looked a lot more clean, do you think that Liquid can beat OG?
Yes. Because the way they played, what they did with their off lane and position 4, just give that Sanking farm in the laning stage. He got the 9-minute Blink Dagger, and then Boxy was just stacking the camps, taking over that position 3 once again, getting a Spirit Vessel against the Huskar, and then getting a Blink Dagger. It's just, you know, something that top teams have not been doing, but it's a sign that they have a general great understanding of the game and get the best out of their heroes.
And I feel like both games we were not super happy with the last pick coming out from Fly to Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like 25% win rate. I don't think we're seeing any more Huskar low cost.
Oh, for sure. And also they picked Zeus into Storm Spirit, Tiny Sven, which was not the greatest. So I think they should really work on that last pick and how to utilize it.
Yeah. Play-wise, Fly to Moon has looked good in this tournament, but they got to go back to the drawing board when it comes to the drafts. And we are going to go back to our lovely panel, who's back into play. You guys are in the wrong seats. You got to switch it up. Right as I'm about to toss it over to them, amateurs. I'm working with amateurs.
You're good, yeah.
No, Cap, we are working with amateurs at this point. What the hell?
What? Just because you're our queen doesn't mean you can talk down to your subject.
Yes, she can. My queen does mean that I can do exactly
Step
that.
on me.
How did it end for Daenerys?
What does that mean? I just read it in Twitch chat. I don't know what it means.
What?
Nothing.
Stop.
Okay.
It's a big series.
Yay,
Liquid
big
just
series.
won.
Liquid did just win their first series of the tournament.
That's exactly it.
Oh, that's it? All right. I want to talk about this Sand King. I've been hearing the whole last 3 weeks, 2 weeks, I've been hearing Sand King being bad. Well,
Wow.
this Sand King was everything but bad. Taiga crushed it.
I mean, a lot of people keep saying Sand King's bad, but we've seen him in like 2 games, and each time he has more farm, more XP, but I think it's about putting him in the right situation to get good, right? Which is, Sand King is such a great guy for this tournament because it really shows me how little I know about Dota. I look at his hero, I say, what the hell is he supposed to do? His ultimate's garbage. He has first point in Poison Boom Boom. The fuck does he do? And then he's a god, Kyle. And I would love an intelligent player like you to tell me why.
It's actually a throwback all the way to the day.
Did you make him cry?
No, I can't do
What
it.
is wrong?
I'm never.
You're the one making the schedule,
What?
you know?
Stop giggling, Sheaves. We got it together now. Hang on.
Okay. Take a deep breath.
Taiga played a very good 4. I think it's actually solid as a 4 position if you can get into the game. Because he had the trouble with Sand King is, of course, you just don't do damage. And as a 4 position, it allows you to just utilize XP because you don't get more damage as you buy items, right? You can just get tankier. 4 position, if you have the levels, all you really need is exactly what Taiga had. Blink BKB, Blink Stun, Channel Ulti. You have so much DPS coming in physical from your Void and TA, it's just fine. And I think Liquid also just play around it quite well.
Yo, real talk though, Liquid, great team, happy for them, won a series. Why anti-mage fight every single fight?
Why?
Why not anti-mage hide like normal 2K anti-mage? I ask myself as I watch this game.
You're asking
Great
us.
question.
Yes. Well, I ask you, why he not hide and farm?
Maybe he felt pressured because he's up against a Void, and late game Void wins against Anti-Mage. Isn't that true?
That is a great point. That would answer it. Okay.
I mean, it still doesn't mean that it's good, right?
Yeah.
It's just he kind of was forced in an unfortunate position. I was actually surprised to see the Faces Void not banned out. Because when you're playing Anti-Mage, you pick him in the first 2.
I'm so sick of this first 2 Void. And I will say...
It was the first 2 AM.
Yeah.
Void was 4th pick by Liquid.
Yes, but in the previous series...
Yeah, in the previous series, Sheaver. Continue.
Void was picked first 2 in one of the games. And I think that after seeing that, I'm surprised that they let it get all the way to the second. It just feels like one of the best carries. The talents are great. You can itemize multiple different ways. You can either farm, you're solid, if not the best hero in the late game now. I think Void even has an edge against Spectre.
Technically, the counter to everything, because you can put everything in a bubble and kill it.
Exactly.
Well,
it's like when you bring Slacks onto a panel.
Well, that's more like Doom. I just focus on one person, take them out of the panel, and then, it is truly the Doom of esports.
It seems like you've got a refresher in there.
But anyway, at any rate, wow, they don't. Oh wow,
Great
Roger.
analogy.
That's pretty good.
What?
Huh? No, I'm just looking at those stats. Impressive. Very impressive.
I mean, you guys are talking about Taiga, great position 4, great position 4.
I thought we were talking about Mountain Lions.
No.
Colorado?
Why do you do
I
this
think
time?
Taiga played the position 3 this game.
Taiga, because
I think Boxy on the lane took a little bit of a backseat. You guys okay?
We're fine.
Continue talking, Jesus.
And, well, the space that Taiga got, he took gladly, and he made it work.
Indeed. And shout out to Koifa as well. I think admirable performance both games. I've said it many times, but you know, it's a lot of time you spend talking about Dota. You have to start reusing material. Koifa is probably my most improved player of the decade.
The decade. That's
Holy
definitely.
I never thought I would see him playing this well, this consistently for a Tier 1 Dota team.
I think people that start from 0 and reach like 4K MMR are more like have a bigger span crossed in a decade.
Okay, most improved professional player.
Thank you.
In Dota 2. I just think that he went from somebody who I felt like was really one-dimensional. He would just farm. Like he was really good at like the Lone Druids and the Furians, and you'd see him play Alchemist, Broodmother. He was always the cheese hero
He's still
guy.
doing really good at those as well, by the way.
Yes, exactly. But now he also added to his repertoire like all the standard Dota 2 heroes. He can find kills. I think that Liquid, when they're on, look like one of the best. I'm really happy in a way that they showed. I didn't have a favorite necessarily, but I like Liquid when they're playing against these top teams because they play up to their competition. It feels they can get beaten by anybody, but it feels like they can take a series off anyone as well.
Yes, and it's about time that they actually proved that in the score as well, because they did not have any, like they took games off of teams, but they didn't win a series yet. So that was unfortunate up until this point. It also means that they're not yet done. They still have to face OG. So they are at the moment in a position where their group, by the way, the top 3 is already decided. So they can't make it to the bracket straight up. They have to go through the whatchamacallit?
The lower bracket, the play-ins.
The play-ins.
Are you sure about that?
Liquipedia was sure about that.
Liquipedia.
And yes, I'm absolutely sure about that because Secret and OG have both won 3/4 games so far, series that is, undefeated, both of them. Viking is 3-2.
That's
have
true.
also played all their series, and then you should look at the 2 series lost. No other team in that group can have as few losses as the 2 series lost from Viking. So Viking is guaranteed also in the playoffs, straight up without going to the play-ins. Speaking of play-ins, I think Insania wants to make the play-ins, and he is on his way there because you just won the series. Congratulations, Insania.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to ask though, because we love talking to you, and we didn't really get the chance to this tournament so far.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, we made it hard for you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, we're coming off of we're coming off one of our probably longest player breaks ever. And the man you can see back here has been doing a very poor job of coaching us. So we've been struggling, but now I feel like we're starting to slowly figure out some stuff, and some things are falling back into place. But coming off of a break and expecting yourself to beat these top tier teams is maybe a little bit too much to ask. So. But we feel like we're slowly getting into the groove again.
Yeah, this especially this second game.
Sorry, I'm being distracted by these clowns.
That's okay. That is okay. I get that all the time as well. I have different clowns, same type of distraction.
Yeah.
You can imagine what I have to deal with.
I can relate.
I was told I got kicked from my team for insulting my teammates, and you guys are just flaming them in public on stream?
Oh, that's why
I'm not flaming his teammates. I'm flaming my teammates. Oh. He's flaming his teammates.
Please, the pro players are talking. Please speak. Please do not speak. Insania, what do pro players do when they are on... Hey, buddy. What do pro players do when they're on vacation? Real question, no flame. I'm actually interested because don't... Huh?
Genuinely, I've always played Dota on my vacation. This was the first time in I don't know how many years. I ended up going to the countryside and just chilling. I lived in a little cottage with a fiber connection and only played a few Dota games a day as compared to what I
Were you playing any other games, Aiden?
I played some Mafia with my friend Kyle.
Oh, how did those games go? Did you find the Mafia, or did you tank it for the town and refuse? Never mind.
I generally speaking tanked it for the town.
Do you have any serious questions, Kyle?
No, I was on the countryside and just chilled. I didn't really do much.
I mean, that sounds amazing, actually. So.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I would ask Aiden, are you
relaxing.
happy?
In life?
Yes.
I'd say kind of. If our team was doing a little bit better, I think I'd be slightly happier. But other than that, yeah, life's pretty good.
How much better? Is there a team that you're trying to take out? Do you have any goals right now with TI at an uncertain date? What are you playing for?
I think the goal is the same goal it always is. It's play the next game and play the best Dota that we can, and hopefully we get to play another game after that.
Okay.
I have one question regarding the previous game. You just played the Taiga Sand King. Was it meant to be like position 3 Sand King? Like, were there discussions about how much farm you would take up on the lane?
That's a great question.
The queen. So I think. So I think like a couple of days ago, after we lost to NIP, Tommy laid down the law on us. He was like, "Hey guys, I'm 10,000 MMR. I know this game better than all of you. Give me more space. I'm gonna carry this team. Let me play off lane." So for the 4 days we had like off between our series, we decided, all right, let's give it a try. Like Tommy seems super confident and he's a beast of a player, so let's give him a shot to try to do it. And we found some middle ground where sometimes we might move Taiga into the position 3 a bit more frequently and let Boxy play more of a 4 role. But it's a little bit like up in the air. We'll see exactly where it ends up, but it's something that I feel like we learn to utilize now, and we sometimes might end up giving Tommy.
Can I just say, I would just give a little from personal experience. Tell Boxy, be careful with that. That's how it starts. Before you know it, you're just buying wards. And like, you're playing AA every game.
You mean they're free, right?
Huh?
The wards are free.
Thank God.
Yeah, I think I got that 5 position on lock in our team. There's way too much talent on the other roles, so I think Boxy's still safe. That's probably like the most he'll ever get the most.
You're being too harsh on yourself, but I really hope that we get to talk to you more often. You guys got to win more. I know you can do it. We look forward to seeing you. Wait.
I'll try my hardest.
All right, Kyle has one more question.
How do you think you're gonna do against OG? Can you guarantee you're gonna beat them?
I guarantee we're gonna beat them. OG's free.
OG is free.
OG's free.
All right. With that in mind, we have the series OG Secret after yours.
How many questions do
Any
we wanna-
predictions?
One more question.
I think OG's gonna
Just
win
one more.
2-1.
You think OG's gonna win 2-1? Okay, that's all right.
Just one more question before you. Let him go, for God's
All right,
sake.
we're gonna let you go.
When do I get to ask the questions?
Oh, okay.
Let him
sure.
ask a question.
What's
One
the question?
Oh, I had no question. I thought.
Oh,
you
not
guys
so
were-
easy, is it?
Not so.
Get his ass
These
out.
pro players think they can do our
Bye.
job. Get out of
All
here.
right, thank you so much for saying yeah. Hopefully, we get to talk to you again soon. Thank you for talking to us, and always great to have you here. Thank you.
Bye.
One more question. Sorry, continue.
That Liquid game, the second game that we saw this series, definitely was the Liquid that we're used to seeing, and I hope
Yeah.
that
Can
they
I
can
just say,
continue
they're
that.
such a likable team.
They are.
They're like the only team. They always are
Kyle!
down to what?
We are in a super hurry.
Oh,
so
sorry.
I'm gonna interrupt you.
Sorry.
You were gonna say something very wholesome. There's no time for that. It's time for the real battle of the day, as some might say. It's OG versus Secret after the break.
It's like.
It's in the bag.
the fissure. So, well, at least he gets out of there. And he had been scouting arrow, hits him again!
This.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
You've not come into this world only to eat pool tangos and drink flasks. A hero always has a farm pattern ahead.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
In Group B for the Immortal League of the Omega League, there are still 2 teams undefeated. And they are OG and Team Secret. So the blockbuster of the night, the blockbuster of the week, of the month. We might not have TI finals this week, but we definitely have something that hopefully will resemble a little bit of that magic. It is Secret versus OG with our final series of the day. I'm here with Jenkins. I'm here with Capitalist. Guys, is this series going to live up to all the hype? Because I feel like it could go. Sometimes when there's so much hype around a series, it's a flat 2-0 and it's very disappointing. But will this series be hype? Please.
I prefer to go with the tactic of under-promise and over-deliver.
Okay.
And since I can't control the delivery here, all I can do is under-promise. So I'm not going to hype up the match.
Shitty 2-0 stomp.
Terrible, garbage series. Honestly, the last one was better.
I disagree. I think that's a load of bullshit. I think this is going to be the best series of Dota this year.
Okay, you ready to apologize to the viewers when it's a shitty 2-0?
Don't make me do that.
Because we have a close-up camera.
I know.
We can put just a
All right,
one on
okay.
Jenkins.
I will do that.
You can grovel.
I will do a serious apology. I think both of these teams are. I feel like OG's in their prime. I think they're in TI form. They look really good in all of their games. Both teams, they've only dropped one game. No series they've dropped. Like, this is the match. These are the matches. I'm super excited for this one.
So you're saying OG is in their TI form and Secret is not in their TI form, which is a good thing for Secret.
Yeah. No, they are in their
The
TI
best
form.
of both
But that's not
worlds.
good.
No. Oh wait, no. Actually, Secret's doing really well. So
Yeah.
okay, I got it. I'm
Welcome to the joke, Jenkins. Hello.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
It's only the joke that we've been beating to death for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, come on. It's been a long 2 hours
true.
today, man. You know, I just had a long draft panel. It was-
I'm very sorry. I'm sure Shiver is very sympathetic
I had to deal with
you.
Brian playing his trombone.
How long have you
up
been
there.
here, Shiver?
It's true. I have been here since 11. It is, I don't know. No idea.
You've been here like 9 hours?
I don't care, because
Time.
this series is going to be worth
Yeah.
the wait, I hope. And I hope that it won't be a 2-0 stump. To be honest, I actually am just very excited about the game, and I'm sure you guys at home are too, which means we're not going to waste any of your time. We're going to go straight to the draft. So to the pantheon of drafts we go.
Mentally, I am here. Secret versus OG, the banner match. One of the most highest caliber matches you could expect for in this group stage of the WePlay Omega League. And we've already jumped deep into it. T-Governor, BSJ, thank you so much for joining me again here in the Draft Pantheon, but I'm not going to waste any of your time. Let's look at these first phase bans and picks. OG, Oracle, Darkseer, Team Secret, Tiny, Anti-Mage banning out the Doom, the IO, the Sven, the OG banning out the AA, Rubik, Enchantress, Queen of Pain. T-Gov, I see you motioning there. What do you want to talk about?
No, I
Hit
was
me
just
with it.
these teams are such like all their drafts right now have been focused around the second pick. You look at their coin toss and what they're selecting when they actually get to choose, and it is second pick. Coming into the series, the first game, Secret won the coin toss and was able to obtain second pick, which means we're seeing this anti-mage reaction after the Oracle and Darkseer. It's like they're pretty much in their comfort, and OG clearly knew that this was going to happen. It's no surprise that Secret will pick anti-mage in this position, so right now I think the draft's very stable and there's nothing too crazy that's happened.
Yeah,
I mean, you say that a first phase AM is predictable, but we saw that not work so well in the previous series. Brian, what makes a first phase anti-mage game? I thought this is the kind of hero that's your late game hard carry. You don't want him to get countered out too early on, yet they feel confident just scooping it up this early on.
I just only see them do it against Darkseer. They did it against 2 supports the first game of the tournament, and they lost with it. And that's the only game I think I've seen them lose Secret. That is the entire course of this group stage. So I think against Darkseer, they're just saying that this is one core, or should be a core at least, that absolutely does not threaten anti-mage. Yeah, the wall can be annoying, but it's like if you compare him to the offlane pool of Slardars and even like a Blinkstone like Centaur, these heroes are just super obnoxious for anti-mage to deal with, while Darkseer, other than his wall illusion, doesn't do anything to you. So anti-mage will naturally be able to have some impact, not only that he feels survivable in fights, but he also has a target he can blow up with his ultimate.
I think as well, when you look at the lane v game argument, anti-mage is very good against Darkseer in the lane, but in that like 10 to 25 minute part of the game, the Darkseer, what he provides to the team is way much more than what anti-mage can provide for his team, right? So I think for OG, they don't care about this anti-mage because they're so confident in their playstyle and their ability to try and choke out the map that they'll be able to play out this game and into their tempo and style.
So it seems that everyone disagrees with me in terms of the team captains here, because I thought the Surge nerf was pretty significant, and I'm still seeing it quite highly prioritized in a lot of these teams' drafts. I will be paying close attention to not only all of this game, but especially the Darkseer, because that Surge, I played Batrider today with it, and I was like, I felt like I was going so slow. I was only 550. I thought I was supposed to be, 800-900 running around in that Firefly. But,
are there any core matchups that you think are less viable now? Because I know Sven was a very common pairing. with Warcry, anything that would give the carry bonus movement speed was just amplified that much more by the Surge. You think there are heroes that are just no longer as high priority as you mentioned with the Darkseer?
All the percent base movement speed heroes, right? You have the Lifestealer, the Sven. I saw a bit of Slark towards the beginning of the tournament. All those heroes, the Surge nerf is even more impactful, right? They were literally going 900 move speed. But now if you just have something like a Faceless Void, maybe has innate mobility itself, you'll give it haste, won't be slowed, and it'll close the gap anyway. So I think with heroes that didn't necessarily rely on the Surge, Darkseer could still potentially be powerful, but the kind of cheese combos, that's, I guess, off the table in my opinion.
I'm just trying to think about what OG is going to... Okay, so you go for the Spirit Breaker. And my thought right now is like Slark kind of stands out in my mind for OG to be a pretty strong hero.
Yep.
Still activated from the Darkseer, from the Iron Shell. Even the early Surge is kind of cute. So I think Secret potentially might need to be thinking about this hero. And I love OG's ban as well, this Underlord. I think they play so well, Secret, playing on the defensive. And it's just that one offlane hero that Zai plays, one of the best ones, that is just covers it all, right? By himself, he can defend the towers, can keep the game going. If he gets to tier 3s, he's still going to be there. The route is insane, so I think, yeah, a very nice ban from OG.
As you mentioned, being paired up with the Witch Doctor, Secret has definitely shown a lot of favoritism, especially Puppy on that Witch Doctor. Now that you know basically what the 4 and 3 position... Whoa, okay.
Hello.
Bloodseeker. Now, a lot of people were very curious about the D-patch affecting Bloodseeker, and Secret was very high on the list of many people who were like, if there was ever a team to find out if this increased spell damage would be viable in Captain's mode, it's probably going to be Secret.
I think the main reason for this pick, though, it's due to the fact you're playing against heroes that play around like movement, move speed, etc. So Bloodseeker, even though all the changes, his ultimate is still fundamentally, you're going to have to stand still. And when you're a Darkseer, you're a Spirit Breaker, or even this activated carry, it's really hard. And also, imagine they wanted to play Slark right now. Can they really pick Slark into the Bloodseeker? If you do, you'd have to go for some like SMY plus Satanic build. It forces you to invest so heavily into defensive items to be able to play aggressive. So I think that this is potentially, one, a good counter to the move speed of Darkseer and Baron, their playstyle, and also maybe covering from this potential Slark pick that could have come out from OG. Because I know that mid one has been loving to play in his pubs.
But Rupture's been around since the dawn of time. Darkseer has been popular for a very long time, and yet Bloodseeker has kind of been under the radar. Are there any heroes that you think could synergize with the new Blood Rage now? Because I would imagine that's the main reason why he's rising to prominence in a draft like this. You cheese it out with a Zeus or something as OG pick up a Huskar?
I don't know if the spell amp's actually the relevant part about Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
I think his laning stage is really strong, and I think...
Well, first question, is this a core or is this a support Bloodseeker?
I think it's offlane.
Okay.
That's what
So
I'm
3
thinking.
position Bloodseeker.
I thought that's what they were going for, first off, but they could move like... They could have potentially been debating, hey, Tiny goes mid, Bloodseeker 4 or something like that, but now with this Huskar pick, that's kind of off the table for me because Tiny and Bloodseeker cannot lane mid against the Huskar. I was thinking that, so you were right. Their whole lineup on the side of OG was predicated on move speed. So now that they have this Oracle, they don't want to pick the Slarks, a hero like Alk that's already banned. They don't want to pick these heroes that when they get Oracle ulti, they run around in the middle of the fight and do whatever they want for 10 seconds. They want to pick a hero that's just going to stand in one place with the Oracle ulti and hit everybody, right? So Huskar, while I'm not a huge fan of the hero overall, it makes sense why they would pick it specifically against Bloodseeker as a partner with the Oracle. It'll probably be mid, but for all I know, it's OG, so I don't think I've ever seen Topson play Huskar.
No, I don't think I have. No.
We'll have to find out. It definitely fits. It's in his wheelhouse of kind of cheesy heroes.
But then again, like, Topson's been playing so many carry heroes in the mid lane. It's not like he's going to be, surprised if he has to maybe change up his playstyle. And also, this could easily be just like the safe lane Huskar with the Oracle, and you still pick up your Topson mid hero, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't think we should get too fixated on the position of the heroes right now because, again, there is a lot of like movement in Secret's draft. But overall, for the game plan, we're seeing OG with that early aggressive lineup. They can punish his anti-mage. They can try and run into Bloodseeker, but there will be a point where anti-mage is still unanswered in the fact that once he gets to 3-4 items, you're never really killing him, right? So it's very much OG saying to Secret, we know that you're a patient team. You know that you normally play for your opponents to make mistakes, but we're a team that doesn't normally make mistakes, so we're just going to punish you, and we don't care. So that's what I'm seeing right now in these two drafts.
Yeah, you mentioned how Darkseer comes online faster than
this will most likely
the anti-mage, and Huskar is going with that, right?
Yeah,
you think that timing window.
Yeah, and I'm seeing this drow will probably just be the Topson mid drow, because technically both of them play it, but again, I think this is more of a Topson hero than the Huskar. So it'll be a mid drow with the safe lane Huskar, and now Secret have to decide how are they basically providing some early fight, because they realistically they don't actually have any heroes that really want to take a big fight. They got Witch Doctor Tiny combo. Bloodseeker can play from the back, but he can never really commit, and that's the big downfall of the hero, is he plays off his blood right, and then maybe joining the fight at the end as like the cleanup. But when you have the anti-mage already in the draft, you don't have that cleanup potential. There's two cores that have the same playstyle. So Secret need to find that one hero that can at least go and get something done, or start the fight at least, to allow for the rest of the lineup to play out.
So if you're leaning towards a mid-drow ranger, does that mean that Secret are looking to potentially abuse that? Because now your two alternatives is either going to be mid-Huskar or mid-drow. Are you looking for a mid-lane hero on Secret? Because OG banning out Broodmother, Viper, it seems like they're anticipating that Secret are opting for a mid-laner pick.
So I think the Viper ban is to cover the Huskar in the game, and then the Brood is because if they wanted to put the drow mid, the Brood will just beat the drow, right?
It beat everybody
It
here.
beats everyone, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, what am I saying? It beats everyone, right? So it's like, I think it's just countering their core, countering their draft.
Yeah, those two heroes would definitely put a huge damper on their game plan. I think Viper would also lane okay against the Drow. I think Wind Ranger is okay in game against Drow, but the thing is that multi-shot can't miss. So even though you're in Wind Run and that's your primary source of survivability, you'll take like 2/3 of your health from one split or multi-shot.
Yeah, it just depends how Secret want to lane this right now, because in terms of the matchups, Windrunner v Huskar mid, Windrunner doesn't mind that. You have the Windrunner to deal with a spear, and you can kill the Huskar when you get MKB. But if it's going to be the Huskar safe lane, you want to put that Windrunner into that lane, and then maybe put the Tiny mid, so you have that burst potential to always find the Drow. So right now, Secret, I think they're going to be a little bit more patient with picking their heroes, understand what OG's doing first, and then we're going to see them start picking up their heroes and putting in the right slot. Again, we don't see that here in the draft panel. That'll be when you join the game, but Secret, they've got to really understand where this Huskar is going to be able to slot in the Windrunner correctly, because the Windrunner pick is to deal with the Huskar throughout the game. And
based on understanding, it seems like people have a pretty good understanding that OG is outnumbered right now, 1.25 to 3.56 odds. Secret, are they looking that much better than OG right now?
I thought OG looked pretty convincing. It's nothing to take away from Secret, but damn, that's some disrespect and for the OG side. I just want to say that Drow was my prediction for 7.27D best carry in the game. So I want to see how Secret attempts to deal with this, because until the anti-mage gets 3 or 4 items, I feel like they can't. So that's... I really want to learn something in this game from Secret, because their draft makes... Like, yes, the individual heroes make sense, but looking at the unit of 5, I'm just... What? So I'm looking forward to learning a lot from Secret, or watching them fail miserably, but I think it's probably going to be the first one.
Perfect. Then let's treat you guys with what I believe was a very, very storied cast. You know, Fogged and his legendary longtime partner, Sir Action Slacks. Take it away, boys.
Hi, Tsunami. I'm so excited to cast a big, big game like this. Thank you so much, community, for all your support for today. OG versus Secret. Sumail versus Arteezy, a big fight that I've been waiting to see for so long. I don't think these teams have ever fought each other before, Fong.
That couldn't be more false. Jay, can you please take this seriously?
Take it.
Pretty big game.
Okay, I guess I could take it seriously. Do you want me to do my best OD Pixel impression?
I don't know. Your accents are usually pretty bad, but sure, let's go. Let's hear it.
Mateys, how we doing? Oi, 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 all that and stuff. What would he say now? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Secret versus OG. I'm OD Pixel here with Fogged, and we're ready to go. Fogged, looking at the lineups here, we're getting that AM second pick. Secret love to do it. Is it going to work out here, or if OG managed to draft a way that they're going to be able to run this one over?
Oh my God, your understanding changed so quickly. I don't know. They've got a very weird draft. I mean, you would look at these heroes together in a pub or something, and you'd be like, oh my God, we have Bloodseeker, Anti-Mage, and Wind Ranger on the same team together. What the hell is going on? I think this is going to be interesting. I'm uncertain of what the Bloodseeker hero really does right now because of these changes. Blood Rage now gives 15% spell amp at level 1, 50 attack speed, and you can cast it while moving. You've got a nice built-in silence, good against mobility, and I'm looking at a lot of mobility on OG. Rupture can definitely be pretty strong.
In terms of the theory crafting, what do you think Secret's sort of saying, hey, we're going to Blood Rage this and it's going to pop off?
Tiny.
Tiny.
I mean, Tiny already does like 1,000 damage or so with the combo. If you're ever able to time it perfectly, throw in a 15 to 30% spell amp, because level 1 is 15% spell amp, level 4 is 30% spell amp and 140 attack speed. So there's definitely some untapped potential. I'm just intrigued to watch this one. This should be fun.
Yeah, you have to watch out though. As we've tried ourselves, you do end up dealing a lot of damage to your teammate.
Yeah, I tested it yesterday actually with my friend Sir Action Slacks right here, and you kill your teammates very quickly when you blood rage them. Actually, it's pretty scary, but. I swear there's untapped potential. You get a talent that makes it 170 attack speed as well, all that amp and everything too, so I'm curious to see how it works. I think OG, they've drafted themselves a very, very strong early-centric draft. They really want to be able to put the pressure on. Don't let this Matumba man anti-mage just farm it up. We're seeing Puppey playing an iconic Witch Doctor that he loves to play versus these pressure lanes. He just gets heal. We've seen this so many times from Puppey when he does have a hard carry.
Yeah, and in terms of interesting picks as well, Huskar, I mean, we saw it last series, didn't work out there, but here, for OG, do you sort of see better potential for it in this series against Secret?
He's got good backup. It's Oracle Huskar. He's also got a Darkseer who builds a natural mech, and then he also has Drow Ranger to amplify him. He's got a lot of different things that can buff him up quite a bit here, and it is about that timing, right? If they can get this early lead, they get a Roche, they can end the game before Anti-Mage can really contribute or join. And, I mean, looking at Secret's draft, they have just weird picks, right? They don't have good team fight. They have these weird kind of just lanes that they've picked out here.
Yeah, you can't help but feel that there's going to be this portion of, 15 minutes in, Darkseer gets his first item, and suddenly OG's running down lanes. Is Secret's lineup actually going to be able to deal with the 5-man of OG when it starts coming straight at them?
That is a great question. I am not sure, because there's a Bloodseeker in there. But there's just like we said, this Blood Rage could definitely do some cool stuff. Even with Wind Ranger, like a Blood Rage Wind Ranger, the attack, you're going to be doing a lot more damage. You're going to be hitting a lot harder with that spell amp, depending on what you go for building.
Yeah. Well, we see for the first 2 levels, Zai starting it off sensible, Blood Bright in the passive to make sure that he can lane. And how do you think he's going to continue this skill? But like, when do you actually start putting points in the Blood Rage? Is it not until later on?
I think he might even get it at 3, because you can throw it on the Tiny, and you have that crazy burst potential when he's level 2, level 3. Like I said, I'm not sure. I don't know what the hell the potential of this hero really is yet, but I'm glad to see it picked up in an early pro game after it just got reworked, just got changed at least and buffed. Seeing this mid matchup finally here. Nisha doing a very good job, actually. A little bit of a stronger animation, even though he loses in the base damage. He has that that attack animation to work with around a Drow.
Sure, and I feel like at the end of the day, the power shot is going to
really
help
good.
you get the CS a little easier than the multi-shot is early on. So Nisha just having the better tools at his disposal, and it's showing so far in the CS between the two, 12 for 3 against a 7 for 2 in this mid lane.
The big one to really point out is that mid, or that bottom. Look at the anti-mage. 15-6 to the 6-0. He's not getting interrupted at all, and that's main attribution is to Puppey. Because he just has heal, he just stands there, so he can trade hits with this Darkseer, with the Spirit Breaker. He's gone for Gloves of Haste early on too, so more mana burn as Yapsor gets a bit low. No-Tail actually going to end up healing him a bit there.
Yeah, Zai dropping down the Blood Bright. Skill-wise, level 3, he's going to upgrade Blood Bright.
Okay.
So just making sure that he's got that stronger nuke in the lane, and a spell that's a very good deterrent if OG do start getting aggressive onto him or the Tiny on that top lane.
Oh, nice double bash by Saksa.
But this is definitely got to be the worry right for OG, because
this lane is farming way too much.
And it is a game where we've seen how well Matu in the mid game can find places to farm where OG, where the enemy's not. When OG's going to start making this move down lanes, as long as Secret can hold it off as 4 and Matu's able to play out on the map, this anti-mage he's going to be able to set himself up for a great game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's another reason for like Bloodseeker. They have good deep push now. Power shot, Blood Right. They have good ways to hold them off the tower's charge. Nisha, he actually does not have anything available to escape. He's gonna get the shackle, but
with that avalanche, Yapsor's in,
God.
and hey, Secret, they'll get the first blood there, and a bit of a turnaround as it looked like OG were about to have it. But the shackle out from Nisha, and the TP in immediately from Yapsor to make sure he's there to help out his buddy. Secures Secret the first blood. Nisha also able to grab that 4-minute rune, so he's going to be able to stay in lane as he bottles himself back up.
And that is why you sometimes can hold the skill point. You see these situations happen. He skilled up the shackle shot, saw the opportunity. Even though he's level 5, you'd be like, oh my god, he didn't max the power shot, right? But no, he has the opportunity to get a perfect shackle, and what a quick TP by Yapsor. That was an instant response.
Immediately was there to back up his buddy.
Yep.
I think it's really got to be a warrior. I think 5 minutes in, Matu getting this absolute free farm as an anti-mage. He's on track to hit good timings. And if you sort of look at the lineup of OG, where's the earliest pressure going to come from their heroes? Like, who's going to be able to move down here and start to slow Matu down before he gets that Battle Fury?
It's going to be a lot about, nice vacuum into a couple bashes, but there's the cask.
Yeah, bouncing out between the two of them. Seb, he's got to search his way out. He's also got the Maledict on him. And Seb, the last tick, not quite enough to finish him, but still, again, it's this aggression from OG and Saxa.
The treads are finished on Matu. He's got extra right click.
Whoa, Fairy Fire's out. Saxa will be able to keep himself alive. But again, just the struggles of these two from OG to actually beat Secret out of this lane. As Matu also able to make the moves whilst the pressure was on, so OG pick up those two bouncy runes, knowing that there wouldn't be any contest.
Well, mid one.
He's getting a little low. He's trying to stack up the spears onto Zai.
They almost have mana for the combo. Yapso's waiting for it.
Oh, that'll do it.
Him.
Avalanche holding him in the blood bright. I mean, these two heroes are going to turn into just absolute killers very early on, and against a hero that's not going to do too well if he starts to fall over now. This Huskar, if he gets behind and starts getting punished in the lane, he's going to struggle with places to go.
Yeah, and it's pretty intriguing to see how well that top lane worked, but it makes sense when he has the Thirst build, right? Sure, you're getting Burning Spirit, sure, you're getting hit by all this stuff from Oracle as well, but you're able to sustain in the lane because you have Thirst. You just get all that HP brought back from the creep, so it's working out. They're already at a 3k lead, Owen.
Yeah, this is...
Slacks.
That was a 6 minutes in as well. I mean, they're going to try and put some pressure onto Matu. Here comes the charge from Saxa. But again, it's just a little too hard to follow up, even with the three of them here.
Yeah.
Not really able to go in onto the anti-mage.
I mean, Puppy's heal is actually just owning this lane so damn hard. Double clarities, and he's just able to keep that consistent heal going. Matu not feeling the pressure at all right now. And like we said, this is an OG draft that really wants to get ahead early on. They do not want this anti-mage to get a type of game like this. But grand picture of things, OG's draft is more about when they group up and go. Once they actually start getting the group with the Drow and the Huskar, but don't want to be at this big of a deficit already.
Yeah, this is quite a lead that Secret's managed to get in these first opening minutes of laning. See Yapsor. Stops that charge to a stop.
They know there's a ward now, though. Yapsor revealed the fact that
this top lane, a gank from Nisha, sets up onto mid one. Another time, this Huskar taken out of the lane. And you see the build there from Zai. He's rushed that Veil of Discord. He's got it online. So now not only able to eventually amp things up when he does start to put points in the blood. Wait, yeah, it's coming out to him on the courier.
He actually has the full one.
It's coming out, the full Veil.
Holy crap. Yeah. Veil plus Blood Rage on a tiny,
that's what I'm saying.
Or even just like a power shot coming through. These abilities are going to become more than pure damage at that, well, as we like to say, more than pure damage kind of in a way because of that amp. As Saxa taking a beating.
I'm going to try and find him. Matu's getting low. They're going to be able to get him down. Finally, OG able to take out the anti-mage. Will cost Saxa his life, but this is what they need to do. They've got to find some way of slowing Matu down, because still, he's at the top of the network. Top lane, Yapsor with the toss back, controls there onto No-Tail. Mid-one's going to get back in the lane, see if he can help out. The disarm will push the two of them back, will allow No-Tail to step back and stay alive.
Oh, we have some fun, too. I didn't even actually realize this, but they have the Rupture Toss combo, too. Didn't actually end up happening there.
Where is the... Am I crazy? Was there a Veil on him?
I didn't get to see it. I mean, you said it.
Someone bought a Veil. I'm sure it's Zai.
We'll see it shortly.
Did he lose his courier, maybe? I don't know.
Did you lose your mind?
I definitely saw the Veil pop up on the side. Unless he brought him... No, yeah, he's got it. He has got it. Yeah, he has got it.
I thought I saw the debuff, too. I was like, wait a minute.
No, I was questioning myself. What am I doing? Veil's there. So mid lane, Nisha starting to poke at the tower. See how Thompson's doing so far. He's got the double Wraith Band, Treads, most certainly going for the Dragon Lance. Bottom. This time Matu will be able to step away in time.
Here now.
So they can turn things around. Blood Bright's down, forcing Saxa to the side. Puts him back in vision for Zai to find the Rupture. The illusions are being down onto Zai, so he's got to be a little careful. Haven't really got any follow-up to go on to Saxa. Matu's thinking about it there. He was playing around with the idea of blinking in onto the Spirit Breaker, but still a little risky.
Yeah, they don't know who else is there at the moment. They don't want to commit forward there. Yeah, Oracle is there too, level 5. Good burst damage. Good little hesitation by them there. That mid-ward actually did not get dewarded. They all pinged it out too when the charge got canceled earlier. So there's going to be good vision always placed there from Secret for these next moments forward. Watching the movements from mid and from top. So right now they see Drow and Huskar on the map. They know it's just 3 heroes bottom. See if they do want to react. Sai in the meantime will just jungle. Yapsor taking space top.
It's the bottom. Another attempt onto Matu. He's out.
It's a tough attempt. Like, they have to get continuous bashes or get the vacuum perfectly with a bash. It's definitely really hard kills for them to go, and they're falling further behind in net worth because of it. As Tiny's getting a free lane top, Wind Ranger mid. They're distributing their resources very nicely here on Secret in the start. And they're even going to look to get 2 bounties, so 2 for 2.
So Nisha as well, finding a lovely little neutral line pickup, gets himself the Arcane Ring.
I'm excited for this Blood Rage Veil, like, Javelin procs. I don't know. It might
people
sound
are
a little,
pop.
memey, but it sounds, I mean, it could do a lot of big things, especially versus someone like Huskar. You're all about, like, surviving.
Yes. You know, this is not the Huskar of age that was able to rely on that boosted magic resist.
No.
You get low, the burst still is incredibly potent against you as a hero. Most of the time, Mid1's just going to be hoping that that Oracle save from No-Tail is going to be in there for him.
Rupture versus the Darkseer. Got the Blood right down too. Seb's got to run with the Rupture.
It doesn't want to take the Blood right damage. We'll take
Range
some of the power shot damage with that range drop. They're in on, the wall's going to be dropped down. Seb with the drag back, but on the side, Puppey.
Oh, look at Puppey
just
go.
lays down the Death Ward. His 4 Saxer out to the side. Japsol's in with the control to take down one. The power shot out from Nisha will clean up Saxer as well.
They brought the numbers. They brought 4 heroes before the 4 of OG were down there. They were prepared for it. And in the meanwhile, too, like Matumba's just taking the pressure. He's able to farm because of that space that his team is making. So far, Secret 7-1. All the right heads-up moves here.
Yeah, every single lane has just gone Secret's way. And in a game where, as we say, with OG's draft on paper, it really does look like a set of heroes that, you know, the game is it's only going to get harder if they don't come out on top of any of the lanes. The next strong point is going to be the group up. With this sort of a lead from Secret, are they going to have enough to slow him down? Nisha
doesn't quite get it there, and this is 6 on Saksa.
He's got Puppey at the side, so Puppey can offer up the paralyzing cast.
Oh,
we'll hold
beautiful
2 of them
bounces.
back. And stops them from being able to chase. They turn the Maledict to the power shot, nuking them down low. But with No-Tail here, they'll have the 3 of them focus on towards Puppey. Puppey trying to make them work for it in the trees, but Seb's able to drag him back with a vacuum. They'll take out the Witch Doctor.
It's a lot of time they commit to just kill the Witch Doctor, though. And meanwhile, top, Bloodseeker's farming. Mid, Anti-Mage farming. He's only 1 component away from that Battle Fury already. Is not the way that OG wants this game to be going. I feel like they got to start ramping it up. They really have to start applying pressure. Thompson's deep, though.
They're a little careful about going on him, though, because he's got backup coming in from the bottom lane. Saxer and the rest of the side all over on this half of the map.
They're finally starting to make that aggressive move, though. Take over the enemy side of the map. Have Mid1 actually able to hit a tower.
Yeah, this is where the group up begins for OG. Just playing in numbers, nobody out alone.
But yeah, still at a 5K deficit, even if you have numbers, it can prove to have some problems. This Wind Ranger is very farmed. He's almost got the Demon Edge finished up too. He's gonna have an insanely early MKB timing.
Yeah, Yapsa also about 500 gold off his Blink Dagger.
Gives him a natural form of initiation, which they're kind of lacking with their draft at the moment. That's gonna be pretty big.
See what they can get with the smoke here. Secret ready to try and take a hit into OG as OG push out this bottom lane. Setup's there. Puppey is in with the Maledict, the Death Ward. Japsor, he's going to focus over towards the Oracle first. And they block 2 of them.
The pure damage.
It just destroys them, Zai. Buffs them up, takes them out with this Veil combo.
Oh, now the Ruptured Darkseer one with a focus fire on him. Give him the Blood Rage.
Oh, this is starting to look incredibly bloody. And not just because there's a Bloodseeker in the game. It's 10 for 2, 6K lead for Secret. OG just getting knocked about right now.
On all fronts, really. It's the movements, it's everything. The way that they're distributing, they're reading their movements so damn well on the side of Secret. The way that they poured around the map, they're just expecting these kind of moves. They're probably just feeling stronger. Even though they're playing versus Drow, Huskar, which is supposed to be those, like, especially the Huskar in particular, that super strong early game, they don't care. They're matching it just fine. Look at how, this is an insanely farmed Bloodseeker. This is offlane Bloodseeker. Nearly has the Yules, he's gonna have great setup. And like you said, the blink on the Tiny is going to be pretty much done already. So they were able to find the Oracle in the back without it. I mean, Yapsa with the Blink Dagger, he's going to have No-Tail's number in a lot of these situations. It's definitely tough for OG. They're all split up here on the map trying to catch back up. Nice little Blood Rage there to clear. I think they would die anyway. But maybe they're testing it out a little bit too. Because that spell is really weird right now.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes out for the burst potential. I mean, already we've seen how easily Secret's lineup can just destroy these heroes of OG. They just get blown up by the magical burst this early on.
They have so much different forms of damage. Like even Puppey, we saw in like one of that fights, he just drops the Death Ward. He has max Maledict, so it's a lot of things that OG does have to think about. And now, you know, No-Tail's job is very tough. Especially because now you're probably thinking this Blink Dagger Tiny's coming out. You have to be sitting directly behind your cores the entire time now on this Oracle, which is going to make
him. I mean, Saxay came charging in, but they were there waiting for him. Up he goes, tossed up, and taken out by the focus fire. Puppey, he's getting focused, will fall. The heal won't save him, but they're standing, the 2 of them in the silence. Zai, he's just going to start turning and punching into the Drow. Yapsor's in with a combo. Thompson's out. The Shackle catches No-Tail. Power shot off the mark. It doesn't matter. No-Tail's still going to fall.
Oh, he's racing to the rune. He gets it in front of him.
Oh, no.
Speeds ahead of the Darkseer.
Imagine getting outrun when you're a Darkseer. That's going to feel bad. Oh, he's trying to fight back, but the burst is too much. Mid-1 cannot fight. He brings down Zai with him.
The skirmishing is just too fast from Secret. OG's not ready for this type of fighting yet.
Yeah, they're even scared to charge in onto Puppey now at this point.
They're all just so farmed. 7,000 gold lead, these blinks,
And just
all this
Matsu's
damage.
he's loving
And
life.
he's just free farming the entire time.
It's the anti-mage dream. You got the 4 of your teammates having a great time skirmishing. He's getting all the space in the world.
They've got their mech finished up now. They're on Nisha a bit here, but who's got who?
Oh, onto Nisha. Nisha's getting low, but Thompson's the first to go, and Nisha's able to step back, bottle himself up. They won't even be able to bring down the Wind Ranger in return.
He's got the MKB. I think it's either on him or coming out on the courier very soon. He's got it finished already. It's 16 minutes in.
Zai.
Oh, power shot.
Finding more opportunities, looking over towards No-Tail. No-Tail's trying to run. Mid-1 Seb and Saxa here to the side. They'll charge in onto Yapso. Yapso with the toss. Matsu, he's ready to join the fight. They take out No-Tail. Mid-1's trying to finish up Zai, but Zai steps inside. It's out. It catches the two of them. Seb and Saxa dead and gone.
This is snowballing out of control here. OG, they have no way to take fights. Oh, Matu. Some spears building up on him.
He's going to be fine with the Vita
with
Restoration. They can keep him alive. Wow, a team wipe at 16 minutes against the line of Secret. This is Secret coming in with this different lineup. Zai on the Bloodseeker.
Oh, he scored the goal on him too. Oh, yeah, I'm so trying to defend. But yeah, I mean, everything is working. And from OG, nothing is really working.
No.
It's all just falling apart. And you're playing into an anti-mage draft.
And this far behind, you're 11k down.
This one's feeling one of those like near impossible recoveries.
But we have seen OG in the past win impossible recoveries.
For sure.
Maybe, but
it's gonna be really
this is going to be quite something.
They have way too many ways to catch all these heroes. Like his Surge is now countered because there's a Bloodseeker with a Yule Scepter this early on. They can just run around and kill people. As they have been.
Yeah, this is
4 to 20.
I feel like just one of the roughest openings we've seen in the whole league, and we've had some rough openings.
Oh, yeah.
This is... Secret just... I mean, OG just... What do they do?
I don't know how they actually walk up to take any type of fight, because this was most of the time with 4 heroes of Secret. Now we saw Matumba. He's like, I am ready to join. I want to get in on the fun. I want to get on the action. I have Mana Void targets. I see a Darkseer. I see an Oracle. He has ways to be able to get in the fights easy. Yeah, and there's just so many different forms of initiation now because of how much gold they have. I don't see how OG can counteract. They have to kind of hope and do some counter initiation, some vacuum into Spirit Breaker charge, but
yeah, they've got to get some.
It's tough.
Even then, it's just with the items, the secrets. I'm not only just their cores. I mean, as we're seeing Yapso as well, having the same amount as Farmer Seb. Saxa, he's going to run.
Dead.
He is dead and gone.
I mean, this is beyond godlike. 10-0-4, 14 out of 21
10-0-4,
kills.
what
and look what they're all building. They're all building Yule Scepters. So, okay, Surge, countered, Oracle. You're going to have a lot of hard time than saving
it just
people.
Counters everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the best items in the game for a reason. And they're all starting to pick those up. And they just have full map dominance, full map control. It looks like they're actually going to go for the Roche. And OG's draft, when you look at it, it's very much so about getting that first Roche and claiming a lead and being dominant. This is the exact opposite of where you want to be.
Now, OG, are they going to be even aware of this Roche?
Look, they have to hug mid one. This is how they have to play. No-Tail and Seb both have to just stay next to him doing this while Thompson farms elsewhere so they can at least try to stay in the game. Because otherwise it's going to be a sequence of constant kills. Look at this Blood Rage go to work. Haven't really felt the Blood Rage so much this game on. But the rest of the toolkit of Bloodseeker has definitely been there.
I mean, yeah, it's really been the other elements of the hero that have done the most. So the speed from the chase, the Blood Bright, having that burst comboed with the amp up of the Maledict.
See what OG can do here. They're finally grouped. Thompson's level 13, so he's got the level 2 ult. Trying to go for this tower pressure here. No-Tail is smoked in the back too. An illusion bait.
Shackle. Gonna connect onto mid one. Gonna throw the cask out.
He's maledicted and ruptured.
He's taken a lot
and
of
he's tossed away.
Oh, he's false promise though. Mid1 will live. He's almost certainly going to die at the end of it all, but he may be able to bring some people down with him. Jumps over towards Yapso. No, could he even get Yapso? He can. They will find Yapso.
Mid1's dead though. Now the cleanup.
Yeah, the false promise would not save him. Took far too much damage. I mean, you're able to kill Yapso, but for what? You've lost 3. You've lost 4. You're about to lose 5. It's another team wipe by Secret.
I can't see a way back in this one. With this type of draft versus an anti-mage who's this big, I mean, it's 14,000 with an AM. It's out of control. Zai has a mech now, so he's matching that, counteracting the Darkseer's mech, but also has 2 full items on top of it.
I mean, they're just
it's picture perfect from Secret.
A couple of fights away from Yapzor having more farm than Tops in a mid one.
Yeah.
He's catching up to them.
Yeah, I mean, he's ahead of Darkseer. Oh, he got a Nether Shawl as well. Oh, Nether Shawl with Blood Rage, with Veil, with Tiny combo. Potential for more fun, but I think Secret's already been having enough fun this game as they're wiping the floor with OG, really.
Being down again, just 16K out of it at 21 minutes
with
against an AM.
Yeah.
Oh boy. That's pretty rough.
That was one of their big moves to try to do it there. And like you said, they killed the Tiny. They just couldn't actually get anybody else. And now Zai has a mech, they may have even not gotten the Tiny there if he had it beforehand. Yeah. This is problematic to say the least. There's anyone who shows on the map is an immediate death.
That TP's certainly going to be cancelled, as there's no way you want to come into this lane.
God, playing Spirit Breaker into this must be so miserable. Everyone has a Yule Scepter. Like, you charge in and you're just either going to get shackled, Yule's disabled.
And Seb.
Seb?
He's getting ruptured. He has got back up in mid one and no out. Jump on from Matsu. He's just going straight for the Darkseer. Drops out the Mana Void. Seb's taken out. Mid one leaps over. He's trying to bring down Zai. Zai getting knocked to the side. Zai's trying to run away. Yapzor's in with a cover. The Avalanche toss comes down to 2 of them. It's going to be another team wipe.
Yep.
It's
Zai's high-fiving.
It's 22 minutes in, and Secret, they've team wiped OG 3 times already.
They have 31 kills at 21 minutes with an anti-mage draft.
Oh my goodness. I
mean, they should be high-fiving each other. And this one is...
This game is...
well and truly over.
Yeah.
We can safely say that now.
I mean, Secret are just certainly sending a very, very big message here to OG in this game 1.
Yep. What's our win percent looking like? Is this one of those 100%?
I think it's over 100. It might be on 110.
They still got the 1%.
1%.
It's a generous 1%, it feels like.
Wow.
Another tower going down. Yeah, OG just, they can't do anything. They have no moves on the map. Everything is just closed in onto them, and yeah.
I don't know why I started doing my OD Pixel impression for this game, I should have stayed as myself, as Slacks. This one is, it just feels over.
They died.
What can OG do?
They have to try to catch Secret split up, but Secret's prepared for every fight. Look at this. They're all already here. Shackle connects.
Oh, it's got the 2 of them. Oh, they're dead. They're gone. Mana Void, Matsu.
They were hugging each other.
Yeah, Nisha hitting Shackle after Shackle this game. Well, you should maybe prepare yourself for another team wipe, ladies and gentlemen, as it looks like that's what's coming up here. A Secret team wipe OG. 4th time now, 23 minutes in, 36-5, 25K lead. This, without a doubt, I mean, yeah.
They called it. GG.
Wow.
That was...
Oh, no. OG, they've got some discussing to do coming into game 2 of this series. Is this game 1? Secret, I mean, that was...
impeccable performance, really, right? The way that they played around the map was, I picture perfect. Like, what else are you supposed to say? They responded to everything. Oh my God, that one situation where it's like, oh, he might get the kill mid in the beginning. Yapzor shows up with an instant TP, saves his body out. I don't think you could have asked for a more perfect game. Everything just went the most ideal possible for Secret, and everything went abysmal for
you
OG.
could feel it, Secret coming into this series, they were ready.
Yeah.
They were not going to mess around. Sometimes we see Secret taking the laning stage a bit chill, play for the comeback from the start.
Not
so
this one.
Secret full power against OG, and OG just knocked all over the place. And the game 2, I mean, a lot of pressure on OG to step up, because if this series results in 2 back-to-back games like that, I'm just saying that the fans at home, they're not going to forget this series for quite some time if the second game looks as rough as this one.
Especially with this kind of draft that looks very, very strange, but you can start to see the beauty of it. The Witch Doctor versus the Darkseer, the Rupture versus the Darkseer. A lot of different things. That they had some elements. They had some cool stuff in there. So, OG, they got a plan for something.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to Secret in a fashion and a level that we haven't really seen in any of the games here at Mega League. As OG, they just a mega lost. Well, we'll see what happens in game 2, but game 1, Secret take the lead in this series.
I don't think you can say very often that a Team Omega lost, but in this case, OG Omega lost indeed. We're going to break that game down, and we're probably going to talk about this game longer than the game actually was. But first, things first. The start of this series, Jenkins made a promise. And could we have, please, a single camera shot on Jenkins as he has something to say to the people?
Okay, the series isn't over yet. Come on. Apologize. Listen, guys. Apologize, you bitch. I'm sorry. You know, sometimes the brain says things to you, and you look upstairs, and the old computer up there, and it says, "Gotta say this out loud," and it's not right. You get it wrong, and this time I was wrong. Shouldn't have listened to my brain. I should have listened to my heart. Gone with Team Secret. Not going to do that again. Never going to vote on OG again.
You didn't even vote on OG. You just voted on an even game.
That was like the biggest stomp of the entire tournament. It was literally worse than some of the Divine games in terms of stompage.
It was a well-coordinated stomp.
It was extremely cool what they did. I'll say that. I was a huge fan of the Bloodseeker, Veil into Yules. They had a Tiny to combo with it in the lane. You toss up, you have the Rupture damage, you have the Bloodseeker versus the Darkseer. The Wind Ranger went for Tranquil Boots. That's a mid-Wind Ranger. That was Nisha playing Wind Ranger. That wasn't Yapzor. Yapzor was tiny, unless they switched accounts, which would be illegal. What did we just watch?
I don't know, but to your credit, you did give the best apology I've seen from the Dota community in a while.
I agree.
So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I agree. It was very...
But he's right. We still have a series on our hands here, Shiver. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Then again, Secret is currently 11-2 against OG in this season, so it wouldn't be the worst idea to get a little ahead of himself.
But is it fair for me to say also that this is the best OG, not this game, this game doesn't count. In this current moment in time, OG hasn't looked this good since they won TI.
Yes, but they're also doing it off the back of IO Tiny every single time. Right? Like every single game, barring the very last game before this one, they have had either IO or Tiny or both on their team. And I believe that the draft that didn't have IO or Tiny was the least convincing, but they were playing against Flight of Moon, so they were still able to pull out a pretty good victory. Yep. But I think that OG, yes, they look really good with that IO strategy, with that Tiny strategy, and sometimes with both of them combined. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to get those kind of opportunities against the best team in the world in Secret. And here it's Secret who just showcased that apparently it doesn't matter what they draft. Didn't I say that at the start, Shiver? You were like, what about for Secret? Like, what does OG need to ban? And I was just like, I just kind of laughed. I was just like, I mean, they're Secret. They can win with anything. As seen from the first team to be able to put together a really good-looking, functioning Bloodseeker draft.
I think that they have ruined pubs. I think Bloodseeker is going to be in every pub now as offlane. I mean, the Veil, it amplifies the pure damage. It's actually really good now. And it's so cheap, and it gives him the mana he needs.
And it make Tiny look like the most unbelievably OP hero in the game, right? Because he's already this support that turns into a core killer for some reason. He could just do that, one-shot cores sometimes if he gets ahead enough. And then you add in a Veil of Discord from your ally, you add in a 30% spell amp from Blood Rage, you put in maybe a little bit of Rupture damage or just the Blood Right damage, honestly. And it's like guaranteed to kill whoever you combo up on.
In the positions, too, that they're in, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, you have this offlane Bloodseeker that has the time to just run around, sit in trees, like hunting people with Tiny. It's not like a farming core, mid, or safe lane Bloodseeker that needs to take time to hit jungle creeps. Like, you can actually be active with the Tiny, and in the lane it works too. You get level 6 on Bloodseeker, all of a sudden you have to leave the lane because you have Yapzor sitting in the trees as Tiny. We don't know where he is. He's going to toss me and I'm going to take 2,000 pure damage with a Veil.
I love the swerve that he goes like back for the Guardian Greaves. You know, where like he's focused on this Veil and this Jules combo, but at a certain point in time, he's like, okay, that's good enough. Now I'm just gonna get ourselves
Now we
the
wanna win.
normal
We're
off-lane
done.
team fight. You
Done
know,
playing around.
Yeah.
High ground
I
time.
this.
Yeah. I mean, this game was amazing. The draft actually felt like a big trap on the side of Team Secret. They first toot anti-mage again, so then you got OG probably thinking, we gotta, you know, taking into account and Matuma Man's anti-mage, scary hero. But literally, Matuma Man could have played any hero under the sun, and the result would be the same.
Yeah. Honestly, he didn't have to do anything that game.
He did not.
Nisha, he just left the mid lane at like level 6 and just rotated, just killing side lanes. He had no concern. I mean, when you think about it, it's like it's a Drow Ranger. What is Drow going to do? She's going to walk mid and just push out the lane. It's not the best hero to rotate, though, is a real issue.
Yes.
Usually when you have some guy that's rotating, like a Tiny or Queen of Pain or Wind Ranger, like there's some opposing the puck TP's in, whatever, like there's a counter rotation.
Yeah.
But a Drow is...
Oh, no, she's hitting us.
Look out! She's slowing us.
I'm glad you brought up Nisha too, just because of the fact that I feel like a lot of people are going to focus too much on the Bloodseeker, but I think it shows a lot about Secret and how comfortable they are at this point, where Nisha was basically fulfilling what Midwan used to do for Secret.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where he would run around, Nisha would just be like this big hard carry. They feel comfortable enough. I mean, Matama Man has certainly shown it in many of his carry performances that he is a rock solid late game carry, no doubt. And Nisha can be that aggressive playmaking mid for you and actually create just these near flawless drafting opportunities, right? Where you can just ebb and flow between all of your cores and rely on each of them to do whatever job you require of them.
Yeah.
Speaking of the draft, I think the Wind Ranger pick was so good. Sorry, Slacks, but just the... Oh, Dolphin fact of the day.
Nearly
Time for our
40
Dolphin
Very fact.
Good timing on that
I thought
one.
We already had our daily Dolphin
I want to
fact.
continue hearing about the Wind Ranger pick.
Well, I want to see the Dolphin fact.
Nearly 40 species of dolphins swim the waters of the world.
That's really good to know. Anyway, it forced the Huskar to go into the safe lane. Really good stuff.
No,
this is
you go.
really great.
Keep up the Dolphin thing whenever Jenkins
It
tries
forced
to
the Huskar.
Do it again. Let's go.
It forced the Huskar to go in the safe lane, where now he's playing against a Bloodseeker Tiny.
Yeah.
That's not good. You don't want it, but that's a better lane than laning against the Wind Ranger, which is a counter. She gets level 6, she kills you. You're dead. Just like that with the focus fire.
There's one thing that Secret is actually really, really bad at, by the way.
Yeah, what's that, losing?
Well, that wasn't going to go there, but sure, we'll go with that as well. No, and something that on the other side, OG is actually really good at. Turning on webcams during draft.
True.
I feel like that's underrated. I really, like, obviously, we're used to LAN events and we're used to seeing the players, and we actually get to see OG. And Secret is, I don't know why, maybe they don't have webcams, which I'm finding very hard to believe.
God, I hope not.
Like,
Aren't they
come
all
on, turn your
millionaires at this
webcams
point?
on. People like to see a Team Secret, please.
You know
Fan
what?
service.
There's got to be a deeper reason for that.
What, they're shy?
No. You know who also?
They're open AI?
I was going to say, you know who also destroyed OG?
Ooh.
Open AI.
True.
You think there's a reason they're never on their webcams? I think that's not a coincidence.
So what happens when we see that at LAN?
I mean, are we ever going to have LANs? For now, they don't have to
You
worry
think
about
this
it.
is all of this is a coincidence? This is all Team Secret's ploy.
Okay. So Secret
have
at some
open
point
AI?
in time was like, okay, we're not going to have lands and stuff. They cut player salaries out of the mix.
No, they still get paid because they have to do the interviews.
Right.
Well, they're actors. Like, we could probably go on some Hollywood...
impersonators.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like Slacks could do Odie's Pixel's voice really well.
Mm-hmm.
They can do Yapster's and Puppy's voice really well.
That was a great cast by him, by the way.
That was
Yes.
really impressive,
Really
actually.
good.
It's nice to be able to see, like, he's got different sides to him,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, he does. Circle has, like, if you look at a circle, it's infinite sides. And I feel like bodies are very circular in nature.
Some bodies more so than others.
That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I don't quote me on that.
That
That's
is really rude of you, Jake.
It's like,
honestly.
look at your head, for example.
Also circular.
Very circular.
Okay? It's
Thank
not just a Slacks thing. It's like everybody is circular.
All right.
Anyway, circling back to this game.
Thank you.
So where do you go from here? I think one thing, you don't draft Huskar again. Honestly, that is true.
You don't
It's
get
only been
into the
picked
trap
5
of having to
times.
counter anti-mage.
We literally just watched Iasla cost at the end of that last cast. I was like, so we're probably not going to see a Huskar again, right?
It hasn't looked good. It really hasn't looked good. It's gotten a couple of buffs here and there. The win rate is still kind of bad in pro-level pubs. I feel like people are also really good at countering Huskar. Like, this hero was a plague for so long.
Yeah.
And so in pubs, you're always used to some guy last picking Huskar, and then it's just like, all right, I got to figure out some way to play against him. Like we saw with the TA going jungle. Like, everybody knows to do that. You throw the support mid, soak up the XP. Like, even if you are countered, you figure out a way to deal with it.
Yeah, and here in this case, Secret have that really nice Wind Ranger counter where Huskar just sucks against that hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, because was this
loses the focus fire.
without the Wind Ranger? What was like the game plan, the intended game plan of OG?
Well, I think if you just look at the strategy by itself, I think it makes a lot of sense, right? You've got a Drow Ranger strategy with 2 cores that can frontline for you. The Huskar takes advantage of the Drow Ranger in a lot of ways. So he can just kind of go in there, be a source, allows the Drow Ranger a lot of free space. Darkseer is one of the better frontliners right now with the wall being so disruptive. It was also supposed to be a nice counter to the Animage going into the mid game. Yeah. You get that illusion. It proves to be really powerful. And then they were just supposed to be able to snowball into a Roshan. But it's hard to see that strategy come into play when you just lose the laning.
Yeah. Right, that's hard. That is literally what I was about to say. Like, if you lose all the lanes, the draft, I mean, it looked really good from Secret, obviously. You know, if your draft sucks, you're not going to win mid-game team fights no matter what. But the draft was still good. The draft was good. They won all of the lanes. I could totally see in a alternate universe, OG picking the same draft, even against this draft. And if they just play the lanes better, if they figure out something that they can do in the lanes to just come out ahead, the Huskar can snowball. Like, we never saw the Huskar running in and stomping people with the Darkseer Surge. Like, imagine a Huskar running at you 5 patches ago when he was actually strong with the current Darkseer. Like, you'd be terrified, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But it's like current Huskar, the lanes didn't go so well, but he could have been a menace, for sure.
And I think that makes it really easy for you to just, cleanse that loss from your system. If you're OG. You're like, we lost the laning phase super hard. Like, they got us really unique drafts. Probably hard to see exactly what's coming in those sort of situations. You go into that draft, it's like, okay, whatever. Now we just need to be able to figure out a better drafting strategy going into game 2 that actually gives us a chance to be able to work with. Because, OG, I mean, it says a lot, by the way, that Secret dominated OG so hard that OG, of all people, GG'd out of the game before they lost the lane of barracks. That never happens with OG.
To be fair, they did get team wiped 4 times in a row.
I know.
That was the most team wiping I've ever seen, with no return.
It just makes me wonder, is like all the games that Secret has had before this, were they just, goofing around? Because this looked also like a different Secret. It's like they were waiting to pull this one out of the closet, and it's like they just executed it to perfection.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit. It also kind of scares me because didn't Bloodseeker got a buff in this last patch, right?
He did. He's been buffed every patch basically since the rework.
And so it kind of makes me curious to how much of this was a strategy that they had before the patch came in, because that is something about Secret, right? We even heard from that interview where they did the Omni Knight, right? They are just kind of free flowing team right now, and even if Omni Knight, maybe it's not something that they don't need to be practiced on the hero, right? They know what Omni Knight does. Everybody knows it. As long as it fits this situation, it doesn't matter if it's an off-meta hero.
Yeah, they'll just try to see if it works.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically it should work, and you've got the players to execute theoretical game plans all the time, so.
The convenient thing, though, is that I actually have seen Zai play Bloodseeker offlane quite a bit. Like, it's something that he will typically try out. It's like a Spirit Breaker travels offlane thing. He has these heroes these meme heroes that he goes back to, and it seems like finally it might actually be good. Finally, after all of this time.
After all the pubs.
So my question is, can you do it with another hero, though? Can
Other
you
than
do
Tiny?
Bloodseeker, Skywrath Mage? Because I feel like Tiny really fits because the amount of burst damage he's able to do is insane.
This disable as well.
The disable is really important for their blood, right? Yeah. Right? I feel like there's almost not another forward position that really solves that.
It doesn't do the burst, but you will keep people in the blood right.
And
I think the burst is important, right?
You have to get a veil at 8 minutes still, like a fast veil, surely.
It's cheap now, though. Like, that's the crazy thing about it.
It's easy to build it,
It's
too.
pretty easy to get early. I see a lot of people starting early crown as well, just so that way they get the veil at a ridiculously early time.
Yeah, I think
it's a special situation that
Okay.
they came up with. OG's not going to let that happen, obviously.
Now, Cap, before the previous game, you said off camera that in this draft was going to be very important the IO Tiny band against OG. Now, Secret banned IO and they picked Tiny themselves. And we had OG banning Ancient Apparition and Rubik in that game. Any kind of draft predictions in terms of first draft? We are ready to head to the draft, but I want to hear some final thoughts from you regarding that draft.
I actually have no idea what they're going to ban because all I could focus on is that damn Bloodseeker Tiny combination.
Man,
Tiny's so dumb, man. Start banning this hero.
Tiny's
I
pretty
hate
dumb.
this hero right now.
I don't. Did he get any nerfs in the patch? I think maybe he got like a move speed nerf or something like that.
Like maybe a 5
It-
movement speed
yeah, it
over,
wasn't-
like 2
it-
patches.
It wasn't.
Something.
It wasn't too much. I mean, I feel like OG definitely has some gas left in the tank. I feel like they're gonna look back and be like, all right, we had this Huskar that kind of got neutered in the safe lane, and then we had a Drow mid. Like, who's gonna run around and do things? Darkseer's countered by Anti-Mage. Like, they need to pick to at least win one lane, and I think the game looks totally different.
All right.
Just win 2 games.
Just win 2 games. That is what they say. That it goes for every team, of course, in any series that is a best of 3. We're going to find out if it's going to be Secret winning 2 games or if OG is going to make their first step to winning 2 games. So let's head over to the draft Pantheon for game number 2.
Between these 2 teams, you'd think that Io would be the hero of the series, and then somehow Bloodseeker enters the conversation. Brian, thank you so much, T-Gov, both of you, for joining me. Obviously, that was a very competitive series, right, Brian?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
game
didn't know
one.
we were already
Oh,
back
no,
on. I
no,
thought I
this-
was told I'd have enough time to finish my game. I was on my last turn. I'm sorry
OG
about
thought
that,
they'd
man.
have enough time to
I'm
start
back.
their game, but that didn't happen either. As we jump into draft number 2. Now, as I was saying, T-Governor, I thought that Io would be the name of the game. Somehow that's gone out the window. Obviously, it's being banned pretty regularly against OG. Is that all they have up their sleeve? Because they just got dismantled in that game number 1.
When I was thinking about it, it's like, well, what have we seen from OG so far? And it's been a plethora of IO games, and other than that, a sprinkling of like the Tinies or these Invokers. And I realized it's actually not a bad thing for OG in terms of they've clearly just got a big playbook that they haven't even brought out to the table, right? Like they've won a couple games with different stuff, but that first series was their attempt of showing something new, or at least trying to, get away from that IO, because of course it was banned out. But clearly, I feel there wasn't really that flair inside the draft. There wasn't that kind of like uniqueness that OG normally brings to the table. Especially we've seen the mid Tide Hunters, for example, support Svens. And in this game, we just see a casual Darkseer countered by AM, and then
There's a little bit of
It's
flavor
empty.
with the Huskar, but I think that idea needs a little bit more time. As they do start out with an Oracle again, but I'm with you. It did not really have that OG oomph that we are so used to.
Yeah, I'm just a bit sad from that first game because I was, hyping up how good of a hero Drow is, and it just doesn't matter how good or bad a hero is if you're down by 3k gold at 6 minutes. I was like, I'm wondering what Team Secret's how they're going to orchestrate this mid-game pressure to shut down the Drow, and then they're just up. The game's already over by the time I even get to ask that question. So this game, moving forward with OG, you got to get past the first 5 minutes.
First phase in it now.
And now both these heroes have been upgraded. Wind Ranger was absolute last pick, and Bloodseeker was 4th pick.
Yeah, another key thing before we mention the Bloodseeker, Secret were first pick, and they banned out the IO themselves. So clearly they respect OG so much with this hero that they won't even try and execute it themselves. They're going to go, this is your hero, so we're just going to get rid of it from the series. And then sure, it opens up for them to pick up these quirky heroes because they're not locking themselves into having to pick up just a block pick. But Bloodseeker, here we go. Offlane again, we expect, lads? What we saying?
Sure, but the Fluff panel did mention that was the Tiny instrumental in making that Bloodseeker seem as good as it was, because OG banned it out first phase. They were proposing other 4 positions that they may be able to combo with the Bloodseeker that might net them the same kind of pace that they were hoping to set. Clockwork was one of them, as OG pick up the Elder Titan.
Any Bloodseeker pudges in the room.
Whoa. Let's
know
slow
what I'm
down,
saying?
okay? I know this is secret, but come on, one step at a time.
I mean, Bloodseeker, Rupture, hook the guy, he can't move. Like
You said that you would come over to the school of thought that it wasn't necessarily the Rupture that was making the Bloodseeker.
I mean, I
look
think the
that good.
tiny idea, now that I saw it even once and then we theory
With the spell amp.
I'm like, toss Rupture's always been insane, but with the spell amp too, I was like, okay, that's pretty nutty. But hear me out, Pudge.
I'm done hearing. Tigo, tell me something better. Elder
Big Pudge. We'll see who's laughing.
What am I listening to, lads?
Jesus, that Hearthstone game
It does.
addled your brain.
But I think before we can't get carried away based off one game and say, oh, Bloodseeker's back, guys, and all that stuff. So I think realistically, it is a hero that if played in that offlane role, it has that pure damage in the Blood Right. It can be enabled by pretty much any melee position but scratch that. Anyone who has a stun to allow for the Blood Right to connect. And then his itemization is what made it work. The Veil, the Spell Amp, obviously pair it with his own Spell Amp, into Yules, into Greaves. He is basically being a utility offlaner that can just be super mobile and be obnoxious, again, mainly in laning phase, but due to items, it allows him to pivot into the mid game. Will he fall off like a truck going into 30 minutes? Of course he will. But the way that Secret played that game allowed it to always have pressure. So right now, going into this game, we see Oracle, we see ETT. These are two very defensive heroes that if they get to that mid game, they can prevent the Bloodseeker from truly popping off because you have the save, the sleep, the reset, and you're able to enable like the more farming cores because Bloodseeker doesn't always feel like he's getting his damage out due to the defensive nature OG has now. The slight adjustment from that first game.
My issue with Bloodseeker at all stages of his iterations, for the last 5 years, is that the hero has no survivability. His only survivability is that he's freaking zip-zap, zooping at 800 move speed after the fight breaks out for 5 to 10 seconds. Last game, OG had Spearbreaker, I think, was their only stun on their entire team. And this game, I'm curious if Bloodseeker looks less powerful and overwhelming at the early stages of the game if OG were to get one stun and one hero that does a lot of damage during that stun, because that's what Bloodseeker's always suffered against. And as an offlaner, I think he could be lackluster if that's the case. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out myself.
This is still pretty scary. Like, imagine this is your 3-4 right now, Windrunner being support. You get like an early point in your shackle. Like it's just it's that setup needed to always punish any non-BKB carrying, not carrying, but innately core. Lifestealer, Juggernaut.
None of those heroes feel good against Wind Ranger in lane either.
No, exactly, yeah.
Because all of them are like pure right clickers, and Wind Ranger. You have to have a hero that threatens the Wind Ranger when she wind runs, or doesn't have to commit onto her so that she will wind run. You can just hit her from a distance or throw a spell at her or something. But any hero like Jug or Lifestealer where you have to literally run at her to do any damage, by the time you've gotten to her, she's right-clicked you 2 or 3 times, then you try to hit her and she wind runs away. So they do ban out Void as well as Sven as their safe laners that they fear. Ember potentially could be played safe lane. All 3 of those heroes have a way out of Rupture. Faces Void, Time Walker invulnerable, Remnants, and Ag Sven. All 3 of those you are not going to take damage when moving. Maybe that's the idea behind those bans.
Does that telegraph anything that this is likely to be a Zai Bloodseeker again? Because you're proposing that there is some flex potential, even though it's a Wind Ranger and Bloodseeker, same heroes we saw last game. Oh boy.
Okay.
Against the Wind Ranger that was countering it last game. All right.
Who is more stubborn, Puppy or Seb?
I think OG are clearly trying to prove something and clearly trying to at least, tell everyone at home that we're not going to get dumpstered like we did. In game 1 we were going to bring something. But when you look at the heroes right now Secret have, in laning phase, Bloodseeker counters Husker because you have that heal, you get to just exist through Burning Spears, you don't really care too much. And then Windrunner in the game, if it's a core, even if it's a support, Yapsel will buy Null, will buy MKB. The pure itemization from the Windrunner counters the Huskar. So I think that this Huskar pick is pretty darn terrible, and I'm excited to see it be proved wrong. Like always with OG, they always seem to find a way to prove wrong. But right now, I guess the adjustment that they could make, even putting it mid, you're against the Windrunner. Oh, I'm confused.
You're flabbergasted.
I'm flabbergasted.
That's fair. How about the ET? Does that change the equation instead of a Spearbreaker? Does that somehow make this Huskar even marginally? Okay.
No, he doesn't change anything. It's the offlaner that's gonna, because Spearbreaker at least has some catch.
Like the reason for the ET, I was thinking more for the more stable. You've got an active mid laner. You're true carry, you're trying to find farm on, you can be patient, wait for some timing, let Secret overextend, and then you punish. But with the Huskar pick, with the ET, you're forcing the aggression, and what does ET do against a Chen, for example? What does the ET do against Winner and a Bloodseeker? It's more about, if you're defensive, ET is strong. But if you're forced into aggression, again, it's not so much. They got the Invoker now, a much more different hero like Drow. Last game didn't really do much, it just kind of existed. But Invoker, at least he can set some tempo and be a bit of an aggressor. But I'm just super scared about
But
this
they're already
Huskar's laning
revealing
phase.
it being a carry again. Like, they're not even giving it the flex of being potentially
I don't think
mid,
there,
right?
like, realistically, there is no flex there, right? Like, there
For
isn't
a
a
Huskar,
Topson,
you mean?
Yeah,
Or-
there isn't a Topson Huskar scenario. So it is already shown as the carry.
Is there a Seb Huskar scenario? Or probably not.
Do they want to lose quicker? Because they are technically already qualified, but let's not even go down that line. For
Previous
Secret-
panel had said that Matumbo Man could be playing literally any hero. He had the anti-mage in game 1. This time he will be having the Life Stealer. Still don't know who the OG offlaner is going to be, but Life Stealer, you had mentioned spell immunity as being something relevant. I think that was more for OG though.
It
but
was, yeah.
Secret will be.
It's still
picking it
very
up.
good here. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
against a
Oracle AT
Invoker.
do absolutely nothing to rage. Huskar, unless he's already put the burning spears on you, does nothing to rage.
It's about the game plan, though, Secret are presenting. It's the fact that they can like Chen can enable the lifesteal lane, and then he can pivot into the Bloodseeker when he has that like 8-minute Veil. You're gonna have a Chen army plus Bloodseeker Veil pressuring that tier 1 tower into that Huskar. Whilst lifesteal as a carry naturally with levels, he cares about pretty much no rotation. He does not feel any pressure
Completely
in the game.
independent as a
Exactly.
hero.
So he can now just park himself in front of that tower and just you can play the entire map. And then Matu, when he has his items, he can then join the fight when needed. So it's very much for OG. This Invoker as well. How do you ever move to this safe lane and go, I'm killing Lifestealer? You don't, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's
That's
impossible.
what Lifestealer
Yeah.
excels at as a carry. A lot of people are like, man, this hero doesn't feel like it does enough damage. Like, it's supposed to be a quote-unquote carry. What Lifestealer as a carry does is his damage output's going to be pretty decent once it gets 1 or 2 items, but mainly in the first 15 minutes, give him a decent start, and you can just act like for the sake of his own team's movements and play, they don't have to consider him at all. They can he'll just go wherever the hell he wants, and they don't have to protect him. No counter ganking necessary. And so when you have a hero like Bloodseeker, he doesn't want to TP respond to ganks. He just wants to play his lane and rupture people.
Seb has played ET offlane though.
I was going to say I've seen that.
Yeah,
but
I have
last
seen
pick
it.
4?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, why not? You know, if it's like, they're currently banning out push with the Furin, right? They could potentially just go for like a Shaman-esque 4, get a bit of push potential, put the ET3, and then at least then you have something to play around, right? You get to a tower, you put down the Serpent Wards, and you're fighting. Again, it doesn't feel nice to say, but I think putting that ET into 3 might at least open up the game for a healthier game, because you're going to have maybe a activated 4. Because right now, what Seb heroes are you think? Enigma, pretty darn good. What Seb heroes are you thinking right now that could actually
I like
change this
Slardar
game?
a lot.
True, yes, Slardar as well is pretty darn good.
They need a stun, and they need I think the stun plus giving some extra damage to their lineup is really important right now. That's why.
Is he not too slow though? Because like we just saw how Secret played this Bloodseeker. Minute 8, minute 13, in your face. Slardar does not like playing into that.
He's favored in the matchup against Lifestealer.
Sure.
So the idea is last game they had Anti-Mage versus Darkseer, so the lane's like, not only do you have the Bloodseeker kind of winning top or doing okay, but the bottom lane's was a shit show where the Darkseer is low all the time, and so Bloodseekers are, moving at 700 move speed at 5 minutes into the game. I think Slardar is a hero that not only is good against Lifestealer and lane, but it also counters the Bloodseeker in the sense that you get stunned and die within 1 or 2 seconds. The Chen is a bit scary to me whenever I have very little D-push. The Invoker represents like D-push in the sense of fighting you. They can engage on top of you with the Tornado into Stomp. But
is it pretty much guaranteed to be a Quaswex Invoker?
I think so. I don't know if I've ever seen Topson play Exort. I feel like he always plays Quaswex.
He dabbles in the arts.
Yeah, of course, if you're an Invoker player, you're going to play some or the other.
Yeah.
But I just feel like he plays 80 to 90%.
Okay, so now pretty much you put the winner on the mid, Bloodseeker's your
why
offlane,
not,
you've
right?
got obviously the Yapsor Rubik. Normally Rubik's the one that they start the draft with, now slapping it to the end. For OG, they now have to decide how are they finding a timing and winning at least one lane. Because that first game, they didn't win any lanes. And at least this game, you'd argue the mid lane should go better with the Invoker. But what is their offlane recipe to be able to punish a Chen Lifestealer when you already have an ET present in that lane? Is it by putting the ET core and just punching the Lifestealer to death? Maybe. Is it picking up... Okay, yeah, that is the answer.
Core ET.
There's Core ET. Called it.
Yeah, I wanted Slardar just because it also beats Lifestealer in lane, but I have to assume ET beats him in lane too.
He's a lot of slapping. The Chen unit's coming as well. It's the free damage. But
no stuns again. It's Invoker, right?
It's
like
a lot.
nothing
It's
through
a
rage.
high pressure situation in which if this ET doesn't have the impact that they think it will have in this lane, I think Secret will just walk with it again. But if this ET can at least apply some pressure to this side lane and then allow the Huskar lane that we know will go even and Bloodseeker favor to some degree, then I think it's going to be very scary. So a lot of pressure. This camera work should literally just be looking at the lifesteal of the ET lane. That's all I want to see. Maybe, you dip into mid, but let's not bother looking at this Huskar Bloodseeker lane.
In game one, we thought that the odds were a little bit too favorably stacked for Secret. Now, if we take away the team names and you see these two drafts after seeing how game one went, do you think this is fair, OG, going back again for the Huskar?
The odds got better for OG.
Right.
Weren't they like 3.6 last
higher,
game?
yeah.
Who's betting on these games?
Did
Did nobody see that first game?
Still 1-3.
I didn't even get to finish my mobile game. I think the Huskar is going to struggle again, personally. But in the last game, they had the Drow Huskar against Anti-Mage. If Anti-Mage got to 3 or 4 items, I favored the Anti-Mage.
Okay.
In this game, I think I actually favor OG later on. So
because
you get the Halberd against the Wind Ranger and then Lifestealer, I think can be somewhat underwhelming as like a mid to late game carry if the game is even. So if they get there even, I like their odds. Last game it felt like they had to win lanes and they were unfavored in lanes. So I like their chances better here, but I'm not too optimistic.
Give me a team, T-Gov.
I like the adjustments OG made, but I still think Secret fundamentally have the answers to what OG are trying to do.
Perfect. Will we get a 3-game series? Which Twitter account will be more smug? Will Sir Ashwin Slacks keep casting? Find out now for game number 2.
Yeah, I will, but I'm still maintaining the appearance of OD Pixel, so I'll stick like that for the rest of the series. Here we go. It's game 2, ladies and gentlemen, of OG versus Secret, where we are getting some stubbornness in the openings of the drafts. We're getting Huskar again. I mean, what do you reckon, Fogged? Is this a better shot here from OG with their lineup this time around?
I do think it's a better shot. I think they actually have top 10 on an active hero. That was probably my biggest gripe with the last game. He's playing Drow. Sure, I've seen him play these type of heroes like his Vengeance and Drow, but he gets involved. I feel like Drow is a really hard one, especially if you die once or twice. You're playing versus a tough lineup. You're not very mobile. This one, it's his specialty. He can definitely make moves around. He can actually counter aggression too. Tornado to dispel Wind Run, to stop the speedy Bloodseeker, these kind of things. So I definitely do think it's a little bit better, but there's some untapped potential still. I think this Bloodseeker is still starting to be discovered. People are now looking at this off-lane Bloodseeker. I actually was hearing a little bit about it too, just talking to some people as well, and just hearing about the sustain, that you can just stand versus a lot of heroes now because of this off-lane, because the way that Thirst works. So that should be cool to see. And he's paired up with a classic. It's a Yapsor Rubik, his best hero. So we'll see what they can make of this as a battle commences.
Yeah, we'll see. Everyone able to push Zai up to the high ground. Make sure that he doesn't continue to trade. Pretty successfully as well, that you saw there, punching into Huskar, how much damage this Bloodseeker can just do with the right click straight up early on.
Looks like it's going to be three runes for OG. And it is going to be that, my favorite hero, of course, that core ET this time versus the Lifestealer. Of course, shout out to our observer there.
Be sure to go check him out on Twitter, give him a follow, and send him your T-Tools.
For sure.
No,
but yeah,
shout out to him. He's doing an excellent job here at the Omega League. So.
This is cool the way that they're laning. They're actually setting up an aggro tri-lane with the Chen, it looks like here, and they're putting the Lifestealer lone bottom. Okay. So I think this is they can move the lanes around a lot. Puppey can also move people, of course, with the way Divine Favor works. You can actually just drag a hero if he doesn't want to actually lane in that spot, if it ends up being a tough one for the Lifestealer down bottom. But he should be able to get some decent sustain for the moment until that TP does come out. We'll see if they can actually apply pressure. I think they'll be able to apply more pressure in the last game with an AM versus Darkseer and Spirit Breaker. But Lifestealer is pretty good versus Elder Titan too. As long as the ET does not get creeps in order to actually amp up his aura, Lifestealer can just turn and hit him.
And this top lane, as we saw, from the draft, getting this Huskar early again, OG seemed very set on playing it from that one. What do you think the reason is from OG why they really want to make this hero work? Like, what do you think they see in this hero right now?
I think it's just because they have the Oracle. I think it's just they're thinking that it can work combo, because of it, and maybe they're just trying to make it work and maybe forcing it a bit too hard. But I'm not too sure. I've seen this hero have mixed results, mostly failures, at least from this league so far, but gotta learn somehow, right? So definitely trying to experiment. Seeing this mid matchup, this is one thing where, it is a Topson hero. However, this matchup is worse, actually, than the Drow Ranger versus Wind Ranger. This is a tough one for the Invoker early on. He's got to start building up his damage, though. He's going to be able to sustain because of the 2 points in Quas. So he'll recover as the lane progresses. But the first few levels are a bit tough.
Yeah, very hard to get the CS against this Wind Ranger.
Yeah. The Wind Run gets popped. Tornado dispel it very quickly so he can get some trades. And we're seeing bottom, they did sentry ward the small camp to ensure that Puppey can't abuse that one with his creeps. And they did actually allow the big camp spawn this time. They blocked it the first initial. But as an ET, you really want to have this side camp open. There. You want them to be able to get stacked up so that you can apply the pressure onto a hero like Lifestealer. Zai. Let's get the clip on the Blood Right onto mid one there.
Yeah, has to be a little careful. A few of the spears stacking up on him. I'll toss mid one to the side. Bottom lane, Puppey getting going on. He's going to go for the TP axe. Not going to make it away, though. Seb will take first blood.
He's got the damage.
There we go. Punching Puppey down. This is, you can imagine, the sort of first blood that will give Seb the momentum, the sort of ego boost there. He's got first blood. He's ready to sort of show Secret how it's done this game.
I think that's a lane where you can't play for the last hits. You're an Elder Titan Grimstroke versus this Lifestealer. I think you just have to play for these crazy type of kills and moves.
Top lane. And one is able to push him back with the disarm, but they chase him down, and now they turn over towards Notail. Blood rights out. Notail, he's
going down.
He's caught by it. They'll dive in, and Secret will claim both of their lives.
Instant salve by Yapzor onto Zai as well, and then tanks the tower. That top lane is not looking so good. Bloodseeker able to sustain, and that pure damage, it's nothing to joke about. Like, the thing is, what does Oracle really do? You can't even do anything about the damage because your W doesn't do anything versus pure if he did even go for a skill point early on. Lots of damage between these two. And he's gonna, looks like probably the same build, right?
I think
the Veil worked really well last time. It's not like he has as great of a team lineup with it, but Rubik's good. Rubik's gonna be able to get some Grimstroke spells eventually. See 4-minute rune, rotations coming out. Both supports from Secret emphasizing this one. They really want to fill up Nisha's bottle.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do so. DD rune as well. Spawns on the bottom for Nisha.
And they can do these rotations a little bit easier because they have these strong side laners. This Rage built-in Lifestealer, this Thirst speedy Bloodseeker who's had a good start. They can move for those runes early on and not jeopardize their side lanes too hard.
Sure, like Matu's going to get pushed away from the wave, but he's not going to die down here.
No. Unless he misplays, like, completely, or they get a point in silence. But now Saksa, he steps up far.
Oh, Matu.
Whoa, the damage.
Gotta be a little careful of those punches from Seb.
The dispels. That creep, they have to kill it. You have to get rid of that one there. It can dispel both the Inkswell and it can also dispel the Astral buff onto the ET. So yeah, they have to make sure that they get rid of that one there. And they will. Mid one.
Yeah, gonna start going in onto him. He nearly gets blocked into it. The silence, of course, does still catch onto Notail. And Notail will get the kill in return, but he may die as well for this as Yapzor's hunting. Can he find the final right click? Notail duking it out in the trees, getting the Purifying Flame heal stacked up. He'll be able to survive that as he hides himself in the trees.
Looks like the pushback actually got Yapzor out of range to be able to lift and throw the Huskar into the Blood Right for a second there. Ends up actually getting them a kill. And now bottom. I mean, Seb has actually forced out the Lifestealer.
Yeah, so all in all, though, 5 minutes in, definitely improvement from what we saw in game one from OG this time round, coming out solidly even across the lanes.
Yep, and we see, I think Yapzor maybe just snagged that from Nisha a little bit there. Nisha was pinging it, but either way, they got those bounty runes top. And we see Matu. He can safely TP back to base because he can just get raptured all the way back with the Divine Favor from Puppey. So keeps himself there. Shackle on the side.
All right, he's going to be able to find Notail. Notail turns with the disarm, but the two of them will be able to play around with him and kill him off. The kill for Nisha.
Yapzor didn't take the kill with Fateball. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, that's when you know that Secret are trying their hardest.
Yeah, seriously, what the?
No kill stealing today from Yapzor.
Instantly ruined. Nisha does not get lucky guessing bottom. Topson will be able to deny out the invis. Doesn't care about it. Already earned finished up for Topson. And like we said, this game, Topson on an Invoker, he can deter a lot of the aggression. Especially versus a hero like Wind Ranger, that you can dispel that Wind Run. So he can easily show up and counter gank or even set up ganks, because they also do have the ET with the Invoker. So we've seen that one earlier in this tournament in particular. Tornado plus Stomp easily to land and set up those EMPs.
He's using the fort here to deny those extra creeps away from Nisha. Keep that pressure in onto him, onto the tower.
There's that little purge creep again. They have to, I mean, this little purge creep will make their bottom lane not be able to be aggressive at all.
Top Zai.
Top.
He's going to start playing aggressive as he hits 6. Drops the blood right down. Not quite in a position to kill off Notal, but the Fade Bolt is destroying mid one there. Take him out again. Bottom lane, Seb trying to go in onto Matu. Puppey and Matu trading back though onto him.
This Dispel, I mean this creep, like he had a ton of Astral stacks there from the creeps on the side, but it just gets dispelled off all that damage that he builds up. Matu's getting low again here. Here comes the creep to purge it off, but it might be late.
They're chasing in. Seb, he's diving for this one. Yapso's able to TP in reaction, and Seb, he gets a little too aggressive there. Not expecting Yapso
purge creep
to be able to TP across. And as you say, Puppey with that micro setting up for Secret to find both of them down there.
Yapso 6, it's 7 minutes in. Wait, what the hell? I guess that kill top really surged him forward there, but I mean, that's all right. Level 6 with Arcane Boots pretty much done. Typical Yapsor, even though he didn't secure the kill with Fade Bolt earlier.
And that was very ambitious there from Seb, that dive. He went in, and I don't think there's many scenarios where he gets out of doing that. I'm sure maybe he could have got Matu, like there was that chance, but didn't play out.
They tried for the cheeky play with that like silence coming with the Phantom, but wasn't able to get it. Nisha though, rotation from Saksa.
The silence, but Yapso's going to be able to break the combo initially. Thompson still has the Inkswell on him. They've got the nukes on to Nisha. Backup from Zai coming in from the top lane. Straight away they pop the Invoker. They will lose the Wind Ranger. Zai's going to try and chase down Saksa and Notel. See how much more they can go for. There we have
Inkswell.
Zai leading in. Stun connects in onto Notel. Blood Bright's down. Notel will get hit by it, but the backup's here from Seb. And Seb will start to push the two of them away. Yapso's able to grab the bounty rune that have been left there for the last 3 minutes on the way out.
Gets his Arcane Boots completed because of that too, and he's being able to give Zai mana. So Zai in fighting form again. My god, the blood rate damage. That early on when he's already level 7, so it's 300 pure damage. It's the highest effective nuke in the game. Look at Soxy, he has to dance around here to try to dodge it. We'll be able to.
Maybe having a shot at killing off Zai here. They get the cold snap and the EMP. Zai needs help. It's coming in. Puppey with the TP. Zai is into the trees and he's away.
And he's speedy now.
Couldn't quite kill him there, the three of them.
Tons of moves coming out from OG to try to respond to Secret's advantageous start again into 3. And look at this, like Matu now is able to get so much space out of bottom when it was looking like he was going to suffer maybe a tiny little bit, but now he's almost got the armlet done. And something that Elder Titan does not like playing versus is any of that plus armor as your aura. Sure, your astral works, but your actual natural aura gets countered as mid one.
Nisha's trying to catch on to mid one.
It's a freebie.
This is going to continue to just enlarge the difference between mid one and Matuma Man's game. Like, we're seeing the timing, as you say, on Matu's armlet in comparison. He's going to be able to do so much more at the point where everyone's not going to be quite ready to turn up to these fights.
Yep. The only way that they can get those type of kills there is if Saksa actually gets the Phantom from the tree line. If he does it out of like in fog and he gets the silence off initially, then maybe they can go for those connects, but not able to do so the last few times. Matu will outclick him for the rune here. Might try again here. He has the rage.
Yeah, it's not a. You're never catching up to this Lifestealer now with the phase boots, the rage.
And now he has the armlet done pretty much, so that much stronger. He needs just a couple more last hits and he will have it. Top forcing reactions, going for a dive here with the Fade Bolt, with the Blood Red as well. So much burst damage with this early Veil too.
And again, this early lead, I mean 10 minutes in, but it's a 4K
again.
Lead.
Yeah, and Thompson, like that one death actually costs him so much. Like he's down with the supports, with the Rubik, with the Bloodseeker, the offlane. His net worth is crippled a bit here. Keeping themselves top, keep applying the pressure. Mid one has to be so careful. If he's at like half HP or 3/4 HP as a Huskar, Bloodright pure damage, a Fade Bolt, and a Stolen Spell, he's just dead. He actually has to move out of the lane and go farm some jungle now because of that.
I mean, and where is the power from OG in this game? In the first game, we were always looking towards when they'll be able to group up as 5, and considering that could have had potential, obviously.
He's going to try.
They got too far behind early on.
They wanted to try from the tree line. It gets dispelled instantly, though. The Inkswell, the Purge Creep again. Puppey always having the right one.
Yeah, the Alpha Wolf as well, giving that extra bit of punch to Matu.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is really whenever Thompson wants to start moving with the ET, I think they have to set up some stomp tornado EMPs as Thompson. He's ghost walking, but he's being seen, the thirst.
Ooh, he's gonna live.
10 HP.
And they'll be able to punish Nisha for that. TP's come in.
All right.
Keep Thompson alive.
Oh my god, he almost died because of the vision from the Bloodseeker. Ends up surviving, but they do lose a very early tier 1 bottom.
And the top lane.
Top 2 Zai.
I mean, he's got 1,300 gold on top of the Veil. This is a fair bit of money on this. Soulflame Bloodseeker yet again. Mid lane, Matu's going to come in. Tries to set up onto mid one. Doesn't want to run back in, though. There's 4 heroes here on OG.
That is a scary steal. It is a level 4 Inkswell on a hero that has Rage built in. So Tornado, sure, amazing to counteract that Inkswell, but if he's raged, he
on
can
top
just
of you.
beeline right through. Exactly. So I do think Secret's probably going to look to just fight whenever a fight does come to them, but this time, Zai might get caught out pretty far forward.
No, just no messing around for
the
Zai.
silence. There's no cold snap because of the silence. He lives.
And then pressuring the mid-tier 1 tower. Secret just finding any opportunity to take away these very early towers here from OG. No defense in the mid lane as that tower will fall as well. 12 minutes in.
And look at this
5K
now.
lead, it's only going up again.
Yep, and they're looking for action. Stolen Inkswell, they're very ready to look for these fights. They have so much damage in their draft now because of this early lead. Anyone they find will easily get brought down. All of OG, though, kind of responding here. Thompson is top.
Here we go. The catch is in. They've got the shackle shot. Mid one needs to save straight away. False promise comes out for no town. Mid one jumps immediately over onto Nisha. They have the Inkswell stun as well. Nisha falling low. He'll go down. They'll get the Wind Ranger. As Matu dives in over towards Saxon, now turning over back towards mid one. The stolen Purifying Flames there from Yapsor, nuking mid one out of the game.
My god.
They may have got Nisha, but they lose 3 heroes for it. Matu survives. His farm starting to get quite a bit ahead of anyone else in the game. This armlet into Deso is going to come out at a very good timing for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm seeing OG. They've queued up a Midas on Invoker. I believe I saw Midas queued up on Elder Titan too. It looks like they're going to take it, try to take it to the late game because of how this early game has gone. I mean, they're going to try to go for some farm build.
Do they have the heroes to do that? Who's the late game here on OG? What's the potential in that sense?
I mean, it's the Invoker and the ET for the most part, but I mean, this Lifestealer has built-in rage. He's excellent versus these heroes as game progresses no matter what. Nisha does start to fall off a little bit versus them, but Lifestealer is definitely the one who reigns supreme for the majority of this game, if not all of it. Especially with this type of lead. And he's always going to get amped up, right? He's always going to have this Chen behind him to buff him up, and then Rubik stealing Grimstroke and Oracle spells. So, do feel like this Lifestealer still does reign supreme, even if it does go to later, but OG, they might have a different idea of it.
Smoke, yeah, from OG. And Secret are in OG's jungle right now. Scan comes out, so OG know the whereabouts. And Secret are positioned to fight.
Zai is very fast.
I mean, Seb's going to get ruptured straight up, so he's going to be held out to the side of the fight.
Okay. If Saksa doesn't die here, this could be okay with a disengage of
They're on
GMG,
top
but
of
nah,
him.
he's dead.
Shackle set up. That's one down, and now it becomes a 4v5, and 4v5 that I don't think OG's going to want to still try and force.
No. Look at Matu. He's like it's the way he's playing. There's no risk because he's just so good versus every single one of the heroes on the side of OG. This rage.
Courier.
Oh,
it's got a Mithril Hammer, I believe.
Okay.
It's got the one up.
Nice little snipe there by Thompson as he's making his way to Midas a creep. And maybe the Midases are also for the Chen creeps, right? Maybe that's why they also want the
that's
double
true.
Midas.
It is the Chen counter.
Yeah, I was trying to think
very
of another
expensive
reason.
one.
Very expensive indeed. But look at Poppy. He's always having the purge creep. It's so important when you have these type of dispels.
Now he's got 2.
Versus Elder Titan. Even Oracle, too, it can be very good versus Grimstroke. Nisha.
There's a setup into the Bloodbride. Matu, he's straight on top of Thompson. Thompson just gets destroyed. No-Tail doesn't even get a chance to use the false promise on him. As Thompson goes down, Matu trying to run up to the high ground. Saxa there with the counter players. They lead
He jumps
forward.
inside the infest.
Oh, he gets away. He's into Nisha. He's straight back out and he's ready to fight on. The false promise will get used onto Mid One.
But they're outnumbered.
OG, they're down 2. Mid One's going to take so much damage through this false promise that he's going to pop as it comes to an end. Oh,
This is insane.
Oh, it's starting to look like a bit of a replay of game 1. 8K lead, 16 minutes in, 18-5.
They're just so good at looking for the right fights, and they've got a mech to counteract everything there already. OG, they're nowhere near that type of mech. They have the one save, they have the one false promise, but You look at the way that Matu's playing. We're saying he's playing with no risk, no care. He's just running through heroes, targeting exactly whoever he wants. And they lose Thompson at the start of it, so it was a fight that was near impossible anyway.
Oh, man.
I mean, Secret's just out of control.
Secret indeed.
8-0 and 8 on YapzOr as well, by the way, on his signature Rubik. 16 of the 18 kills. He's having an impeccable performance.
And just look at the damage split between the 4 of Secret. They're just in tune. Everybody's making plays on Secret. Everyone's getting equally involved. Like they're just all on the same wavelength, Secret, and it shows it. OG trying to get something together against this lineup. And for the second time in this series, it's just not falling into place at all from OG. It's falling all over the place.
No, it's the way that they're making all their heroes work together is why you see those damage numbers. Like the reason YapzOr's damage is so high is not only because he's YapzOr, but because he's got the Veil backup from his teammate, from that Bloodseeker, and he got given level 6 at 7 minutes. Like, he got
just
so
look
many
at it, he's level 12, and he's got his Blink Dagger on top of the Ether Lens at 17 minutes. He's nearly about to overtake the farm, Mid1 and Thompson.
Yeah. He's higher level than Thompson. They're now getting some time to at least hit a tower here. Finally here on the side of OG.
The first tower that they've been able to punch really in this game, OG.
Sai quickly starts to deter that. Has a Yule's already finished up, and he's actually getting it raptured out, but he will actually, okay. He'll use himself to make sure he doesn't get hit so that he can get pulled away and ensure that he survives as well.
I mean, they get a tier 1, but they're losing a tier 2, and of course the all-important pre-20-minute tier 2, so now Secret, if they can finish this with the availability of denying any of that 20-minute outpost XP from OG.
And there's already an MKB now on Nisha. So that Huskar, who ideally you want to be able to get a Halberd at some type of time, evasion's already going to get countered heavily. And the damage, like we said, the Veil, plus the Blood Rage, plus that Focus Fire with an MKB is going to be crazy.
See Matu,
he gets
with
the
rage and even starts to turn towards them there. Does realize that OG's got the full squad around, and Matu didn't quite have the backup in the neighborhood, so he's out to the side, continuing to go for this aggressive build. Armlet, Deso into the Basher.
Smoke by Secret. I think they're maybe going to try pressuring the base here. They're very strong right now, and they have Aegis, they have Deso, Armlet. They could catch people on the rotation. Matu holds his ground, walks to his teammates, does get caught by the stomp though.
He gets his Armlet back off though. And into Nisha. He's saved. And again, just Zai just putting down these blood rights, forcing this whole area where OG struggle to fight into.
So there's a smoke to put a base ward so they can see inside, and they're just actually going to look to sandwich them.
They're just wrapping around. Mid1, he's going to start to step towards them, but they just jump out, and immediately it has to be false promise. The shackle doesn't latch. Mid1's going to jump in aggressively, but he's being ruptured. He's going to take so much damage. Matu, he's been able to get to the backlines. The lift up there onto the Invoker, 3 dead. It's starting to look just as bad as game 1, Fogged. It really is.
Most certainly is. Look at, and they even still had Hand of God. They did use the mech, but OG, they don't have anything to match this at all right now. Secret just, I mean, it's flawless play here. The way that they smoke and wrap around, they set up the ward too. This is just no mercy. And Matu with this just such a favorable hero matchup versus what he's against. He's, like we said, he just has no fear. He can just run into anything he wants.
My goodness, 21-5. I can't remember what the score got to in the last game, but I think it
was 30-something to 4 or something.
I think it was
5,
to
maybe.
5.
Yeah.
It's heading that same way yet again. I mean, some of these KDAs, as you were pointing earlier, YapzOr 809. Insane stuff here from Secret, and we'll see what the comeback plan is going to be from OG. As you said, there are Midas online.
But they can't, like, their lanes are all going to be pushing into their side. And they have a base ward that's watching their movements that they do not know about at all. There's no way they'll ever find that base ward either. So they just saw them all walking out of the base, walking into their jungle. They know exactly, look at Matu. He knows exactly where they are. He's taunting them.
Matu doesn't care. He's just going to start going in onto Mid1.
Oh, Stone Splitter.
He's just gone. There's not even a chance to save Mid1.
Seb also.
They're just getting destroyed.
Matu wants him.
Is he going to keep going? He's going to keep.
I think he's going to chase
Matu's in the base. He's in the base. Saxon's dying outside of it. Yeah, Matu will finally give up on the chase. Doesn't quite have the movement speed to continue to get him. Mid lane Thompson's out alone.
Oh, I mean, goodbye, Thompson.
All right. 24-5, 15K lead. We're really going to get 2 back-to-back games of this. This is just Secret just destroying OG on an outrageous level. There's nothing close about these games.
Look at this Lifestealer. He's Alacrity'd with Blood Rage. Look at all these buffs he has on him, and he even gets to survive, jumping away here.
Protecting that Aegis. And Zai, he's feeling it. Dagon's out. That's how you do as the Bloodseeker.
Sure.
Get out your Dagons.
You've got your max Blood Rage already, 30% spell amp. They're getting the grab.
One again, getting caught out. Matu's in it, he's dead again. Nothing can be done to save him.
They gotta be calling this.
They gotta be. They really have to. A secret.
Holy shit. Like they are. It's really no mercy. Inkswell onto 2, but he's so tanky already.
It's not gonna do anything. It's not. It's not doing anything at all.
No, it is not. And even the power shot through with the amp up. Are they gonna get this ET as well, Seb? He's trying to get away. He will be able to get away. I mean, maybe not. We'll be able to. Okay, he'll be able to get away. But he's forced back to the base. Secret 22,000 gold lead. They're toying with their food now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, are we sure Secret are playing on their main accounts? I mean, what's happening?
Oh, this is just. I mean, it's impeccable performance across the board.
Yes,
they just don't make. They're not making any mistakes. And OG.
Yeah, at this rate,
they're falling into the traps.
The Smurf detection's going to kick in, and Secret's going to jump straight to the grand finals. This is
chilling around the Ancients. He's going to open wounds for healing. Heal back up to full. Keep their pressure on the map. OG, they're trying to find some type of room, some breathing. Seb, desperate to find some farm, but now he might be paying with his life. As is that a Boots of Travel on the Rubik?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, clips him with the stomp, but he will. They will find Nisha. All right.
They got Nisha.
They got Nisha.
They got something. They got something there, OG.
And they instant smoked, looking for something else. Puppy knows, though. His creeps scouted it out. He's pinging exactly where they were. They did at least get a kill here to punch back, but...
They're going to need quite a few more of those. They're down 21k here at 23 minutes.
Matu is such... Matu can just run at them. Look, he's
just taunting
He has 35 armor. Like, what do? Nobody can touch him. He can kill the 3 of them, probably.
Just run.
They have to reset and run away.
Oh, another kill.
Oh, they find... That's a lot of gold.
There's a rupture onto Thompson. They found 2. Thompson's going to go for the TP out.
Oh, No Tail gets left.
Oh, but he's out with the TP, and there's nothing to cancel it.
He'll survive.
Okay. A bit of a punch back here from OG. I don't know if we...
Oh, he does not survive. Did he stick? He had 19 stick charge. Oh, he didn't pop the stick.
Oh,
I think if he popped those...
That may have saved him.
I mean, they did so much damage to him with the hits with the Deso.
True, that may
Deso
not
AC,
save him.
maybe not.
Yeah.
I thought the Fountain Regen might be enough to actually heal him up, but oh my god.
I guess Matu just hits that hard right now.
Yeah, they're too big. Zai. They've got the detection, Thompson, the Dagon. He's dead.
He's out.
Then he buys back.
He's going to buy back. Mid-one's going to try and turn. He jumps in onto Puppy.
Oh my god, Puppy's just, look at him just slowing him. Look at the Ghost Lady.
And the lift, it's holding him in the blood. Right, he's gone again, Mid-one. He's gone again. OG just pushed back up to the bay. Whoa!
Stolen life break.
Yapzor swagging in with the life break. As OG, they're just getting pushed back by the blood right. Shackle won't latch it. Secret playing around into the siege creep. Matu goes.
Another rupture.
Ready for some Carty action.
Oh, Saksa, he's been spouted. He's been found. Stuns the Carty, but pays with his life.
I mean, they're getting Dagon now.
They're getting Dagon.
That's when it's rough. When you're getting Dagoned.
They just look at this. The blood rights to zone them away from going back to their fountain.
Zai's just punching. They will turn.
The damage, the ET.
Oh, Zai on the run.
Oh, he's got Essence Ring.
And he's away. There's another stomp.
They get the stomp.
Okay, and the setup there as well. Onto Yapzor, Mid-one. He's going to look for the kill. Matu goes in with the rage onto Mid-one. Mid-one is gone. Jeez. No save available from No Tail as the false promise is still on cooldown. No Tail goes for the disarm and the TP out back to base. Will make it away. Nisha able to finish them off with the power shot. As Thompson goes down, the bottom racks are claimed. 38-9. Over 1k a minute lead here. Yet again for Secret, 29k advantage.
Nisha was trying to run away and Matu's like, no! We're going in, not out.
I mean, there certainly are. No tails out. Right up to the fountain. Nisha
God.
dives in. It's a
GG.
team wipe. GG is called. And not the once, but the twice. Secret. They just decimate them. It's not even close. It's not even close. I saw people say, you've got to come up for a new word. This is more than a stomp. Between Secret and OG, this is...
It's 26 minutes, and look, it's a 30,000 gold lead, 41 kills, 9 OG. It didn't look like they had any chance in this game. Like, the first 6 minutes, we're like, oh, looking a little bit better. Hits the 12-minute mark. It's already a 5K gold lead.
Yeah, we could see that we're sort of playing the same record again.
Oh, my goodness.
As game one. 2 times in a row here. Secret, the series is theirs. I mean...
They're monsters.
I mean,
Secret's just... unbelievable right now, and they seem to just have a strategy that's working for them. OG, they did try to do the Huskar Oracle twice, and now, I mean, fell flat on its face pretty hard. Don't know if it was a test or something like that, but if it was, didn't work, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not even like you can, you know, what we've seen Seb in the past sort of call out Secret for playing these meta strat. This is not a meta strat. They're coming out with these Bloodseekers and they're just styling on you.
It's just it's a concept that they seem to be working so well together, right? Like even with like this Witch Doctor, the sustain in the lane, then they have this Bloodseeker sustain in the lane. They have the Wind Ranger mid that does well in all these matchups. It seems like just master planning by Secret and just really understanding their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And in a series as well where, you know, coming into it, a lot of people were expecting big things. I mean, we certainly got big things. You know, this wasn't the close show, but still a spectacle to see. Just the fashion that Secret were playing and that OG, I mean, what do you think was it? That they just didn't do the homework? Or at the end of the day, is Secret a team that you can't really do your homework against because you just don't know what they're going to do?
I think this one was just Secret playing like crazy, like animals, honestly. Like it's like, you know, the whole expression like, oh my God, OG's like monkeys. They're always running at us. This was Secret pulling an OG, just running at them. TP to lanes, always finding the right fights, always outnumbering, always doing the right move. It was... yeah, picture perfect.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, there we go to end the day here in the Immortal Division. Secret, very easy, apparently 2-0 against OG.
Indeed, the question that we posed before the second game was, can Secret do it again without the Tiny? I think the answer is a resounding yes, they can.
It really was.
It really was.
Very resounding yes. And I think that in some ways, I think OG, maybe they felt the same way. And they were like, okay, so we banned the Tiny. We don't have to worry about the Bloodseeker. But there were still other problems in game one, right? Like we did talk about how the fact that the Wind Ranger matchup against the Huskar, that's always going to be tough, whether it's the lane or the rest of the game. Yep. And Bloodseeker is still good against Huskar, I think fundamentally, right?
Yeah.
Like he's a hero that operates on being on low health.
Low HP, guy gets really fast if people are low HP. Oracle as well, makes somebody stay permanently low HP. Bloodseeker's like, okay.
Yes, please.
That's great.
Yeah.
He limits your mobility as a Huskar, which is something that you definitely depend on quite a bit.
Yeah. You can't just run with Rupture on, even if you're Oracle ultied. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage. That's pure damage.
So you guys say, you know, it all went down in the draft? Because I like...
Oh, man.
I mean, it's still Secret at the end of the day, so it can't all be draft.
It wasn't all draft.
They're just really goddamn good.
I think if it wasn't for the... I think the drafts were big wins for Secret. Okay. I don't want to ignore that. I don't want to just pretend... I think Secret is hands down the best team in Dota by a huge margin right now. I think a lot of people agree with that. It's not a bold statement. But I think the draft was definitely... It's the same draft both games. It's a repeat of the first game. You've Wind Ranger Bloodseeker versus Huskar Oracle. Yeah. It was impossible to play team fights.
Yeah. This Huskar just felt like he didn't really have much of a game whatsoever. And then this time around, Secret have a core that can be a little bit more active with them. And it just made the team fights look even more one-sided because the Lifestealer is getting involved. He doesn't worry about the Huskar too much. He doesn't really have a whole lot to threaten him at all, right? Like I think one of the biggest problems with Lifestealer is if you don't have a threat against him, like it's very hard to gain map control against him, right? Because if you do the trade-off of like, oh, let's take, you know, they're going to take our safe lane tower, let's take theirs, you know, and then you have this Lifestealer just kind of sitting there and like, how do we get this guy to move out of the way?
You need
so we
somebody.
can hit that tower.
Yeah, it's like the answer to that is the Elder Titan, but I think that's a matchup where if Elder Titan has an advantage, then you can possibly push a Lifestealer out of lane because you're this high armor, high damage guy running at him. But if Lifestealer has an advantage, he just hits the Elder Titan and regains all of his HP with a Chen who can also teleport him back to the lane.
Yeah, and I think that's a very key point, right? It's like the Elder Titan at times did have an advantage over the Lifestealer. I think it was like at level 4 or something, Lifestealer had a TP back with like 200 health, but guess what? He's got a Chen in lane, so you've got a free reset.
Yeah, pretty easy to get an advantage with a Chen Lifestealer lane. You also have the amplification on the lifesteal. That definitely helps out.
It sounds so simple the way you guys are talking about it. Like, of course Secret won, and they did this well, they did that well.
A team. We're going to beat Secret.
Yeah. Hey, that's top secret, actually. You can't... Slox is going to be mad. Don't talk about that.
No, but it's like... I kind of feel like the way you're talking about it is like all the simple things that, you hear some things during cast about things that are good and whatnot, but it's all the little things done well on the side of Secret that allows them to, like, sure, they win, but they don't just win, right? They absolutely decimate. There was no room for OG to execute their plan, even if their plan was good.
I do feel like the draft makes it so that we can't tell how this would have looked if the drafts were even. Like, I really respect the balls from OG to pick Huskar Oracle
again
into Bloodseeker Windranger. It's like, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, Puppy is now first phasing this Windranger Bloodseeker because it's going to get banned second phase now, right? So it's like, okay, but Windranger, this is a flex hero. Bloodseeker can possibly flex. We haven't seen what other positions it can be played in. I'm sure Yapsor could play at 4 position. It's probably decent.
He could play everything.
But they didn't have to change it up because the draft from OG was the same. They didn't have to do anything different.
They both end up still upper bracket, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
This was just... so both of these teams were before this undefeated. And right now, Team Secret takes the top, takes the crown. They will face the number 2 of Group B, whilst OG has to face the number 1 of Group B, which, by the way, we don't know yet which is which because Group B is a complete mess, and we might have like a massive tiebreaker happening on that side.
I gotta say, ripping pepperonis to that second team in Group B. Rest in pepperonis.
All right, let's take a moment to talk to one of the winners. We are live with Matoma Man. Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey, congratulations on absolutely trashing OG.
I mean, thank you. It's always exciting to play the reigning TI champions.
It certainly looked that way. It looked like you guys came with that Bloodseeker. I wanna ask you something about that Bloodseeker. Was this like, hey, I tried this in pubs, great plan, let's do it? Or was this something that was in the tank, sitting and waiting for a series against OG?
I mean, we didn't plan it ahead. It just kind of came up in the draft, and then the guys were saying, like, Sepp was doing this Bloodseeker offline and worked out very well in his pub games, and we're like, probably pretty good, so we went with it. It worked out beautifully, so good for us.
Did you say it worked out in Seb's pub games or in Zai's? I couldn't hear.
Yeah, in the Seb's pub games, we farm played, and it was... I mean, sometimes
you guys
see
had the
like
balls to take it directly from him?
Take it. I mean, it's not specific to him, right? We're not like gonna play Enigma, for example, and like see like what mind control is doing. But sometimes when you just see some good thing other players doing, you just take it and make it your own. It's not very team specific. We don't look at like we're gonna play OG. Now we're gonna steal their strategies and use it against them to just send a message because we don't like OG. It's not like that, It's just playing, trying to win.
It would be funny if it was like that, though. It's it's a good strat.
I mean, it would be.
All right, I got some questions. Some of these are meme questions, so feel free to call me out if you think they're stupid. Okay, so you're a really chill dude. I imagine in the game that helps a lot. Being a carry player, you have to be really calculated. I'm wondering, how many hours outside of Dota do you spend per day doing other things? And like, do you value like resetting your brain to be objective for these games? Like, what's your activity that you do outside of Dota to reset?
I mean, I have my special food place I go to right next to my place. It's a place for me to reset and meet up my friend that lives pretty close to me. Other than that, not really. I think the more I've played Pro Dota, I currently play less Dota games, and I watch more replays of other carries and other teams, and that kind of preparation versus like playing like 14 games a day, because it's not very efficient time.
Yeah, I see. What carry players do you watch the most, if you don't mind me asking?
I watched TI replays, for example, multiple times. I watched Ame, Miracle. I watched a little bit mid laners, maybe. I watched Ana.
Oh yeah, Ana's.
Anyone really that I think is doing really good at the moment, because I feel like like people their strength, like the flow of their game is like it goes up and down, and sometimes other guys good. Like looking at Paparazzi's games, China games, and you can learn from anyone, like really, because they in the end, like a lot of pros, they spend a lot of time of like making these heroes work, and why are they so special with it, right?
Yep.
You can somebody can look at my lone replays, for example, like how does he do it? How can not that many players do it like him? So it's just more efficient for me, because I kind of learned very easily from looking other people's replays, and then I just imply it to my own games.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, one more follow-up question, I swear. How fast would you go through a replay on average? Like, do you 2x it? Do you 3x it? Like, do you go normal speed through the laning phase? Like, what's your routine for that, if you don't mind me asking?
I do 16x usually. I mean,
Okay.
I just slide the timer all the time when I see something's interesting. And sometimes laning phase, I watch like 1x speed just to see like how he plays the lane, what he's doing. It really depends what is happening there. Is he just farming for 10 minutes? I don't really care about that, because any monkey can be trained to hit creeps for 10 minutes.
This is true. So you stop it, you 16x, and then you stop it whenever you see something interesting, and then you take a look at like, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, no, overall team decisions, like when are they going to fight? What happened? What led them to this point of fighting? Like, was it carries timing, mid laners timing? Is it objective timing? Or is it just feeling their strength against the other team? It's like all kind of stuff.
I see. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, super insightful. I have one more question. It's a lot more basic and was regarding the previous series. Because, you go into a series with certain expectations on how you will do. And I'm curious to hear, like, what were your expectations going into the series, and how different... The outcome, I would imagine, is always different than what you expect it to be. But what is the... like, how different was it? How much faster did you finish the game, mostly, is the question.
I mean, I don't really look at it that way. I think they're a really good team right now. I mean, they're in shape again. I think it could have gone both ways, to be honest. It just looked very one-sided. Their idea of Huskar didn't really work out, in my opinion. But they had an idea and they went with it. So props to them. Sometimes, I mean, we fail when we try new ideas and we're like, okay, go next. I guess
fair.
Stomping OG, I expected them to be more equal games in a way, but... yeah, I don't know what to say.
No, that's fair to say. We were also expecting more equal games, and good for you guys that didn't happen, because you guys looked absolutely dominant once again in the field. Matu, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Unless Cap still has a question.
No, I don't want to take up too much of Matu's time.
All right, Matu, we're gonna let you get back to it, and hopefully we talk to you again soon. Thank you, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matu. And of course, Team Secret, I mean, they're absolutely dominating, top of the group, well-deserved.
I love that he pointed out because the whole entire idea of like OG just stuck with an idea, right?
Yeah.
And it just didn't work out for him, and as a result, we got a really one-sided series. I think that's really important going forward, because like OG, again, like if they're both in this position where they're both going to be upper bracket anyway, it felt like both of them were experimenting in some way.
True.
It's just Secret's experiment looked a lot better.
One plan
Their
worked out,
experiment worked
the other one
2
did
times
not.
in a row.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it looked like OG was definitely testing the waters and just how far you can actually go with Oracle Huskar. They apparently they probably talked about it and said like, okay, Wind Ranger is not like a problem. We can actually have
We can
answers
deal
to
with
Wind
that.
Ranger.
Yeah.
You could build a Heaven's Halberd or something. Like maybe they thought that would be fine enough, but didn't turn out to be the case.
I think a lot of these interviews have proven to us that like Dota at the highest level is a very like feel instinct game, and you absolutely cannot know if something works theoretically on paper. You have to try it.
Yeah.
And what better place to try it than against Team Secret? So shout outs to OG for having
Or
the
against
balls.
Team OG for the other way around.
Right, exactly,
Yeah,
other
yeah.
way around. Right, exactly. So, that's life. That's how it goes.
Especially in a game where, you do know you're going upper bracket already. We can take a look at the standings, see where we're at, because Group A is almost done. Not quite. Group A knows... Oh, sorry, am I saying that right? No, Group B is almost done. Group B knows who's going to the upper bracket. Or actually, OG might still have to tie with Viking. No, OG won against Viking, right? So I think they're guaranteed upper bracket.
Yeah.
But yeah, Secret, Viking, OG, they're all going to the playoffs. Ninjas in Pajamas, Fly to Moon, Liquid, there's still some questions there with tomorrow's matches. But tomorrow will be the last day of matches for the group stages, unless there's tiebreakers, which there is a chance of I believe, 4-way tie in Group A. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Actually. So a lot of games could be happening on the Sunday. Sunday is the Immortal League tiebreaker day, if there are tiebreakers, which we will find out tomorrow. By the way, I mean, if you stick around tomorrow after all the European games, you're gonna see something amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Again, cheaper.
I had
under promise.
I had a preview. I had a preview this afternoon. It was interesting.
It's going to be spectacular one way or another.
One way or another, yes. I think that's the best
you
way
won't
to
be able to
describe it.
take your eyes off the screen, that's for sure. Let's put it that way.
That's a good way to put it.
We are, of course, talking about the Omega show that will happen after the European Games and the broadcast tomorrow, and it's going to be interesting. Yes. From Dota to Dolphins is all I can say. And that's that. Tomorrow's games, let's take a look at those because we have 3 more series to go. We're going to have OG for their last match. Will go against Liquid that we had winning their first series earlier today. We have Navi. That's tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep.
We have Navi versus Nigma, and then also we have VP versus EG. That's tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one, I think. EG versus VP, because I think Virtus Pro doesn't actually look too bad. So I'm looking forward to seeing that in action.
Yeah, it should be good. Anything in particular you're looking forward to, Jenkins, or you just want to go to the Omega show straight up?
Alliance versus Navi. That's El Clasico.
It already happened as well.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
That was earlier today.
That was earlier today.
That's what.
So if you missed El Clasico, be sure to check out the bot.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Stop saying things in my ear.
You're not supposed to out-production like that, Jenkins. Jesus.
We were trying to do our
so
best.
well, and then you
not
shot
say
yourself
anything.
in the foot.
Oh no. By the way, because obviously there is a Divine bracket as well, and the group stages of that will be concluding on the. I think Bait versus Empire still has to play, but I don't think that matchup will actually matter in the grand scheme of things. So we actually have a large portion of the brackets, and the reason why I say a large portion is because there are still some empty slots, and those will be filled by the losers of the Immortal League group stages. And the Immortal League group stages play in brackets to decide who goes still to the playoffs of Immortal and who to the playoffs of Divine. 2 teams from each group will end up inside these brackets. 2 will be seeded into the upper bracket semifinals, and the other 2 in the upper bracket round 1, in case anybody is curious. But that will also happen. We're getting very close to getting all the playoff brackets filled out. Very excited.
That'll be super fun, I think. Like when we get to the point where we get to see the Divine playoffs and the Immortal teams come down, and the Divine teams that are actually hungry for it.
Dude, they're gonna try so hard.
Yeah,
It's gonna be really good.
They want to get into that Immortal bracket. Everyone dreams of being immortal when you're sitting in the Divine trenches.
I'd love to see it too. I gotta say, I have pubbed against quite a few of the players in the Divine League because that's about the MMR that I'm at, and a lot of these guys are super pleasant. Actually, they're very
pleasant.
nice.
Okay, I was wondering where this was going.
There's some, particular players that in the region can be very toxic. It's not NA. It's not as bad as NA, but there's some toxicity.
Can I give you a tip just as a panelist? I think at this point in time, if you want to create a little bit of buzz around yourself, name names. I think it's a really good way to generate some nice.
See, the problem is I played with a lot of the teams that got eliminated that aren't in the playoffs. So that's why I was just kind of being general with it.
Okay.
But some of a couple of Team Unique, I don't remember their names because there's like
I thought that was a name drop right there. I was kind of being very general with it.
It was a good humble brag as well, though.
It was.
Is it? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
I played the same
I
bracket.
play with those guys.
Yeah.
I could probably be on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could just sub me in for one of them.
You could.
They're also really nice because I'm me. And
I'm
so they're
playing
nice.
well. They want to be my
Why
friend.
do you play the?
No,
oh,
I'm
look at
telling
me.
you, you're doing a really good job.
I'm a play-by-play analyst. Oh, I'm so dumb. All I do is talk about the game. I'm Mr. Radio Voice guy. Bro, you're 7K MMR. Like, what is this
No, I'm
bullshit
not.
about? You humble bragging? You're the same. You're the same bracket. You could play with these guys too.
Such a bro. You know, he's
humble bragging for me.
He's humble bragging you right in him, in with.
Jenkins.
What's everything got to be bragging and this and that? And
I am also really good at Dota.
okay, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, Jenkins, you want to humble brag for Sheever?
Okay. Okay, we did play. There were a few Immortal players in the game, a few top 200s in Europe, which is quite high MMR. You played a really good Marana.
I hit a lot of arrows that people would never expect.
You were nailing arrows, and I remember the sheer shock in people's voice on that Discord. It's like, oh my god! Oh, this guy's arrow, let's go get him! Every time. It's like the expectation kept being reset for some reason.
You're saying the shock, there was so much shock because the arrow was so good, right?
Because it hit
Correct.
to begin with.
Correct. It was it was just arrows. That's all it was. That's all.
All right, thank
His
you.
humble bragging's falling apart, Jenkins.
I mean,
It's coming apart real quick. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today on this super exciting series of Secret vs. OG. It was actually a treat to watch, of course. We hope to have them maybe face up again in the playoffs, but who knows? They're on the opposite sides now. Only fate can decide. Tomorrow we'll continue with the Immortal League. The last day of the group stages will set everything in stone, or perhaps we'll make stage for the tiebreakers on the Sunday. We'll find out. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. And of course, if you can't watch any of the games, doesn't matter as long as you can watch the Omega show afterwards, because that's where it really happens. No, I'm just kidding. Watch the whole show tomorrow, and we'll be there again with awesome Dota, awesome shows, awesome people. It's all going to be great. See you tomorrow.